Hello? Hello? How's everybody doing? Here. Let's look at this. Oh. Oh, what's this? Oh, milling machine? Cool. Oh, that's pretty neat. Oh. Link requested. Dink, get the link. Quick. Oh man. I missed the juice launch, guys. Yeah, here, let me just pop in here. I missed the juice launch, like badly missed the juice launch. Yeah. You don't say. Yeah. It was cloudy, so you didn't miss much? Okay. Okay. That's fine. I thought you guys would want to see this. It's gonna get like a little hot here in a moment. On a scale of 1 to new parent, how tired are you? Yeah, new parent, man. I stayed up way too late last night, and I did not get to bed. Dude, if I stay up late enough, I get second wind. And if I get second wind, I'm pretty much screwed. What I should have done is just stayed up till the juice launch, and then went to bed after that. I probably would have ended up getting more sleep that way. Oh, hey, look, a video you've never seen before on this channel. You haven't. This is brand new. Came out today, Taradra. Nice try, though. Tired. A little tired. I'm a little wired. And I think I deserve some appreciation. I mean, we busted face on the freaking truck last night. I got so much stuff done. Like, I was just trying to keep myself awake for the transporter mission. We really didn't see much. That's paint. Here, let's just zoom about, see what we can find. Oh, this should be nice. I don't believe you. Is it really new? Dude, this is, that's not the shuttle, man. That's SLS. See? See the twin umbilicals? That's the hydrogen gup right there. That's the one that they kept having leaks on, right? Right there where that white ring is. Yeah, no, guys. Dude, this is not the shuttle. This is not shuttle footage. I want to play Countdown so bad right now. Close the door. See the news about another staffer leaving NASA spaceflight. Yeah, Thomas left. Wish you could buy the rights to stream it. Yeah, that would be nice. Oh, RJ, what is this? Speaking of SLS, that's Ares 5, dude. You got 4 shuttle engines in there. On a good note. Yeah. No. Thomas found work elsewhere. This is an SRB hold down point right there. There's two of the 4 engines. Watch right here. It's gonna get bright right in that area right there. Ready? This is like 240 frames a second, I think. Actually, no. 24. It's 2400 frames a second. If I'm looking at the Met timer correctly. Did you see the juice launch? No. I slept right through it, Napoleon. Apparently, apparently I said stuff in chat that I was like sick or something. I don't remember saying it. This has to have some kind of thick filter on it. It's a quartz lens, and the exposure is up. And this camera actually isn't facing... It's not actually just sitting there facing towards SLS. It would melt. It would have melted by now. Yeah, it's actually using a periscope, and the camera's inside of the mobile launcher on an isolator. They put it on a rubber isolator, like kind of stuff that you'd see like in an earthquake. It's on a big, it's on springs, so it doesn't shake. Oh, that's freaking cool, dude. Yep, that camera got toasted. So did that one. Turbo. Ooh, look at this one. So this is looking at the liquid oxygen ground umbilical carrier plate. Have you seen the shuttle one? Oh, many times, Thomas, yeah. Will Juice use the Deep Space Network? Yeah, most likely, Koalafin, yeah. Anyone can pay to use the Deep Space Network, if I'm remembering right. Well, almost anyone. I'm pretty sure other governments can buy time on the DSN. Many cameras died to bring you this footage. What are they, Bothan cameras, silly? Oh. Watch this. Ready? Oh, I gotta go forward a little bit more. There we go. 4 engines up and burning. And I'm glad we have this footage to hold us over. I'm going to be studying this for a little while. Hit it. Dude, look at the excess LOX gets sucked right down into the flame trench. That's crazy. The shuttle engines are creating a vacuum. It's a gigantic venturi. Look at all of it. So when the line disconnects, the liquid oxygen, the remaining liquid and gaseous oxygen inside, you know, it vents out, right? And then it got sucked right down into the flame trench. That's cool, man. What the race car doing? What's that? That's not where that belongs. Portimão. Yeah, that track does that. What the race car doing? That race car is in the stands. Whoops. Yeah, they doused the pad with water, dude. Oh, this camera's gonna be tight. Oh, look at that. Oh, no, not the water. No! Oh, that's so sick, dude. 2, 1, boostering! No, not the water. Get the water out of the... No, no, no. Damn it! Why have cameras there if you're just going to spray water over them? That's awesome. Let's see. Oh, more water. Very nice. Here, let me see what other ones they have. Ah, perimeter cameras. Let's see. Why do they still use film cameras? You know you can get higher resolution from film, right? Oh, resolution. So, film diameter or film width does not necessarily translate over to resolution, but 70 millimeter IMAX film, Flykin, it is so. Like I said, you don't film size and resolution don't really jive together. It's like comparing thrust to horsepower. You can do it, but I mean, like, I'd say reasonable estimation is 70 millimeter is like well beyond 8K, like well beyond it. Here, let me show you. The Apollo 11 movie. We can watch the trailer here. Some of this footage was shot on 70 millimeter during the Apollo program. Look at how crisp. Look at how crisp this thing is. Yeah, okay, Oculus, we can see that one. Watch this. Look at how crisp it is. That footage is 50 years old.
I'd like to know what you feel as far as the responsibilities of representing mankind on this trip.
That's relatively difficult.
That footage looks like it was shot yesterday.
It's a job that we collectively said
dope, by the way.
that was possible and we could do, and of course the nation itself is backing us, so we just sincerely hope that we measure up to that.
The whole Apollo program was designed to get 2 Americans to the lunar surface and back again to Earth safely. The enormity of this event is something that only history will...
Look at ONC. That's so cool. Note that they're holding the LEM from the docking port because that's the only structural point beside the legs that you can grab that thing from. But if you're going to integrate that into a vehicle staging adapter, the leg hold down points are what mounts the LEM. It's actually held by the sides, right? So you can't pick it up from there because that's how you got to mount it inside of the Saturn V. So they're pulling on it from the docking port because that's the only other structural point. Because the capsule's designed to push the LEM around when they circularize around the moon, right? So that's the only other structural carrier right there. It's the docking port and the legs, and that's it. Did we go to Jupiter? I missed it. I indeed missed it too. But yeah, really, really high res footage. Let's see. Let's see what we got. And Stygian, yeah, it's like 12K or something. It's well beyond 8. Excuse me. Yeah, film is still way sharper. What are the chances on Monday? Do I need to? Yeah. Guys, I would say take Monday off. That's what I would say. Also, love the Cleater hat. You bought a new carbon cub and I see him flying around sometimes. No way, Thomas. That's awesome, man. Yeah. I love that channel, dude. Cleater's a freaking legend. I've been watching for a very, very long time. I'd say pre-Project Neighbor. That's like right before Neighbor started. That's when I was watching. That's when I started watching, at least. Any word from the FAA? Once again, launch license should come out today, dudes. I jumped on when he bought the track. Yeah, that's awesome. Dude, you could see that engine gimbaling. That engine is making some corrections, man. Dude, I'd love to get an audience with that guy. Just talk, not for any particular reason, just talk about planes. What's your favorite plane, brother? You know, is this new? Just came out today, Joe. You went to Sun and Fun? Sweet. It's being recorded on films, Isaac. Oh, that's so sick, dude. Look at the frame rate of this film is faster than the frequency that those lights. The frequency of those lights. That's why they all appear to be blinking. That's so freaking cool. Look at that freaking monster. Pardon my French, but hot dang, that's cool. Oh, okay. Robbie, you fell asleep. E-brake's done. Brake lines are replaced. All the drum brakes are mounted. The e-brake works as tested. Drum brakes adjusted. Dude, yeah, I slammed that thing back together. I did work yesterday, dude. I missed the juice launch this morning. I apparently got up and said I don't feel good and came back and went back to bed. I don't remember doing that. That's how out of it I was. Play railroads? Nah. We should get a new challenge today. I want to see what the new KSP challenge is. You fell asleep right after the brakes were done? Yeah. I went and got the last remaining header collector pieces. We're going to take 3 or 4 different parts from header collectors and make one good exhaust, and I got to do that. Thoughts on the CPKC merger? CPKC? I did land on Eve, RJ. I did work yesterday, man. Detrepid, what's up, dude? Patent Tanker, with all the pornographic filth brain-numbing channels on Twitch, your channel's like a bright star in the dark night. Thousands of people really appreciate you. Thanks. Right on, man. I like your name. Pat was a legend, dude. Thanks, man. I'm just trying to not go with the grain. Trying to go against the grain. It's just kind of how I roll. Thanks for the bits, bro. I appreciate it. If SLS is the F-35 of moon rockets, what is the Saturn V? What? F4 Phantom. It goes fast. No hot tub streams. Dude, the only hot tub stream I would do would be me buying a broken hot tub and fixing it. That's the only hot tub stream I would do. I'm dead serious. Tetra, been loving the stream, bridging the crazy realm of rockets and old school trucks. Well done. Thanks, man. EJ After Dark is my new hidden channel. Okay, gifted a sub to Linus. Scott, 20-month resub. Thanks, dude. I don't know. If Primo wanted a hot tub, maybe I'll go find one on Facebook Marketplace, buy it, and fix it. Dude, my hot tub would end up looking like SLS's deluge system. I'd like put AN fittings in the line so if you shot the jets off with no water, it would look like a sprinkler system. I don't know. It'd be funny. I mean, why not? Why not play around with it, right? It would look like that. Oh boy. Heat the hot tub with the exhaust of a V8. Are we gonna end up... Is this stream gonna end up being like Top Gear, where they used an LS to power a rocking chair? Do you guys remember that? They used an LS and they had a reciprocating thing to try to make a rocking chair rock back and forth. He hit the throttle and the rocking chair just obliterated itself. How'd you sleep? Ugh. I slept so much that dude, I was so out of it. I went through like, I don't even know. I think I set like 3 or 4 alarms. I set an alarm at 7:15, 7:30, 7:45, and 8. Slept through all of them. Dude, apparently, I don't remember doing this, but apparently I woke up, said to chat, I really don't feel good. I'm not streaming this. I'll see you guys at noontime, and went back to sleep. Don't remember doing that. Don't remember doing that. I do not remember doing that. V8 smoothie, yes, yes. The V8 blender. Logs or it didn't happen. Dude, yeah. I don't remember that. I don't remember doing that. I don't remember. Jim, I don't know. I have no idea. Don't remember doing it. I woke up at 11 today and I'm like, that's not 8 o'clock. My 11 o'clock alarm got me. I always set alarms, dude, just in case, so I don't end up sleeping till like 3 in the afternoon. Jeez. So like I usually have alarms at 8, 9, 10, and 11 just in case. I usually wake up at 9. At least that's what I've been doing lately. That's been getting all screwed up from Transporter 7 scrub, the Juice scrub, and yeah. Ooh. Transporter scrub because of the winds. It was too windy. Yeah, okay, teleworking it is then. Just excuse me. Oh, back it up a little bit. So that's the vehicle stabilization system. That's the core stage LOX vent line, or the GOX vent. Right there is, that would be your LOX, no. I'm not sure what that one is. I'd have to see it mounted again. The VSS right there is a shock absorber that's designed, when the rocket's moving on the crawler, it's designed to make sure that SLS doesn't rock back and forth too much. That's probably an LH2 vent, Nova, yeah. I'll take 2 moon rockets for Artemis. I'll take 2 moon rockets for Artemis for 200, please, Alex. Dude, hold on a second there. Watch this hydrogen scavenging umbilical right here. Watch. Look at how turbulent the air is from the SRBs right when it passes. Watch. Look at that. Dude, you can see the air buffeting. You can see the gases coming out of that thing buffeting, dude. Are you kidding me? That's awesome. A free people are not equal, and equal people are not. Yeah. So, the reason why I like Patton is because he was 3ID. My grandfather's 3rd Infantry Division. He didn't serve with Patton. He served in a mortar company. But yeah, that's why I like Patton. My grandpa served under him. No, he didn't know him, but rip. 3rd Infantry Division, U.S. Army, man. Yeah, he wasn't, my grandfather wasn't a tanker, he was mortar company. So, yeah, Patton holds a special place in my heart, dude. What a rowdy individual that guy was. No, yeah, no, to say, yeah, of course, Aqualex, duh. Yeah, I don't think that needed to be said, but yeah, I mean, he saved a lot of people at Bastogne, man. A lot of people. Sometimes you need people like that, dude. What can I say? But yeah, rough around the edges. We'll say that. We'll say that. We'll call it that. I think that is a fair compromise, no? I don't know, Detrovit. I don't want to talk about that stuff, dudes. You got to take the good with the bad, all right? That's life. You know? I've been trying to not get too nuts about this stuff lately. You got to take the good with the bad. No one's perfect. People are jerks. But for every jerk, you get 1,000 nice people. You know what I mean? The thing is that we don't notice the nice people because that's what we expect to be the norm, right? So, people are dicks. Deal with it. It sucks, man. Thoughts on Band of Brothers? Great show. My great-grandfather rode a motorcycle into the channel at Dunkirk. Nice! Hey, Razzie. What's up, man? After a particular bloody battle, General Patton went to the battlefield and he heard a noise he could not place. He followed the sounds to the back of a burned-out Sherman tank and saw a soldier holding a dead buddy in his arms. Patton reached down, put his hand on the soldier's arm and said, "It's okay, son." Men cry. Yeah, it takes balls to say that, dude. And that man had stones. Yeah. Whew. Cut from a different cloth, homie. That's cool, Ian. Right on, man. Alright, let's see what we got. Alright, Tessa, what's this? Okay, here, as promised. The thing needs the chain tightened. Let's see. That sounds like bearings somewhere, dude. I don't know much about bikes. That noise does not sound good. That's probably why you got it for such a low price. I think Hammer, I think he had ivory grips on his 45, but I'm not sure. I guess Aqualex, I mean. My grandfather was offered to be the attaché to the ambassador in Saigon, but did not do it due to my mother being born in 1970. Yep. Yeah, that's probably, yep, dodged a couple bullets there, Joe. Almost literally. He did have ivory grips. Guy's got impeccable taste. Ivory grips, dude. That is aesthetic as frick, man. It's a 40,000 mile bike. Yeah. Hey, Battle, 8-month resub. Likely the cam chain tensioner. Yeah, Coyote, I would default to you guys' judgment. I don't know anything about bikes. Bikes? Is today the launch of Starship? No. Probably on Monday, dude. He initially carried a twin Colt single action Army 45 revolver. Who are you? That's awesome. But he gave one of them to a Hollywood star he admired because of the star's courage to entertain frontline troops in combat zones. He replaced it with a 3.5-inch Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum. He would have a 357. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that reads correctly, Pokey. Yeah, of course, Patton, of course. Well, he had some choice words after May of 1945, yeah. A little bit on the controversial side today, but, I mean... You know, like, this is the other thing, dudes. You can't, like, looking at people through past history, right? It's hard to... A mistake that I think people make is to judge people of the past by modern social views. And that's... I don't like that. That's not right. You got to understand what it was at the time, right? Because think about it, dude. Think about our generation, for instance. Does the vernacular that you use in high school fly today? Absolutely not. Does that mean you're a bad person? No. People learn, people get better. Absolutely. You got to be careful about doing stuff like that. And that's what I mean about acknowledging good with bad. You know, don't mistake me like liking General Patton as indifference to the fricked up things that he said. No. I'm a student of history. You got to stay colorblind when it comes to that. You know what I mean? Oh, dude, he said some messed up stuff, but also saved a lot of American lives at Bastogne with the 3rd Infantry Division during the Battle of the Bulge. Saved a lot of lives, dude. Dude, Starship is really in 3 days. We gotta wait until we get that license, 95, but yeah, dude, we're here. I don't know how this happened, dude. I don't know how, dude, it snuck up on us. You know? And that's what I dislike Patton because he never had a Twitter account. Cloud Void, that just made my brain hurt. Yeah, blackness, yeah, for real, dude. That's what I mean. You gotta acknowledge good with bad, dude. And that's really important. Humans are more complicated than that, dude. We're all capable of good things. We're all capable of very good things, but we're also capable of bad things. You know, trust everybody, but don't trust the devil inside them. Italian job. Dude, so that's pretty wise words right there, you know what I'm saying? He's a deeply spiritual man, prayed every day. Right on, dude. Hey, if that's how you have to roll, that's how you have to roll. Certainly gave him strength, that's for sure. Never had a Patreon, missed opportunity. My grandfather sent home 2 umbrellas from Germany in '46. They were actually German officer swords with engraved blades. They're above the fireplace mantle now. That's crazy. Italian Job was a good movie. Yeah, that was a good movie. I like the original. The original's good, but the remake with Mark Wahlberg was not bad either. That was a pretty good flick. What are we looking at? Artemis 1 footage. I felt that you looked right into my soul right there. The original was boss, absolutely. And the original Gone in 60 Seconds too. Also a good flick, but I do like the Nicolas Cage one too. I like both of them. I'm greedy, guys. I just want more movies about cars. No. This isn't Freedom of Information Act, dudes. They posted all this. Look at this slow footage of Artemis 1. It's freaking sweet, dude. Thinking movie quotes is inspirational is cringe. Oh, shut up, you stupid Zoomer. And that's not a movie quote. Damn Zoomer! You damn Zoomer with your damn edgelordness. I don't watch those movies anymore, Ziza. I don't need to watch those anymore. There you go, Patton. Hey. Yeah, there you go, man. It's good. I'm 25, not 15. Dude, are you in Zoomer denial or something? Are you in Zoomer denial? It's like Philly Madison. Are you in loser denial or something? Yeah, I had a bad case of loser denial myself. Till the lacrosse team hit me in the face with a parking cone. That's not the quote. The actual quote's probably not appropriate. Are you in Zoomer denial or something? Oh my goodness. Why do the different attachment nodes go different ways? Some straight back, some go sideways, some go down. All right, well, I can tell you what these all are. So, Katra, this one right here is the Orion service The Orion servicing the Orion service umbilical. Okay, so that's all systems for the capsule. So what would be in here? Electrical, obviously. There's a lot of HVAC actually in here. There's an air conditioner inside of the fairing because Orion is riding inside the launch abort system fairing, right? So actually the rocket is really air conditioned because it's not really designed. The Orion is not really designed to work down here. So they actually have a ton of HVAC systems on there. That's what those lines are. And then right there is the wires. You see those little things up there? Those are wires to actually pull the umbilicals back. When this thing disconnects, right? When it quick disconnects, there's actually a weight that there's counterweights back here, and the counterweights fall back, and the umbilicals are attached to those wires, and it'll pull them. Now, why does that one swing up like this? It's probably to get out of the way of the launch vehicle staging adapter. You need these things to go out of the way really quickly. Now, in terms of this right here, this thing with all the gold and the white lines there, that's the interim cryogenic propulsion stage service umbilical, or ICPSU. That has the LOX line right there, LOX vent, hydrogen fill line, hydrogen vent for the third stage, that part that has the American flag on it. The ICPSU swings sideways because of the ICPSU swings sideways because it's derived from Delta 4. So they just literally took a Delta 4 second stage umbilical, modified it a little bit to go on the mobile launcher, and then use that. That's why that's existing. That's why that one swings sideways, because it's designed to work with the swing arms for Delta 4. Now, if you go down a little bit more, I'm trying to find another picture. So these guys right here, that is your so I'm not 100% on what that one does, to be honest with you. That could be LVSA purge, because the LOX vent for the LOX tank, which is this piece right here, is right there. See all the ice accumulated on it? I'm not sure what that umbilical is for. That's a forward skirt umbilical, but I don't know why it does that. Now, in terms of why the swing arms swing like that, the axle, the kingpin for the swing arm is actually over one of the corners, right? And the swing arm is basically designed to swing sideways, so it kind of tucks in to the side of the launcher. Now, they probably went with this because it's nice and compact, and you can use it again. It's modular, so like all you got to do is build one frame and then build another one down here. Now, right beneath this forward skirt carrier umbilical right here is the vehicle stabilizer. So if you see, there's a big shock absorber right there. That shock absorber is basically designed to dampen out any rocking back and forth that the rocket's going to encounter when they're dragging the mobile launcher to the pad with a crawler transporter. Basically, that keeps the rocket pointed straight up. It is a movement damping device. No, dampening devices are down there, as a matter of clarification. So this is designed to absorb shock forward, back, and left and right. That's why it has such a weird shape. Now, in terms of why this one falls this way, well, the vehicle stabilizer is triangulating. It's triangulating the SLS, so that thing can really only move one direction. You don't want it to like swing this way, right? Because it's a triangulation, right? You want it to swing down because it's too wide to swing sideways. That's why that one goes down. Now, if you look right here, this is the gaseous hydrogen carrier umbilical plate right here. Now, oh no! Thanks for the 20 subs, Ian. Yeah, that would be great, man. I'd love to go back and forth. It's the forward skirt umbilical GOX vent. Well, the GOX vent's on the sides, but yeah, okay. I'm betting you it's the LVSA purge. It purges out the forward skirt with helium or nitrogen or something. A new challenge is baller. We'll check it out. Oh no, thank you for the 20, dude. I do appreciate it. I'd love to go talk to Phil, Ian. Absolutely. Oh, Hokey! Oh! 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 O'Reilly's! Make the other bastard die for his, dude. What an absolute savage of an individual, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Jeez. So this one right here is the gaseous hydrogen. That's so distracting, dude. This is the gaseous hydrogen carrier umbilical.
Discovery, go at throttle
What it
up.
does is there's two lines on it. So one of them is for hydrogen going out, that's the big one, and the other one is for helium
Discovery, go at
going
throttle up.
in. They purge out the inner stage. They actually maintain positive pressure and fill it with helium. Same with the forward skirt, which is probably what that's for. The reason
go
why,
at throttle up.
because hydrogen can leak off the tank, and if gaseous hydrogen pools inside of the inner tank, you got a big problem. You think the ULA Centaur test stand.
Discovery, go at throttle
So
up.
the forward skirt has gas carrier umbilical, and the
Discovery, go at throttle up.
gaseous hydrogen carrier umbilical are the same design, because they literally almost do the same thing. They just put an extra pipe in one of them, and it's
Discovery,
better.
go at throttle up.
Jeez, man, that thing won't shut off. It's better to just make the same umbilical. If you can, just make the same thing twice. In fact, the carrier umbilical plates are actually modular. You can just make one carrier umbilical plate, and you can use it to fill or drain. Fill and drain. You can use it for gaseous hydrogen. These are right from the space shuttle, dude, to be honest with you. This is all shuttle-derived stuff. See how the carrier plates look very similar? There's a reason for that. The carrier plate can either be used to fill and drain hydrogen, or it could be used to drain gaseous hydrogen, or it could be used to pump nitrogen or helium in, or it could be used to drain gaseous oxygen too. You could do anything with those plates. They're entirely modular, which is actually really smart design. So check this out, dude. Right there, note the vehicle stabilizer has two massive shock absorbers on it. Think like the gas struts like on the trunk of a car when you open it up. It goes, it's that, literally those. But for when you close it, because that is a heavy piece of equipment, and it dampens it out just right, so when it hits the latch right here, it locks right into place. Isn't that cool? See that? Perfect latch, dude. That's cool, man. That's really, really sharp engineering right there. And also, here comes the business. Oh, that's awesome. Hokey gifted a sub to Jimbo. Yeah, Blue, that's the business end. And it is giving us the business right now. It is giving us the business, man. Bruh. It's only 8.8 million pounds of thrust. Because America or something? I don't know. Please tell me why the SRB plumes look so soft and fluffy. Check Jim's link. Will do. New challenge is out. Oh no. Oh no! I didn't see Zay. When Zay linked it a second ago, I didn't see what it was. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, we're here. We're at that point, huh? I did some studying and I learned today that the U.S. thought the Soviet Union had a super advanced fighter, the MiG-21 and the MiG-25. Then came the making of the F-15, and it turns out after getting their hands on a MiG-25, it was junk compared to the F-15. Interesting history. You didn't do some studying. You watched a mustard video. Be quiet. You can't bull crap a bull crapper, man. What are you talking about? Yeah, Patton, another legendary quote. Please, all right. So, Super, I got to get to the SRB plumes. Steam with the 9-month resub. Erudite, you watched a mustard video. Don't lie to me. Did some studying. Yeah, you did some studying, all right. Read a book. Magic isn't real, you idiot. Read a book. All right. 8 years at YouTube University. What's up, SVO? Hope you got some sleep. Do I look like I got some sleep, bro? I did. I slept so much that I slept through like 4 alarms for the juice mission this morning. Oh, yeah, no, out cold. I'm just like, you know. So Kraken Tech wing flaps? I don't know how we're going to get away with that, Papa Bear. How are we going to actuate it? Yeah, how are we going to make a starship work? Let me think. Temporary flight restriction is out, no launch license. Unless you're ready to start making Kraken Tech turnbuckle and push rods, you're not. Yeah, I don't think we can do that. Let me think. You can almost hear the gears turning. That's what my brain sounds like if you could assign a noise to it. I think we could test something. I might have an idea on how to do it. Guys, based off of what I saw with the helicopters though, that's gonna be difficult. But I'll try for it. I want to keep watching the Artemis footage. Now it sounds more like this. Is this where you play some sound that we've never heard before? Oh no. That noise. That. I mean, they didn't think the capability was in the game. They wouldn't make it a challenge. Yeah, that's true. Let's see. What other? Oh yeah. That blinking in the background is the lightning tower. It's interesting. This footage is such high frame rate that the frame rate on the camera is actually faster than the frequency that the lights are on at. See all the lights? And the strobes on the tower are syncing with the frame rate a little bit, so it looks all weird. Yeah, Moto Patch 2 is okay. I wonder if we could see the doors getting blown off here. NOTAM is for only from 12 to 15:05 on the 17th. Like I said, Contra, they'd probably shoot for around noontime. Oh. There's that inner tank gaseous hydrogen umbilical right there. So yeah, basically these things. The other thing that I forgot to mention it. The other thing about these umbilicals is that they swing in a way to not make the tower rock back and forth. These things are very light. They don't have a lot of moment, but they swing in a way to make the tower not do this. You don't want that thing moving, and it does move. I've stood on that thing. It moves. I stood on it when it was windy one day. Like up here, way up at level 285. 285 above the launch deck, 285 feet. Yeah, it moves. Oh, it moves. I basically stood right where the crew access arm would have been. It wasn't there at the time, but I've stood right there. The thing moves. It shakes. You don't want it to shake too much. Oh, I had a death grip on that railing. I'm not gonna lie. I wimped out. I'm sorry, dude. Look, you could. It's all grates. Each floor on this is grates. You can literally see the ground. 300 feet down. About 100 meters. I got it, dude. It was a little scary. I'm not gonna lie. So the tower, in fact, is not ready to rock. Nope. So SRB Flames Super. The reason why they look fluffy is because it's turbulent. The air comes out at such a ridiculously high speed that it's cavitating around it, and it makes a lot of turbulent air. Think about if you ever seen those videos of like up close of all like a bunch of NASCARs going by, the air kind of buffets like, you know that noise? The air kind of buffets back and forth. That's the same idea. It's just kind of visualized there because of the combustion byproducts from the SRB. It's literally, the air comes out nice and crisp, right? Or I was about to say air and gases, and that would have combined to make a very inappropriate word. See how it comes out super crisp and then it gets really turbulent? Yeah, it's because it's coming out so ridiculously fast, it's pushing the atmosphere out of the way. And that makes a lot of turbulent air. EJ for president to advance space exploration. Patton, that's not a good idea. People would not like me. They'd be like, what are you going to do to solve the hunger problem? I'd be like, space. They'd be like, what does that mean? I'd be like, I don't know. Space. They'd be like, is that all you're going to say on a congressional record here, sir? Yes. Let's focus on space. The United States of space. You know, like, people would not, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work at all. It'd be like that Chappelle Show sketch. Well, you got all these problems down the ground. We got to focus on space. It wouldn't work. I wouldn't compromise on it, and then I would end up getting nothing done, so. Okay, that's too real. Let's go back to watching rocket footage. Oh, yep. I'm going to abandon that conversation. I am pulling the ripcord on this one. Pulling the ejector. Bye-bye, I'm gone. I want to go back to watching this. I will shoot the hungry into the sun. As you know, yep, the technology, I wouldn't call it trickle-down pattern, but this technology helps us every day. If you've used a phone, you've used Google Maps, GPS, yeah, you have these guys to thank for that one. NASA's the best, dude. Ejects into canopy, that'd be the Rule 8 way to go, I think. Yeah. Oh. I'm pulling an idea from The Expanse here, but to solve farming with space, you could put big mirrors in geostationary orbit and have them aim at farmland and give the crops more sun to use to grow per day. I mean, you could do that, Synerd. I would say just move the entire farm up into space. Move the entire farm up into space. No dirt. Just use aeroponics. If you're in a high enough orbit, you get light all the time. You could grow 24/7. There's that whole water thing, though. I mean, what a lot of people don't understand is that industrial farming has a lot of industrial waste. But nobody kind of pays attention to that because everybody needs food, right? Lot of industrial waste from farming, dude. And once again, I'm not saying that we shouldn't fix or should fix that. I personally don't really like getting up farmers' tails about stuff because they feed me. That's kind of, I like that. But also, yeah, I mean, aeroponics in space could be better. NASA's pioneering that idea on the ISS right now. They're growing wheat up there, wheat and peppers and lettuce. We should take all the waste and throw it into the sun. Yeah. Did they get to light the candle? Everest? Starship? No, not yet. We do have some sweet Artemis 1 footage, though. No, not that kind of plant flykin'. Jesus. Also, something like 18,000 cows blew up yesterday. It's gruesome, Tess. I heard about that. I don't want to talk about that. Dude, that's horrible. A lot of not bacon, a lot of hamburger, though. You get a lot of steak out of that. But seriously, farmers losing cows like that, that's not good. That's not good, man. The juice candle. Oh, juice launched, Everest. I missed it, though. Shield your eyes. Naked Falcon Heavy pictures. Babble, babble, babble. Babble, hobble. Beeble, babble, babble. Oh, yeah. There's a lot going on in this picture that I deeply, deeply enjoy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty dope. Why is it naked? This is the Astranus mission. That it's a rideshare mission actually between Astranus and the and one more payload. Give me one moment. One moment. Yeah. Yes. Chat. Tell that Mr. Ahmed Foley is here. No. Achwell. Give me one moment. Visat 3 Americas and Astranus is what. Astranus Space Technologies with the Arcturus satellite. It's a fully expendable mission. That's why. But also, I really like what's going on, like right in this area here. Here is nice. Not here or here so much, like here, but like right in this area is pretty dope. Yeah. Yeah. There's I like this part right here. There's six things that I like here, and then there's one thing that I like there, and there, and there, and there. Yeah. Ooh. That's the USAF jet demonstration squadron, guys. The Thunderbirds. Yeah, that's cool, man. I love the F-16s with the stars on the tail. That's really freaking cool, man. That's sweet, man. What happened to your space? I don't know. Is my space broken? Where's the big fat green one? No, that's different. Rockets are getting bigger. Is the small sat launcher industry changing with these rideshare missions? They seem to give more ability to smaller companies to go further and test more. So, that's actually a super good question, Moto. All right. So the interesting thing is, you go back 2 or 3 years ago. Everyone says that small sats are the future, okay? Small satellites, small sat constellations instead of these larger geostationary satellites, right? And a lot of companies got a lot of venture capital by making a quickly deployable small satellite launcher, right? To be able to deploy, to be able to basically downscale with the satellite technology. Everyone thought the industry was going to go in that direction. But what they quickly realized is that it's actually cheaper if you make a big launch vehicle launch a lot of small satellites than a small vehicle that flies more often launching small satellites. Does that make sense? Seriously, with companies like Virgin Orbit, Astra's on the ropes, it really, really shows that bigger launch vehicles, smaller satellites, it seems to be the right move. That is the cheapest way to fly. Rideshare missions. Seriously. SpaceX is going to put everybody out of business with these transporter missions. Why? Because Falcon 9's reusable, right? It's reusable, and it's very inexpensive to fly at this point because it's reusable. SpaceX, despite having a much bigger rocket than all these small sat providers, can literally give you a better price for a ride to space on a transporter mission. Yeah. That seems to be where the meta for rockets are going right now. Bigger rockets, smaller satellites, which is interesting. I would be remiss to say that that's kind of, I'm not really okay with that per se, because that means someone's gonna corner the market with something. Somebody's gonna roll out with something. I'm just saying, somebody's gonna roll out with something that's literally gonna be the least expensive, favoring rapid reuse, and it could corner the market. We've already seen it happening. We already see it happening right now. The reason why I'm about this is because that's the exact same thing that happened with the space shuttle. It actually led to stagnation. But there are a couple of bets hedged against that. Commercial crew, redundant dissimilar architecture, access to and assured access into space is basically the hedge against someone cornering the market. Long story short, entities like NASA, entities like the U.S. Air Force, entities like the ESA, those entities, those government entities are driving the commercial sector. And they will never choose one vehicle. They'll never do it. Maybe the Europeans, but Europeans have Vega and Ariane 6. So the Europeans even don't do that. You always want two ways to get into space because you don't want to lose the capability of it to go into space if something goes wrong. So those things are driving industry health right now. Commercial crew, national security space launch, those are driving commercial health right now. That's what's keeping the commercial industry nice and healthy. NASA's ability to dish contracts out all over the place. And Space Force. Yeah, Space Force. Yeah, that's what I mean. So that's really, really important. And it's why I've been basically saying for almost a half decade, dude, that we need government, you need public and private redundancy in the space program to avoid stagnation. So NASA needs SLS. SpaceX needs Starship. Starship will drive the commercial market, but you don't want that destroying the commercial market like the shuttle did. Simultaneously, NASA should have redundant capabilities to SpaceX. If SpaceX can land someone on the moon, NASA should be able to as well, because you don't want corporate monopoly on getting to the moon. That's a bad idea. You ideally want a duopoly between private and public. And you definitely don't want a government monopoly on going to the moon, because we've seen in history what happens when that happens. If Uncle Sam or any government entity that gets to the moon, realizes they're the only one that can do it and nobody else can do it, well, it's cheaper to just leave it there. No one else can get there, so you don't need to worry about it, which is literally what happened during the Apollo program. We need the redundancy. And I would prefer, instead of the redundancy between, being a space race between nations, I would prefer it to be more I would prefer the duopoly to be between public and private. I've been saying this for years. That's the most sustainable way forward. I would say at the same time that is not the most inexpensive way forward. That way is very expensive, but it is the most sustainable. And sometimes sustainability is more expensive, but it's more sustainable in the long run. That's why I don't, you see the price tags for SLS, for the total cost involved of SLS, and people go, ugh! But also at the same time, it's better to have redundant capability like that. That protects the space industry, dude. Yeah, it protects our ability to launch things into space, particularly people. And if we want to expand, if you want to be able to commute to work before you retire in space, right, then we're going to need that sustainability, or else the industry will just stagnate again. It's hard to have so many launch providers in a market where you only really have a few truly reliable ways to get up there. We need competition to step up. And what drives that competition right now, Moto? NASA. You got to get it to the point. You got to get it to the point where the industry can grow enough on its own, and NASA needs to drive that. That's exactly what they did with the airline industry, dude. A lot of people don't know that in the 30s, right? In the late 20s and into the early 30s, the U.S. government paid airplane manufacturers to move the mail around and make super long-range flying boats to move mail around for the U.S. government, commercial contract. That eventually, you know, when the time came around in the late 30s, that eventually moved into long-range bombers, right? And that long-range bomber funding kind of went through the roof during World War II, right? And that inadvertently, after World War II, we ended up getting into the jet age. And now I can get on a plane and be in California in 6 hours, 3,000 miles away, 5,000 kilometers away, no problem. The industry got to a point where you poured enough money into it that it became sustainable. Go figure. We need to do the same with space. That's why I'm not necessarily against SLS costing so much money. Because you can be damn sure that Clipper program from the 30s was expensive for its time. Building long-range bombers, building strategic bombers for World War II. They got defense money involved, which is not that ended up benefiting us pretty dang well. Considering, like I said, I can get on a plane and be halfway around the world in 12 hours, or in California in 6, whatever. I mean, my flight to Amsterdam was no longer than a flight to California. Go figure. Trains too. Oh yeah. Yeah, trains were the same way. World War I, dude. They needed trains to move stuff around, and that's why Europe has such a developed train system. Defense spending is what developed that. Just like defense spending is what developed the U.S. highway system, and that's why we favor cars. It was actually based, Eisenhower is the one that rolled out with that, and it was based off of the Germans' Autobahn. Go figure. Even with Commercial Crew, the redundant dissimilar architecture strategy has already paid dividends. We had 2 programs getting funded, and right now only one of them is regularly running crewed missions to the ISS. Yeah, there you go, Signer. Yep, absolutely. Is it too early to point out that we have to prop up airlines over and over again? Well, silly, you got to understand that people bring this stuff up. If you're going to prop up an airline, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. One could say, well, that's stupid, right? But also at the same time, them propping them up, I mean, airlines do not operate on very high margins. It's like running a restaurant, dude. It's barely sustainable. You're barely going to turn a profit, right? But also, the government's propping up trains or propping up the automotive industry or propping up any form of transportation pays dividends elsewhere. Because now, like I said, I could go on a business trip and be in New York in 45 minutes. Now, personally, I think high-speed rail would be better from Boston to New York, but whatever. I could be there in 45 minutes, and that will drive your economy inadvertently. Remember, the government spends tons of money on the postal service. Every one of them does, maybe except for Germany with like DHL, but you operate at a loss, and that ends up paying dividends elsewhere. You end up making profit back somewhere else. Does that make sense? Would you rather Dream Chaser being chosen over Starliner right now? I think if we chose Dream Chaser and Dragon for Commercial Crew back in 2014, Dream Chaser wouldn't even be close to flying right now. It's more complicated than Starliner, frankly. The bigger airlines make more money from credit cards than they do from the flights. That's right, Travis, but they're driving an economy that profits elsewhere. Does that make sense, dude? Noobs talk strategy, experts talk logistics. You're damn right, dude. Logistics is key. It's key to driving an economy, so some of these systems operate at a loss. Like, you guys take the rail service in Europe. It's way better than the US, but it probably operates at a loss, but that allows you to get places really, really quickly, and that drives the economy in other ways. We need to apply that to space flight. That's really important. So, like, a lot of people made such a big deal out of ULA getting subsidized. Not subsidized, it wasn't a subsidy. They had contracted services to maintain operational readiness. And, Elon himself said that was a stagnant thing. That's so stupid. That's stagnating the industry. And he's kind of right to an extent. In the context of that conversation, that is correct. It really prevented anybody from trying to break into the space industry, and it stagnated it, right? Because it was one company. But the other argument to that is that if you look at the context in which how ULA was formed, it was formed because of stagnation in the launch industry, because the dot-com bubble burst, and then the launch industry crashed in 1999. That's why they ended up having a contract for operational readiness, because the U.S. government, Uncle Sam, didn't want to lose his capability to launch spy satellites into space. So, that kept the space industry afloat for the most part, or else it would have just dried up. It would have crashed. Right? So we have to, basically, in this day and age, we have to keep going, and they might have to keep dishing these contracts out, but that could potentially open up a space economy that's worth trillions of dollars. Asteroid mining, planetary resource mining, scientific colonies for NASA, like on the moon, logistics services out there, satellite recycling, mission extension vehicle operations. Dude, you can... trillions of dollars. Internet satellite constellations, take that for instance. See what I'm talking about? You can really, dude, there's a lot of money to be made up there. We just got to get over that hump of being able to get up there easier. And that is going to take time. And once again, the most sustainable way forward ain't going to be the least expensive. That's why I don't like when people say, oh, well, Starship's going to be better than SLS because it's going to launch for $2 million. It doesn't matter. Because if SpaceX corners the market, you can be damn sure that $2 million price point ain't staying like that. Hey babe, new weekly challenge. I saw it, dude. I have it open right now. And that is the precise reason right there why I cheer on every single rocket. Because that is the most sustainable way forward. It's super important that we do this. Because, look, you can look to history. Government having only access into space creates stagnation. All right? Commercial market having access into space is great, but that industry can stagnate depending on economic conditions down here. I mean, look at how many companies, how many small sat launch companies right now are venture capital funded out of Silicon Valley. Oops. Not very sustainable. This is why I've always argued for more spending for SLS, and I've always argued for more commercial contracts for Starship. It has to be across the board. The most sustainable way forward is not the least expensive, right? And that's just looking at economic history of the aerospace industry. That's all. Tori Bruno says June, July for the first Vulcan launch. Yeah, Salute. They got to figure out what happened with that Centaur stage. And that's just due diligence for good testing, man. There were folks that tried to paint the Centaur stage blowing up as a catastrophic misstep in ULA. And is this the beginning of the end for ULA? No, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. They blew up a test article on a test stand when they were testing extreme conditions. Shocked Pikachu face. We need more mining industry investment. Well, Tessa, it's not even just mining industry. Guys, everybody goes here and says, like, oh, big pharma this, big pharma that. Guess what? Drugs are more potent if you synthesize them in space. That's proven. From the continuous flow phoresis system, synthrophoresis system. They flew a commercial funded mission on the space shuttle. Continuous flow electrolysis. I forget the name of it. They basically synthesized pharmaceuticals in space on the space shuttle in the 80s and proved that the yields, the drugs were more potent. You could grow more potent drugs in space. That's the truth. It's the truth. And I just said more potent drugs in space, and everyone went, what? Yeah, did someone say space drugs? What? Continuous flow electrophoresis system. That's what it is. CFIS. It's true. It's absolutely true. That's been proven. So, guys, can you imagine if we get the industry sustainable enough to get investment from big pharmaceutical companies on board? You can be damn sure there'll be hotels in space very quickly, and there will be a lot of coffee shops in space. How about getting that, pumping that into a commercial space economy? That wouldn't suck. There's already a market for buying beer that's flown into where the hops have flown into space. There's already a market for that. Let's get the alcohol industry involved too while we're at it. Screw it, man. Anything that we could do, man. When I retire from work, I want to be able to take a vacation to the damn moon. Okay, this is how you do this. Which kind of coffee shops? Yes. I don't know, man. That trip could go real bad real quick, dude. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea. It'd be sweet for a second, but if something goes wrong, that could go south real fast, man. Smoke weed on the moon. Just make sure you do it outside, all right? You don't want to get fumes inside of the spacecraft. Imagine someone hotboxing an EVA suit. Oh my god, that'd be so ridiculous. You wouldn't be able to see anything. It'd just be freaking clouds, dude. Oh my god. That would be so ridiculous, man. Oh, for real. That'd be nuts. I wouldn't want to do that at all. That would be terrible. That doesn't sound fun. Check out Lord Stompy's comment. I don't see that. I'm so glad I came all the way out here to do this. In the next century, do you think we could have millions of people living in space? It's possible. Shrooms in space would not be, dude. I would be so paranoid that something would go wrong. You know, if we like if you took shrooms in space, I'd be so paranoid that something would go wrong that I wouldn't do it. My trip would go south real quick. I wouldn't do it. I'd be like, no, I'm not doing that. They'd have to you'd have to have like an isolation room, like close the airlock and just chill in the airlock and disable all the controls because the trip could go south so fast, dude. I wouldn't want to do that at all. I called up my girlfriend. She said, "Come on over." Nobody's home. Then I went over, and nobody was home. I get no respect, Patton. I tell you, get no respect. I tell you. That would be bad. I don't want none of that. I don't want none of that. What I said is, what I've said in the past. Like I get asked this when we cover launches and stuff. People are like, "Man, getting drunk in space would be crazy." I'm like, no, it wouldn't. What happens when you throw up? You don't want that. You think you want that, but you don't want that. You don't want that at all. You don't want that at all. Trust me, you don't want that. Nobody wants that. They think they do, but they don't. I missed the Italian hands when you were on NSF. I was doing it figuratively, man. Get this space drunk tank blue. That would be terrible, dude. Dude, exactly, anesthesia. Can you imagine if you're growing plants in space and you had allergies? Do you want nasal drip in space? That would be awful. Dude, that would be terrible. Do you want a migraine in space? That would suck. That would be, migraines are already horrible. That would suck. It would suck so much. I don't want none of that, dudes. I don't want none of that at all. I don't want none of that at all. I mean, silly, it gives a new meaning to projectile vomiting. you'd throw up and just keep going in that direction. That would be terrible. Oh my god, that would suck so much, dude. Can you imagine having to pick? It's a pain in the butt to pick up and down when you're in gravity. That would suck in microgravity, dude. That would be horrible. That would be horrible. You don't want that. You think you want that, but you don't want that at all. Oh. Propulsive, yeah, you'd puke and you'd start flipping end over end, and that would just make it worse, and you'd throw up again. You would enter an unrecoverable loss of control. Do you think that the adult entertainment industry could get into space? Squall, I'm sure... I don't know. I don't really think about this when I talk about driving the space economy, I'll be honest with you. Now, there might be some mechanical problems there, but I can't say there is a 0 chance of that not happening. I'm sure there's a market for it. So I'm sure somebody's like, yeah, I want that. You know, like, I'm sure there will be a demand for it. That if humans are going into space, there will be a demand for that. For adult, absolutely. Yeah, duh. I mean, I'm a little worried about the mechanics. You could hurt yourself very easily. I don't like this conversation. Can we go back to talking about something else? Don't act like you wouldn't. Oh, no. I'm not saying I would. I'm just saying I don't want to have this conversation on stream. But I'll just say yes, and we'll go from there. Easy. Padded room. That's your solution. A padded room. Have you ever... Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay. Pole dancing would look cool in microgravity? Yeah, pole dancing would be all fine and dandy, but except for the fact that if someone's spinning around the pole too quickly, the entire spacecraft can tilt. You didn't think about that, did you? You didn't think about that, did you? Nope. Think about it. Spinning around on that thing will cause gyroscopic precession. You could literally take a spacecraft out of orientation. Think about it. And if you saturate the gyros on your gyroscopically stabilized craft, you got a big problem. Yeah, Erudite, I don't want that. I don't want that. You're such a party killer. Oh my god. What? I'm just being realistic, dude. That's my job. My job is to teach you about physics. Just make the pole gyroscopically offset. So we want a pole that is spinning, that's on a gyroscope, with a person spinning on it inside. That sounds like a death trap in space. I don't want this. I don't think you want this either. That's not the fun time you think it is. SpaceX versus Blue Origin, the new VHS versus Betamax. There's got to be a market for it. I'm not going to say that there isn't a market for it. Y'all are thirsty. Y'all are thirsty. Look, okay, all right, Squall, here's some pretty good evidence, okay? If we set up a city or something on the moon, it's going to need an internet connection to Earth, right? We need an internet connection. The ISS has an internet connection, and wherever the internet goes, a lot of thirsty people go. Y'all are thirsty. Y'all are too thirsty. Get your thirst out of my stream. No exceptions, Grav. No exceptions. Actually, I'm quite parched. Yeah, me too. World's first 6-axis pole dance. That would be strange, Jeep. Honestly, that sounds like a death trap. Yes. I wonder what space martial arts would look like. I mean, 95, how are you going to pin somebody, dude? How are you going to pin somebody without gravity? They could literally just bloop, go away. I will say, you know what would be fun in space? In Dish, you're going where my mind's going. Can you imagine? Think about like a geodesic dome with glass, right? Like Ender's Game, right? Playing paintball in there. Having like a little jetpack that shoots out like nitrox or something. And playing paintball in space. That would be nuts, dude. That would be absolutely nuts. Like, there's a bunch of floating, like, things that you could take cover behind. You'd have to, like, kind of zoom off one and grab another. That would be crazy, dude. It's literally Ender's Game. But seriously, whenever you fired the paintball gun, that's outgassing. You'd have to deal with Newton's third law, because if you fired it, if you didn't fire it on your center of mass, you're just going to start flipping out of control. You'd have to use the paintball gun like RCS. A trampoline room would be fun. How would the I don't think that's a good idea. I know you're a paintballer because you... Oh, dude, once upon a time, Fistus, I was good at that. You know? Can you do this? Look at that. Dude, I was pretty good at it, man. I was pretty good. I stopped doing it in college. Yeah, you got to get that double trigger. Just... I had a Tippmann 98 custom, dude. Nice little paintball gun. I don't know where it is. I have no idea where that ended up. This, DMCA warning. Oh, okay. Mutter, what do we got, dude? What do we got? Well, this spectacular footage of SLS is going on. The FAA this week has been expecting to issue SpaceX's license on Thursday or Friday, pending completion of one environmental item related to Starship's splashdown zones, per two people close to the mission planning. One source says that the item is pretty much complete and today is likely. I mean, all the information, guys, with the TFRs is pointing towards temporary flight restrictions, notice to air missions, the Not Mars notice to marine missions. Everything is pointing towards Monday. If the license doesn't get issued today, it's not happening on Monday because the government don't work over the weekend. What? Sorry. My bad. Let's see. Oh. Hang on a little bit. Boosters and ignition. FA does work on the weekend. Yeah. It's more of a joke, Scrub, but yeah, I got you. This actually happened. Can you believe that? So this is 7. There's 7 seconds to every 1 second on the Met timer behind me here. That's a lot of frames, dude. 120 frames, something like that. This one is not as... See the frequency on the lights blinking? It's a lot faster than it was on the other cameras. This has lower frames per second than the other cameras. Seeing the light from the SRB ignition is like a holy light shining down on you from the clouds. It's glorious. Have you ever noticed when you're driving and someone is going slower than you, they're an idiot, but if someone is going faster than you, they're a maniac? George Carlin made my brain hurt sometimes, Patton. I mean, I just counted it, dude. For every second on the Met timer, it was 7 seconds real time. Oh, boosters! Watch back here. Dude, the pressure shift, the overpressure event from the SRBs igniting literally condensed the air out of the atmosphere. That's unbelievable. The pressure wave was so ridiculous that the water vapor in the atmosphere condensed for a second. You know how much power you need to be able to do that? Think atomic blast. Yeah, think an atomic weapon. Watch right here when the SRBs ignite. At least 6 horsepower. Yep. Any F1 car? Dude, F1 cars, the amount of energy in the amount of total impulse an F1 car has is nothing compared to this. One shuttle engine has probably more characteristic energy firing for 8 minutes than probably every single F1 race during a season, with all the cars running at full blast the entire time. Yeah, not even close. Watch. Ready? 2, 1. Boosters and ignition. Watch. See? See it right there? It condensed the air this way, and then it shot out of the flame trench the other way. Watch the air. What? Oh, that's so cool. Freaking vapor cone coming out of the flame trench. You need an insane amount of power to do that. What happened to this peanut butter? Well, Jackal, you said you weren't going to use it, so I did. Think you could throw a Jay Schlong reference past me? No. Nah, son. And then the doors flew off. I want to see if we could. I'm trying to look through this footage, Mutter, and see if we could see the doors flying out the flame trench. Graph Shark. What kind of Reddit tier take is that? Oh. Real kings leave the lid off so you could just get a scoop of peanut butter at any... You're sick. You are sick in the head, man. Oh. It's Ted Lasso. Okay, that explains a lot. So this footage of Artemis 1, this slow-mo footage of Artemis 1 just, NASA just posted this on their website, on the Images website, dude. It is straight eye candy, dude. Those launch pads, sir, are built strong. Keen, this wasn't built strong enough. There are armored doors protecting the elevator shaft. SLS blew the doors off of the launch pad. That's how much power this thing had. Oh. Hot sauce and peanut butter sandwiches are amazing. I've seen what you eat, S. I don't think they are. I've seen what food makes you happy, right? Don't you think it would be cool if I uploaded these videos on YouTube without monetization crediting the OG source? The YouTube player is honestly so much better, and the pieces are priceless. I'm sure you could probably do that. I would ask. So there's contact information at the beginning of the video. Ask that person. Salute. Yeah. Ask the public affairs officer. But see, here's the thing. You got to reach out to NASA. NASA won't reach out to you. It's very rare that they do that. They can't do that by law, which I think is like one of the most insanely idiotic things that we have. You know, the government has no problem with the Army doing that. The Army will reach out to you. Recruiters just cold call you. Why doesn't NASA do that? Yeah. I just blew your freaking mind, man. Yeah, Mutter, there's a lot of good stuff in these videos. I know, Keen, isn't it nuts, dude? Oop, too far. Bruh. SLS be like, bruh. Yeah, he's merged with GPT, Craftshark. Oh, Starship gonna look like this. Starship gonna look like that. Not the SRB plumes. It's gonna look more like the shuttle motors. So this camera seems to be looking down underneath the ML at a 3/4 view. You ever play Skyrim? No. Dude. Oh. Alright, let's... And you're absolutely right. Re-uploading this with the YouTube player would probably be better, so you could put in the bookmarks and stuff, the categories, things. I forget what they're called. It's crazy that it's been 5 months already since SLS. I can't believe this happened, Mutter. It still's messing with my head that we sent something back to the moon. We sent a human-rated spacecraft back to the moon, and we're gonna do it again in less than we're gonna do it again in about a year with people on board. Hope it is safe. I think NASA, of all people, has learned in the past what happens when you're laissez-faire about safety with their rockets. We're all right. SLS has an interim human rating, Travis. Yeah. It's an interim human rating certification. So on paper, it is human rated, but actually, here's how this is going to work. SLS is not human rated on paper right now. Right before they launch Artemis 2, so in about maybe a year and a half, something like that, it's probably going to end up being late 2024, just because of all this data that they need to comb through with Artemis 1, and this is part of the reason why it's going to take so long. You have to comb through all of this data, all of this footage, all the telemetry that was downloaded from that rocket, from in real time, from its entire mission. The mission took, what, 3 weeks? That's a lot of telemetry, dude. They're going through everything. And this is part of receiving your human rating certification, like a human rating a spacecraft. This is part of it. The telemetry should corroborate the analytical data that they did for SLS. So basically, first thing you do when you want to go to build a rocket, you do a lot of math. A lot of math. That's called your analytical data. So that's what you think the rocket is going to do. And then you corroborate your analytical data with testing. Okay? So you test it. All right? If the testing data corroborates the math, basically if the math checks out, then you're good to go. They have to make sure that all the math from Artemis 1 checks out. And so far it's good. I'm not necessarily sure if we'd hear about it necessarily. There were some funnies from the Artemis 1 mission that they did figure out later. Orion's heat shield ablated in a way that they didn't understand. Personally, I think that's due to the lack of heat shield testing. It's almost like it would have been better to test Orion's heat shield going to the ISS with routine trips. Funny how that works. But that doesn't mean that you can't figure out why it did that with just one test flight, right? So right now they're combing through the data and the telemetry from the Artemis 1 mission and making sure it corroborates the analytical data. That takes time. Doing your due diligence there in that regard and making sure that that your math checks out is what grants you an interim human rating certification. Basically, all the testing proves, the math proves that this works. Guys, the thing about it is, we tend to think, like with anything with aerospace, planes, rockets, even cars or whatever, that a part is just going to magically just break like it does in the movies. Like in the movies, you drive, the protagonist is driving their car, and all of a sudden the wheel falls off. I can relate. Here's the thing: the wheel fell off for a reason. If the wheel was attached correctly, it would not fall off because that engineering has already been done. physics tends to be very uniform in this regard. The laws of physics are inalienable. They're going to, it's just, dude, what's going to happen if I take this bottle and let it go? It's going to drop. 10 times out of 10, it's going to do the exact same thing. It'll be a little bit different because of how I release the can every time, right? Because human, but it's more or less the same thing every time. Physics is very uniform in this regard. And that's very important to understand. The math will check out, and physics doesn't change. There are variables, absolutely. And if you don't take those variables into account, launching SRBs in the cold, you're going to have an issue. Abso-freaking-lutely. But if you make the same, more or less the same circumstances every time and launch the same rocket in the same more or less the same circumstances, weather permitting, every single time, it's going to do the same thing every time. And that's hard for us as humans to wrap your mind around it, right? It doesn't, because our perception of reality doesn't work like that, you know? But honestly, that's how it is. Physics is super uniform. The laws are inalienable. You can rely on the laws of physics as a concrete datum in your life for guaranteeing an outcome, right? And you can use math to prove it, which is pretty insane, right? So if they corroborate the analytical data, right, with the Artemis 1 test, they'll get an interim human rating certification. And then they'll put people on it, and if Artemis 2, you know, Jeb willing, if Artemis 2 goes correctly, Orion will be officially human rated. After Artemis 2, after they comb through the data on that and make sure that it's fine. I hate when my SRBs fall off. L plus SRB plus you fell off. Remove the human. The computer does not make mistakes. That's not exactly true, Keenbop. Computers can make mistakes if the constructs for said parameters, which were coded by a person, are analogous. Excuse me. I was about to say analemous. Freudian slip. Lovely. We were talking about the adult industry in space a little bit earlier. Anyway. You know, computers are wrong and right depending on the constructs that were set up by humans. And that is the precise reason why I don't care if NASA goes slow. That's fine, because they're combing through the data and they're combing the desert with an afro pick and making sure that all the sand is nice and uniform. True story. I always screw up some mundane detail. Yeah, you don't want to Michael Bolton the spacecraft, Grits. That's how you wind up flying by Venus instead of flying by the moon. I always do that. I always screw up some mundane detail. Ah! Well, this is not a mundane detail, Michael! You are Michael Bolton? That's your real name? So, any relation to the singer at all? I'll admit, I love his music. I do. I'm a Michael Bolton fan. For my money, it doesn't get any better when he sings When a Man Loves a Woman. I celebrate the guy's entire catalog. Actually, I say that exact thing about Mike Judge. I love Mike Judge's work. I do. I'm a Michael Judge fan. For my money, it doesn't get better when he does Beavis and Butthead and King of the Hill. I celebrate the man's entire catalog. Anyway. Much funny, very stimulated. Yes, very funny. Laughing now. Very funny. Yep. New Beavis and Butthead is pretty good, Electron. And also, Electron, you're tempting me. Electron, dude, maybe we can figure something out, okay? Actually, Electron, here, I don't mean to do this in public on stream, so I'll be vague about it. How about I just fix it? What do you think about that? How about I just fix it? Did you watch Space Kids 3D? Lord Stompy, I actually don't know what that is, so I don't celebrate the man's entire catalog. Whoops. Just fix it. It's only 4 bolts. You shut your filthy freaking mouth. You shut your filthy mouth, man. I busted face on that stupid truck yesterday. Look at it. Oh. Oh, it's perfect in every way. No, seriously. The rear end is, like, about as close as I could get to immaculate with what I have, with the resources that I have in the garage. The paint on some parts of the frame didn't take very well, but whatever. I don't know. Maybe you just need to get it up there. Electron, I think that might be a good idea. Because think about it, dude. If I do that, you know, provided I can gain the skills to be able to fix a problem like that, right? It's great content for the stream, dude. It's great content for the stream. I make money off of it either way, you know what I'm saying? And you get to keep your baby. So you know what I'm saying? That sounded so wrong on so many levels. Yeah. Did you do a body painting stream? No, Caden, I painted the frame, and I did it off stream, dude. Are you being a midwife now? We're not talking about people, Wrecker. Talking about cars, man. Paint on the frame is not perfect. Just play the music louder. Yep. You painted the frame in the mood. So you're going to Starbase for the orbital flight test or not? No, probably not, Salute. I'd rather be here with you guys, dude. If that makes any sense. We'll send pictures. All right. Easiest way to get skills is to just do it. Yeah. I really need to learn to weld, Ford. I think that's what's becoming very apparent here. We'll get learning. Okay. This footage is baller, dude. Yeah, Salute. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is not going to be the last Starship launch, and I kind of do want to be there for the beginning, but also, I'm going to be out of town next weekend. Yeah. Not this weekend coming up, but the weekend after that. I'm going to be out of town. So, going to Texas and then going somewhere else after that is going to be that's a little logistically challenging. You're at some scrap in practice. It's not hard once you get the technique. Yeah, Geek, you know what, dude? This might sound stupid. I'm confident enough for me to learn. I know how welding works, like, at a physical level. I know what it's doing, all right? Like, it's literally, I'm just being a lazy schmuck about practicing. That's honestly it. I have a welder right there. We could go practice right now, but it's one of those things that, you know, you always want to get around to do it, and yeah. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't constantly bring it up on stream just to keep it in my head, so you guys will eventually get so far up my tail about it that my brain will end up prioritizing it. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like that's a thing, but that's absolutely a thing. Okay, Grab Shark. Yeah. How many channel points to get you welding? Oh, I don't know. So what you're saying is we need to constantly bug you until you do it. Yeah, geek, of course. Stubborn freaking Italian. What do you want from me? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's why I keep bringing it up. I'm sure you understand what I mean. Don't work molten metal in high currents when tired. Yeah, I mean, that would be a reasonable thing, Oculus, yeah. We want you working with a milling machine. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm working with my dad, dude. I want a full machine shop in here. My goals for the shop, in an ideal scenario, is a full machine shop. Well, not necessarily a full machine shop. I want a lathe and I want a mill. Okay? In there, so we can make stuff. And then learning to weld on top of that, we'll make whatever we want. That is the goal. So if I want to do some Colin Furs style stuff, we could do that. No, I'm not digging a tunnel to my garage. I'm crazy, but I ain't Colin crazy. That guy is on another level of nuts. In a good way, I like that YouTube channel a lot. Don't forget a CNC router and press brake. Yeah, that's what I mean. I want a full metal shop, and I need welders and stuff. I might need to make the garage bigger to do something like that, but that's what I mean. That's the goal, guys, and I'm trying to move towards making this a full shop. But that's not something that you do in a day unless you hit the lottery. It's something that you work on over time. I already have a drill press. I have a bench grinder. I do not have a belt sander. What's the clearance from those wires? 300 feet. So it's just the camera angle. They're pretty damn far away. Build a TBM. Well, Agalex, so let me put it to you like this, guys. Let me put it to you like this. I'm going to pause this for a second. If I learn to weld, I can make the stuff, the crazy mechanical contraptions that we make in Kerbal, I can make that in real life. Welding is just the key to doing it. Oh yeah, also a CNC plasma cutter. CNC plasma cutter would be nice because I don't, welding you don't even really want to just CNC plasma cut the parts out of metal and just. Why couldn't you move somewhere ward so I could move bio and we could have a full service shop? Just move here. Cape's nice. It's not the most cost effective around here, Geek, but owning property in Massachusetts isn't the worst thing. It's cold though. Yeah, it doesn't get cold on the Cape, dude. We're by the ocean. The ocean keeps it warm. We got maybe an inch of snow. Maybe an inch of snow this entire winter. And I've talked to all the people down here. They don't salt the roads either, for what it's worth. No 3D printer? I have 2 3D printers, Nighthound. But I don't want to print stuff in PLA. Alright, Flykin, what's this? All right. That SLS footage, I'm going to have to go through that later. We do have a new Kerbal challenge. Alright, Flykin, what is this? What did you find? Look what the cat dragged in, boys. We could, Erudite, yeah. Could they pipe hydrogen into the SRBs for more boom? Blue, it'd probably be better to get more oxidizer in there, dude. There are some hybrid SRBs that have nitrous injection, dude. But it really depends on what propellant you're using. Some propellants have more oxidizer caked into the SRB for exactly what you're talking about. Some have less for nitrous injection for better combustion, right? Some of them have both. You can make a tri-propellant hybrid engine with like kerosene, nitrous, and an SRB. You can do stuff like that, sure. Not very efficient, but it has its applications. This has an inline 6 in it, Flykin, doesn't it? See that? Let me see. Let me find the rest of the pictures, bud. Not good. Not good. Rushed smushed. It's a nice looking car nonetheless. I mean, absolutely, but this is a Pennsylvania. That's a Pennsylvania car all day. Oh no. Flykin, it has the title. That's good. The guy wants $2,200 for this? No, $1,000. $1,000. Do not go any higher. So okay, look. All right, learning experience here. See that right there? That's bad. That means there's rot. So that means nobody took care of this car. It was driven into the ground, and then it sat after that for a long time because of how the tires are, right? See that right there? That's rot in the rockers. So the Mustang is a unibody design. So now you're getting into some serious metal work. And I will tell you what, if it's rusting there, it's rusting in the frame. So the floorboards are gone too. Abso-freaking-lutely. All the structure in the unibody is right there. It's all right where it's rotted. That's a very big structural point of the car. Another thing to note here. Look at the driver's side door. See how the driver's side door doesn't line up? That means it's rusted all the way up to the first door hinge. The first door hinge is rotted completely, enough to sag the door. That means there's no structure in the A-pillar. If you wanted to fix this, car, provided you had the skills and the resources to do it, and once again, I'm not saying that you don't. It's still a cool car. It's a 65 Mustang Coupe. You can't lose. But it also has an inline 6 in it. There's a 200 straight 6 in this car. You can tell because it's 4-lug. So, see the 4-lug nuts? They didn't put V8s with the 4 lugs. They only put inline 6s with it. The title says 66. 65 and 66, they didn't change very much, but if this thing is so damn rotted, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. So, Flykin, this thing right here is a frame-off resto candidate. You'd need to take the entire thing apart. This isn't a just fix the brake lines and get the engine running and drive it type deal. This car will kill you if you drive it wrong. See the door? See how the door doesn't line up? It's because the structure in there is totally gone. Hey, Rocket, 68-month resub. Thanks, dude. That would car would be one hell of a project. It'd take a lot of time and patience. So, now, here's the thing, Flykin. I think there's too many people. This is just honestly my opinion. There's too many people nowadays that look at a 65 Mustang and say, yeah, no, it's too far gone. We don't need that. That's junk. That's junk, scrap metal. However, you know, when I was a kid, dude, when I was younger, we were only 30 years out from the 1960s, right? Now we're 60 years out from the 1960s, okay? It's getting harder and harder to find these things for cheap. Guy wants $2,200 for a 66 Mustang with an inline 6 in it. When I would read the want ads growing up in like the late 90s, that car was worth $300-400 at best. Guy wants $2,200 for that thing. That car needs, if you took that to a shop and you said, I want this car frame off restoed, 20 grand all day. Now, here's the thing. If you did it yourself, probably 10 grand in parts. And you know, your time is valuable, right? But also at the same time, dude, I would call this car still savable, right? It's definitely savable. Any car from the 60s is savable because there's no plastic. It's all metal. You can fix it. Easy peasy. But $2,200 is a little steep considering this car needs to be completely taken apart. Dude, this project would be hard for me to do. That would be difficult for me to get done because once again, don't know how to weld. That's a lot of weld. You can't just throw parts at this thing and fix it. The unibody is wrecked. And it's really wrecked on the driver's side for whatever reason. Look at the body panel gap right there. That door is junk. That door is junk. The A-pillar's junk. Look at how rusty it is. The rocker is junk, which means the floorboard is gone. There's no floor in this car. The rugs are covering up holes in the floor. This is a Flintstones mobile all day. I can see the rot right there. I'll bet it's had a collision. No, I wouldn't say a collision. Maybe on the rear bumper, Aqualex, right there. But I don't think this car's been in a collision. The body gap looks okay. The body gap for the parts where there is where it's still all kind of working, like that doesn't look too bad. But look, see, it's not aligned, which means that the door hinge is rusty, is rotted completely off. This car was driven into the ground. It wasn't maintained. Also, the hood is rusting too. See how it's bent? The hood is rusting. If the hood is rusting, dude, I don't know. Somebody must have parked this. This car may have been underwater at some point. Like, it is so ridiculously crusty. I mean, this is like almost beyond salt damage, dude. Yeah, Pylum, I'm kind of thinking this thing has been submerged at some point. Somebody left it in their backyard, and their backyard flooded, and the car was underwater. That's just so much rust, dude. Found you a new beanie? I have that. I have one of those. Kelly Blue Book says $800 to $1,300 for a 66 in that condition. Yeah, Ford, that's why I said $1,000. I sent a picture of the floorboards in front of the driver passenger seats. Dude, this car has been in water. Look at the seats. Yeah, this car has been submerged up to the dash. That's why it's so rusty. Yeah, this car is, yeah, absolutely been underwater. So, here's the thing, dude. That's a 64 Plymouth. Well, that thing's been underwater too, dude. You don't get mold on the top of the back of the seats without it being underwater. That Plymouth does have an 833, though. It has an 833 4-speed and a factory tack, so that thing is kind of cool. But this is the Mustang floorboards. Yeah, the rugs are covering holes in the floor. Images that you can literally smell. This probably smells like a litter box that's in the middle of a freaking locker room. Yeah, it's 3-speed C3 right there. This is an inline 6 car all day. So the other thing is, guys, I'm looking at that picture. It doesn't necessarily look like it's been underwater, but I'll tell you what has happened here. The seals on the windshield are gone. They're dry rotted to hell. So whenever it rains, water gets through and water trickles down in here. And that explains why the car looks so musty inside. That Plymouth, though, the Plymouth has definitely been underwater. That's been in the water. Absolutely. That's been submerged. I don't know how or why. Somebody drove it into a lake at some point. This thing, I think, just has the seals leak on the windshield. And then, so what happens is that water gets in here. It goes through the dash, which is all electric. That's good. And then it goes and pools down here. You can see where the floor, you can see where the mat right there is 2 different colors. They didn't make it, Ford didn't make a 2-tone rug from the factory, okay? You see the color of this and you see the color of that? Yeah, water is pooled down here. So, what probably happened is that it sat for so long, it sat through the horrible snow. Well, so here's the thing. This is 10 grand. 10 to 15 grand, I would say, of work. If you took it to a shop, probably 20 to 25 now that I'm looking at it. It's a cool car, but it's in the inline 6 car. It's not really, I'm not going to say that it's not worth saving. I personally think that every car from the 60s was worth saving because barn finds are getting rarer and rarer. Okay, it is becoming way more difficult, especially post-pandemic for some reason, to find an old car that's fun to drive, that's for a low price. You used to be able to do it all the time. Like, for instance, my 59. The 59, I could have got, dude, I could have bought a good running 59 F100 10 years ago, $1,000, $1,500, 2,000, 5,000 if you want one immaculate. Now they go for 25 grand. What about a 68? 68 and 69 are the most popular years for the Mustang S-Master. Good luck finding one. This Plymouth owner is delusional. He wants 9 grand for it. Show me under the hood. Fly can find me a picture under the hood. Find me a picture under the hood. I'll tell you why he wants 9 grand. I think I know the reason. You bought your 69 Mustang in 1997 for $1,000 and it had a 427 in it. Yeah, Fire Vistas, that's a $150,000 car nowadays. Raised block. So, there is a reason why the guy wants 9 grand for this car. There's a very good reason. It's a B-body Chrysler. It's a B-body Chrysler with a 440 in it. That's a 440 Magnum. But it's a B-body Chrysler with a 440 in it and a 4-speed. That's still in the car. And that looks to be the original engine. It's a 440 with a 4-speed. That's why the guy wants 9 grand for it. Are you sure? That engine isn't anything special. It's 440 with a 4-speed matching numbers car, Hellfish. Probably not worth 9 grand, but it is worth something. It's a Sport Fury, yeah. Here, look. Look. So it's a 3rd gen, or no. Let me look at it again. If it was in cleanish running condition. Oh, yeah, they're highballing all day, of course. Yeah, that's the one. That's what it's supposed to look like. So, check this out. Yep, raised block 440, see? The RB, the Mopar RB engine, not the Nissan one. Nissan came later. So, it's a 440 with an A833 4-speed, dude. So that means it's a 65 to 68. But actually, Flykin, you said it was a 64, right? 426? That's not a Hemi. That is not a 2nd gen Hemi. Absolutely not. This guy doesn't know what he has. That's not a Hemi. No way. Not even close. But that's not a 440. That's a 4... So, okay. If I can use... What year did you say this was? It's just what the listing says. Yeah, the guy doesn't know anything about Mopars. It's not a 4... That is not a Hemi. Not even close. It's an RB. So it's a raised block. It's a raised block, big block Chrysler. It's a 64. So if it's a raised big block Chrysler, that's a 413 engine. I think. Let me go look. I have to go look at Wikipedia again. Yeah. 413. 62 to 64. It's a 6.7 liter raised block V8. It could be a 383. It's either one. But it is definitely not a 426. I will show you. I will show you what one of those looks like. The valve covers are unmistakable in 1964. The reason why is because the 426 was in 64, all right? In 64, Chrysler made the 426 a max wedge engine. That's what it's supposed to look like. Now, that thing has the right valve cover on it, for sure. But it has the right air filter on it, but that's not the right valve cover, and that's not the right exhaust manifold. The exhaust manifold on the Hemi does not look like that. It looks like that. It's an RB engine. That's not a Hemi. That's what the Hemis looked like in 1964. That's called a max wedge. You see the two carburetors are stanced like this? The reason why they did that, the reason why the carburetors are kind of staggered like that and not in line like you'd see on a Ford or a Chevy big block, is because Chrysler was experimenting with engine aerodynamics. The max wedge motor, has the two carburetors side by side, almost, basically. They couldn't fit them side by side, so they staggered them. And what they did it's basically a low-profile tunnel ram intake. That's what the max wedge is. See it right there? So the carburetor that's on the left or the right-hand side of this picture feeds the left bank, and the carburetor on the right bank here, or on the right left-hand side of this picture, feeds the right bank. This one goes over there. That one goes over there. The reason why they did that is to generate torque on the lower end. Long runners, so long pipes that go from the carburetor to the engine, will give you more low-end torque on a motor. Chrysler was trying to make something faster for NASCAR. That's why they made the max wedge engine. The max wedge engine is quick. How did the ESA launch go? I have no idea. I wanted to check this video. Hold on a second here. Let me take a look at something. You know what, fellas? I could be wrong. Let me take a look here. So that's a max wedge right there all day. Interesting. Interesting. Sound, please. It's just music, dudes. So I'm looking at that Hemi right there. That's a max wedge, and it has that exhaust manifold. But see, the exhaust manifold on the Hemi kind of goes up. It doesn't stay flat like that. But then again, see how it kind of goes out? So it's crossflow. Yeah, max wedge crossflow, dude. It's really cool. But see, now I'm looking at this. So this is strange to me, okay? So something is throwing me off here. Because if you look at this picture of a 64 Belvedere, which is a very similar car, right? Belvedere was on a C chassis at that point, not a B body. They switched to a B body later. If you look at that right there, that has the right air filter on it. The distributor's in the right spot, but the spark plug wires go into the top of the valve covers. The interesting thing here is that they don't in this design, but that video right there, the video right here, with the max wedge motor, it has those same kind of exhaust manifolds. I might be... But that exhaust manifold doesn't exactly look right. See, that doesn't look exactly the same. Now, here's the thing.
Discovery, go at
That's not a max wedge motor, all right? And it has valve covers that look like a raised block, that look like an RB engine. But if you look at this picture right here, where was that picture? That one right there from the YouTube video. Might be a custom exhaust? Maybe. It's very clear that Chrysler did have that on a Hemi. Ram Charger 426. But this type of exhaust, the one that you see in the picture, right, doesn't look exactly like the one that you see here, but it kind of does. but the valve covers look right. I don't ever recall a Hemi having the spark plugs on the sides. It's a wedge motor. Yeah, wedge and Hemi. So they made a 426 wedge and a 426 Hemi. That's what that is. So it is a 426. All right. See, it's very easy to get confused with the RB motor. The RB motor looks exactly like that. It's a max wedge. Yep. That is a max wedge car, but see, here's what's throwing me off here. It's a max wedge car, but it has the wrong carburetor and intake manifold on it. Now I'm wondering if Chrysler made a max wedge motor with that dual intake, that dual plenum intake that crisscrosses like this, and another max wedge motor with just a 4-barrel carburetor and a Magnum configuration. Interesting. Now I'm getting a little confused here. Nice dish. The same dude that's selling the 64 Plymouth is selling this one. Sent picture. I'm not. Yo, you're going too fast, dude. You showed me a Mustang, a Plymouth, and then another car. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out what this is. Hemi's always had the spark plugs in the center of the head. Yeah, Tigers. That's how I could tell you this isn't a Hemi. But then again, the guy in Flykin's listing, the guy in the classified never said that. He said it was a 426. So this could be a 426 wedge motor. In fact, I think I might be wrong on this one. But see, every time you type in 426 wedge, well, see, that one has the right. It could be an aftermarket intake. Yeah. That's the exact picture I brought up, SVO. Yeah. A wedge wouldn't work with a 4-barrel. I mean, guys would take this stuff off because it's too complicated for the street cars, and they'd replace it with a single carburetor just to make the car more streetable. That's something that happens all the time. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing, dudes. You want to know what makes these cars super rare and super sought after, and why the guy's asking $9 grand for it? Those parts right there. If it doesn't have those parts, all right, those intake manifolds are very rare because Chrysler didn't make a lot of them. And a lot of people took them off and scrapped them because it's great for a race car, but terrible for the street. I did, Sawyer, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that car is cool. And if it's a matching numbers wedge car, I mean, dude, she's rough. That is not worth $9 grand. But it is a matching numbers. It looks to be matching. Or at least close, but then again, the intake manifold and not having a wedge intake on there kind of suggests otherwise. If it's a matching numbers wedge car with an A833 behind it, then maybe that's worth $9 grand. $9 grand is way too much. That's way too much for that car. How would they get it to work? With some bolts and some Permatex? I mean, Goalie, how can you say that it wouldn't work with a 4-barrel when there's literally a picture of one with a 4-barrel on the screen? I don't understand. How can you look at it and say, oh, that wouldn't work? Also a single. That is... Go away. See, the single has these crazy, ridiculous headers or exhaust manifolds that go up, right? That one doesn't have that. That one has very flat manifold. Like, what is this motor? I don't think it's a max wedge. It could be, but I don't know, man. That's hard to say. I'd have to go look at the numbers on the block. How would they get what to work? Goalie, are you talking about the max wedge motor? Or I must have misunderstood. What are we talking about here? What do you mean? The max wedge? How did they get that to work? Pulleys. Here, I'll show you. Steve Mignante took this picture. It's a guy from my neck of the woods. So, goalie, right here, throttle cable attaches on a hinge assembly. That hinge assembly actuates back and forth, right? It's basically it does this, right? And then there's another piece up here that does that. So if you push, it goes back and forth like this. That actuates on a hinge over here, and that's what turns the primaries on the carburetor. So first one connects there, goes through there, that thing, and that moves the primary, that moves the throttle on the second carb. What does my neck of the woods mean from where I live? So Steve Mignante is an automotive journalist. He does, if you're into cars at all, you've probably seen him at some point. He does a lot of commentary on Meekum and Barrett Jackson and stuff. He is from Massachusetts. He lives in Massachusetts. He lives not far from me, but then again, it's a small state, so what do I know? Anyway, Flagon, yeah, if it's a real max wedge car, it's not worth $9,000 in that condition, but it is worth some money. If it has the matching numbers motor, so if it's the motor that came in the car from the factory with the transmission that came in the car from the factory, it is worth some cash. That's why guy's asking $9,000, because he wants the highball. I'm learning what to look for. How bad is this rust? Okay, I can take a look. Massachusetts isn't a small state. Yeah, Jim, you're just saying that because you're from an even smaller state. And Jim, you know good and well, if I said, it's a little ways away, someone would be like, no, Massachusetts isn't a big state. I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. So I just pick one and go. And I'm going to get crap for it either way. All right. 12.9 for this. So that's a 79, right? It says 79 right there, but it's very clear if you've watched this stream before that I look at the pictures first because I'm 12 secretly. So here's an interesting thing. Cuban, you want to learn some stuff about these trucks. So Ford made that style, that body style with that grille for 2 years, 1978 and 1979. The difference between a 78 and a 79, one of the big ones that you can tell, is the headlights. On a 78, F100, it has the same grille with the same square headlight bezels, but a circle headlight. See what I'm talking about? And then halfway through 1978, they switched to that, which is interesting. Ford is actually notorious for this, and this is why people don't like Fords, because Ford would just switch something if they found a better way to do it. If they found a cheaper way to do it, they just switch. So you get like 3 different designs of brakes for one design of car throughout like 10 years, which is really annoying. And that's definitely annoying. Chevy, on the other hand, in the 60s and the 70s, they would engineer the best part that they possibly can and just make a crap ton of it to keep the cost down. Which, yeah, makes Chevys notoriously interchangeable, which is why people like them so much. Compared to California, Alaska, and Texas, it is a small state. That's what I'm saying. So this one is it's either a late 78 or an early 79 fiscal year truck. It looks pretty good, man. That doesn't look too bad. There is a dent. It's been dinged up, so she's been used, right? So this is an F250. Obviously, it says F250 right there. You could tell because it's got the heavy duty hubs, 8 lugs. It is 4x4, so you have front wheel and rear wheel drive with a transfer case. The easy way to tell, because some F250s didn't come with 4x4. Some F250s just came with rear wheel drive if you have a tow truck. My F250 is 2-wheel drive. It's only rear wheel. You can tell because of the hub. See how the hub is nice and thick? If it was really super thin on the hub and there was a shiny cap on the end, two-wheel drive. So that's what's called a 4x2. And Corbett, I'm pretty sure you know this already, but bear with me. So this is a nice truck. It doesn't have a lot of rust, but I am noticing some things. This truck either was used and abused and spiffed up, or it's been in some kind of accident. It's probably wear, if I had to guess. A couple of things that are sticking out to me. The door doesn't line up. The door gap is crap. That means the door's been off. Why has the door been off? Was the door replaced? Was it too rusty? If it was replaced, why was it replaced? Was it replaced because it had too many dents and dings in it? Is the truck repainted? Yeah, absolutely it's been repainted. Look at the color on the cowl versus the color on the quarter panel. Now that could just be the reflections, but every picture is like that. I'm seeing shiny and matte paint kind of mixed and intermingled, which means this was repainted pretty quickly. Door is also not shimmed correctly, both sides. So that door was taken off. Why was it taken off? Also, the bed was off this truck for some reason. Ford would not let this go from the factory with the bed accent line not lined up with the cab. So the bed's been off. Why has the bed been off? This was also rattle can painted. Rattle can painted by somebody that doesn't really know what they're doing. So the sheen. See the sheen on the paint? How it's like kind of matte? This was painted with rattle cans, and it wasn't even cut and buffed. Like, look at my truck. See this? I did this paint job with rattle cans. See how the shine? You could see a mirror shine on the back of that quarter panel. You could literally see the lights on the ceiling of my garage in that quarter panel. I did this with rattle cans. I didn't use a paint gun. I didn't use a paint booth. I painted this in my driveway at my parents' house. Now look at that. See what I'm talking about? This truck's been repainted. Absolutely been repainted. I mean, the cornbread, that's easy to see. Now, why am I bringing this up? Why would you bring up the fact that it's been repainted? Why would you do that? If it's been repainted and the doors don't line up and the bed doesn't line up, that means this truck was used and abused. Why were the doors replaced? Where's the rust? There's rust somewhere on this, because no one here, no one in their right mind would pay. No one in their right mind would pay to get all the rust repaired on this thing and then paint it like that. That's not how this works. If you have enough money to paint, to do all the body work on that truck because it's been used and abused and there's rust everywhere, you're not going to skimp on the paint job. Nobody fixes cars like that. You don't put 10 grand into the body work, into the metal work on the truck and then give it a $5 paint job. That doesn't make sense. So this truck has rust somewhere, and the hubs are also a giveaway. The spindles on the hubs are super rusty. Wheels as well. So somebody tried to spiff this thing up. So there's rust somewhere. I know there's rust somewhere. Absolutely. But it is nice. I'm not sure if it's worth 12 G's, but it is nice. I mean, see what I mean? Look at the tailgate. Somebody repainted this, which means it's been used and abused. Look at the rear bumper. Dead giveaway. Tow hitch. This truck was super rusty. Also been hit. There you go. That explains why the bed is misaligned, because the bed is bent. When beds get hit, guys, they actually kind of do this. They bend like that, like torsion almost. That's why it doesn't line up, because it's been hit. See how it's down low on this side and it's high on the other side? Because the whole bed shifted this way. Now, don't get me wrong. Here's the thing. Here's the flip side of this, dudes. The flip side of this truck's been used and abused. It's been cleaned up. There is rust on it. Abso-freaking-lutely. That does not mean that this truck wasn't loved and wasn't taken care of. Maybe somebody, instead of doing the body work, they just replaced the doors, or they just replaced the cab, or they just replaced the bed and then it got hit after that. And they were just putting some rattle can paint on it to just keep it running. This is why it's so important to understand the story behind the car or truck that you're buying. You have to know the story. You have to know the history of the car. Because the flip side of this is that, you know, I'm sitting here saying that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. This isn't a show car. It's not a show car. It's a 79 F-250. It's meant to have the trash beaten out of it and used and abused until you don't need it anymore, and then you go buy another truck. So the flip side of that is that somebody really did take care of this thing. They did care about it. And that's something that's important to understand. Yeah, see, look at the engine. The engine's perfect. Big block. Factory AC. The brakes have been done. This car is mechanically good to go. The Duraspark is looking a little bit worse for the wear there. But look, it even has the factory jack inside of it. You know, it's just got standard road wear. Alternator was replaced at some point. I think it's a big block. Hold on, let me take a look. Yeah, that's a big block valve car. That's a 385 engine. Yeah, big block. It could be a 400, it could be a 390, it could be a 360. Those are the motors that came in these things. So, Cornbread, the flip side of this is that, you know, one could make the argument that somebody tried to spiff this up and you're getting sold a piece of junk. But the other side of that argument is that somebody just used this truck a lot. It's a truck. You use them. How much mileage does it have on it? It has 88,000 miles. So somebody used it, but actually 88,000 miles on it, dude. Let me see the odometer. Do we have a picture of that? Do we have a picture of the Odo? Yeah, this truck's just been used, man. That's all. It's been used, man. It's been done with truck things. Everything is there. I'm wondering what... Wait, I saw something. Hold on. I'm wondering what that is. The gas tank's been out. Somebody took out the saddle tank. There's only one fuel tank in this thing. And the exhaust is... Yeah, the exhaust has been redone. The sway bar isn't hooked up for whatever reason. Somebody went mudding in this. That's what it is. This is a mud truck. That's why it's been used and abused. The interior's nice, though. It's just a mudding truck, dude. Yeah, see? See that door? That door's been replaced. I'm pretty dang sure. Either that or it's just been repainted on the outside because sun ruins paint. Yeah, okay. Cornbread, another thing real quick. This truck doesn't have 88,000 miles on it. That's why I wanted to see the odometer. It's 188,000 miles on it. The odometers on cars for the longest time don't go over 100,000 miles because that's 6 digits. They roll over and they go back to 0 after 100,000 miles. Now, I learned this from Vice Grip. It's a very good way to see if it's 88 or 188,000. Okay? Very good way to see is to look at the brake pedal. And whoever spiffed up this interior didn't miss this. They didn't do it. They missed this. See the brake pedal? See the brake pedal has a lot of wear? You see, it's weared on one side. Why is it weared on one side? Because that's where your foot would press the brake, right? You pivot between the brake and the gas. See that right there? It's worn down to the nub on the corner. This truck has 188,000 miles on it. Okay? It's very easy to spot. They replaced the e-brake pedal, but the e-brake pedal, they might not have even been replaced. They might have just never used it. So it's got a C4 automatic behind it, or it could have a C6 because it's a big block. And then probably, if I had to guess, it probably has, I don't know, some type of, I don't know what the transfer case would be, a Borg Warner or something. Yeah, that's for the 4x4. It's not a manual. The manual would be on top, not on the side. So here's the thing. That it doesn't have 88,000 miles on it. That's somebody that's trying to sell the car that doesn't know what they're looking at. And that's fine. This is through Auto Trader, dude. It's clearly just at a dealership or something. Okay? But see, look at the brake pedal. See the brake pedal? See, it's worn down to the nub. 188,000 miles, which explains why the truck is in the condition that it is. So, once again, the dealership probably tried to spiff this stuff up, dude. But if you know the story, and there's telltale signs everywhere, somebody took care of this truck. They took care of it for a long time. In fact, I would guess that this truck was probably owned by somebody who owned it until they passed away. And then it was offered up in an estate sale, right? Because nobody in their right mind would sell their family heirloom to a dealership like this. which also explains why the price is the way that it is. The dealership looked up the Blue Book value of this truck, and they just said, all right. And then they probably added a couple grand to it to make some money off of it, which makes sense. This truck's probably worth 8 to 9, which explains the 12.9 markup right there. That makes perfect sense to me. Absolutely, Tessa, all day. Go look. Go Blue Book a 79 F250 in fair condition. See what it's worth. So, Cornbread, I would guess that this truck was used. It was used and abused, which is fine. That's okay. It's an old Ford truck. They're supposed to do that. They're designed for it. They're designed to have the snot beaten out of them, guys. Like, that's why I like old trucks. You know, don't get me wrong. New trucks are fine too, and you can beat the snot out of those things. But also at the same time, right? Yeah, this thing's just been used. Yeah, your pinion seal, or not your pinion, your slip yoke the slip yoke is leaking all over the place, and as the drive shaft was spinning, it spit transmission fluid all over the floor. Yeah, that explains why the transfer case is caked in a nice, healthy coat of ATF right there. But that's okay. That preserves the metal. Thank you. I feel like Watson watching Holmes work. Yeah, this truck was just used, dude. Everything's there. Everything's there and looks to be in good condition. And so, another dead giveaway, dude. So, look, somebody took this truck mudding and stuff, or hunting. That explains why it's so grotty and stuff. But look, they took the sway bar end links off. See the sway bar? It's not connected to anything. This bar right here is to prevent the rear end from swaying back and forth. It's a sway bar, right? It's basically designed to, it's basically like a strut that connects both sides of the suspension. The links aren't hooked up. Now, why would you take the links out? So the links on a sway bar, they break. And when they break, whenever you turn, your wheel will make a clunking noise, right? You take the sway bar end links out to go off-roading. So you can go over crazy terrain and your axle can actually sway on purpose. That's why you take those out. Because when you go off-roading, you want it to sway. And now here's another thing to take into account. There's mud all over the bed. Now, go back to this picture. This actually explains a lot more. I said that this truck had been in an accident. No. It has not been in an accident. That was a rock that hit the side of the truck when they were off-roading. That's exactly what that is. That's not an accident. The dent isn't deep enough for it to be an accident. Which explains why the bed is crooked. There you go. See what I'm talking about? Somebody went off-roading in this truck. It's also pretty easy to spot. They have mudding tires on it. They're boggers on it. Those are off-road tires. And mud flaps. So, that is from literally off-roading, like four-wheeling. So if you type like four-wheeling off-road here. Sometimes when you're four-wheeling, Four-Wheel Off-Road is a great magazine, by the way. Sometimes when you're four-wheeling, you drive around and you rub up against rocks and stuff. That's the original reason why trucks and stuff had these these like plates on the side, so that doesn't happen. But see, sometimes when you're off-roading, you know, see the articulation on the axle? See what I'm talking about? Somebody was four-wheeling this truck. But see, sometimes you scrape up against the sides. Sometimes that happens. That happens when you four-wheel, dude. Yeah. You got a few dents like that. And S, you knew that your truck was off-roaded. See? Look at the articulation on the axles here. See the axles turned? That's why they took the sway bars out. So somebody was mudding with this truck, doing something exactly like that. That's 78 right there. There's a 78 doing the same thing. Which brings me to another point. I'm talking your ear off, Cornbread. I'm sorry. I know you guys, if you guys don't like this, I can go back to talking about space. These trucks, yeah, they're really solid trucks. It was the last year for that style of truck, so they're really, really solid before Ford completely redesigned the F-Series in 1980. But yeah, that says a lot about this truck. I would guess it's 188,000 miles on it, dude. This thing was mudded. They took this thing off-roading and mudding. And I bet, yeah, they took the tank out here because the fuel tank selector on the dashboard breaks and nobody cares to fix it. So they did take the fuel tank was taken out. But yeah, this is a cool truck, dude. I don't think it's worth 12 grand, but it is nice. It's a nice truck. That's cool, man. See, the cool thing about this truck is that it's not immaculate. It's good enough to go and fix up as you go and drive. You know, you could pop that dent out. You could get the thing repainted. I wouldn't. Personally, I would not repaint this. This thing is cool the way it is. Now that we know what they were doing with it, you know, you could tell from the pictures what was going on with this truck. This truck was used, man. It was used as a truck. That's why it has 188,000 miles on it. It was used. That's cool, man. This truck has a cool story behind it. And I was able to extrapolate that mostly from the pictures.
Go at throttle up.
Dude, this truck, man, I don't know. 7 to 8K all day. Go at them with that. I would not go over 10 for a truck like this. It's cool, but it's not that cool. With the age, I'd say 288 more than 188. Yeah. I still don't have a reason why the driver's side door is bent. Why was that driver's side door off at some point? See, the accent lines don't match up? That just doesn't happen. That happens either A, because rust, in the case of Flyken's Mustang that he sent me. That happens because this happens to the truck right there. Or it's because the door was replaced. Why was the door replaced? I still have some questions. You see the passenger side door? Passenger side door is perfectly aligned. So something happened to it. Did they pull the doors off for off-roading? Aqualex, that's what I thought initially when we figured out that this was used for four-wheeling and mudding. But why does the passenger side door line up completely? You gonna take one door off when you go four-wheeling? That doesn't make any sense. 10K is probably the price for a complete, pristine, restored. No. Pandaman, I would pay 13,000 for this if it was the truck in this condition with a nice paint job and no dents. If the body was completely straight and the doors weren't crooked and stuff, and it had the original paint job that was in nice condition, that's when I'd pay. Not immaculate, right? Still used, but in decent condition. Door off for hunting, probably. One door, though, Tylen? Would you take one door off to hunt? I don't know. I'm from the city, man. I don't do hunting that much. I mean, Tylen, I'll be honest with you, though. That does make sense. Mudding, off-road.
Go at throttle up.
Right? Hunting, that makes sense, dude. Cornbread, gifted a sub to Mortem Corvus. There you go. Yeah, if it was me, if you were hunting in the truck, right, you'd either park the truck and go hunt to go sit in a tree somewhere, right? I mean, I'm not the city guy. I don't know too much about hunting, right? Or if you're hunting in the truck, use the door as a mount and put your rifle on it, right? Can you run the title? I wouldn't do that on stream, dude. I wouldn't do it on stream. I like figuring it out from the pictures, dude. It's a nice truck. Factory AC, dude. Here, let me just take one more look at the engine bay. Yeah, see the AC compressor? That's Ford's factory AC from 79. It's this big bulky thing, which is cool. Battery's been replaced. Radiator probably was replaced at some point, which also corroborates the 188,000 miles on it. The master cylinder was absolutely replaced, so that means this thing was sitting for a while, which kind of also explains the, estate sale, somebody owned this truck until they passed away thing going on here. Probably a guy that lives out in the woods, lives out on a farm, because this truck's in Texas. Probably lives out on a farm, probably used this to just hunt. Shooting while moving here is a no-no. I don't think I ever said that you'd be drive-by shooting a deer. Guys, all right. I don't know much about hunting. I'm not that stupid, for frick's sake. Yeah, the hunter just drives up. Yeah, deer, here, get some. Yeah, no. I know that's not how hunting works. I mean, I might be from the city, but I'm not that stupid. Jeez. Come on now. Dude. Guys, for freaking real, man. That's pretty funny. The law assumes you are, though. Yeah, laws are made for the lowest common denominator, dude. What do you want? So yeah, dude, it's very possible this is a hunting truck or a 4x4 truck. I mean, see, Cornbread, here's another thing. The muffler's definitely been replaced. It's been replaced because if somebody was four-wheeling with this, they probably broke the exhaust. New Cosmic Perspective slow-mo. Ooh. Ark, I don't have permission from Cosmic to show stuff, dude. But I would love to. No gas tank? It's got 2 tanks, Stoner. Yeah, there is no gas tank, too, which actually also corroborates the four-wheeling thing here. You know what I'm saying? Because they probably high-centered this thing, broke the drive shaft, the exhaust, and punctured the fuel tank. Without any running boards under here? Yeah, that probably made a nice clunk noise. Dude, Hellfish, I saw that. How did that Porsche end up in the stands? But also at the same time, it's Portimao. So, yeah, that track will do that if you're not careful. Either way, Cornbread, nice truck, dude. It's cool. You can tell all this stuff by the pictures if you know what you're looking for, man. Yeah, a little bit of rot in the floor right there. Yeah, yep, see? See what I'm talking about? Cab mounts. Actually, that's not really the cab mount. That's more the floorboards. But yeah, see, right there, right there. That's just probably old undercoating or something. But yeah, so here's the interesting thing, Cornbread. Driver's side. See what I'm talking about? The door. Door doesn't line up. It was replaced because it rusted out. And they didn't shim the door when they put it back together. That's why that door is not aligned. See, look at that picture. See the rot? Right there, there's a hole. There's a couple holes right there. But once again, that's not because this truck wasn't taken care of. That's because this truck was used. And also, the exhaust is replaced past transfer case, which, yeah, you high-centered it. Somebody high-centered it and broke it. That's what happened. The exhaust, the drive shaft, and probably the fuel tank all just kind of took a dump because somebody high-centered this when they were off-roading. Either that or the exhaust just got too rusty. Yeah, the Cosmic Perspective video. That was just linked a second ago, S. I can watch it later, Stig, yeah. Anyway. You could see that tank would pop from the gunk. Yeah, Tessa, that also could be that, too. I think this is just transmission fluid leaking out of the transfer case because the slip yoke seal is old. And when this thing spins, if it's leaking, it's just going to shoot transmission fluid all over the floorboards. But you can see that there's clearly a wear line right there. Like, see how it's all chunky right here, and it's all chunky right there, and it's all chunky right there? There's a wear line right over the U-joint. Right? See what I'm talking about? Which means the slip yoke seal or the pinion, it's not really a pinion, the transfer case output shaft right here was leaking. See how it's just weared like that? Now, this gunk over here, that could be gasoline from where the fuel tank popped. But there's clearly 2 different types of wear here, so yeah. You can tell a lot about this stuff, dudes, by just looking at them. But yeah, Cornbread, that's a cool truck, dude. I wouldn't pay 12 grand for it, but it is a nice truck. Here, have some anxiety. I've seen that. That's from a whistling video. The company that's selling the truck has some pretty nice vehicles. Let me take a look. Get out of here. Thanks, that was eye-opening. Dude, I could do this all day. I do this for fun. Oh. Dope. Oh, that's freaking cool, man. Yeah, they recessed the bumper. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, that's small block Chevy. God damn it. Ugh. Stop putting Chevy motors in Fords. It's annoying. Nice. That looks awfully familiar. That is, so Ford from 1956 to 1960 did not change anything underneath the truck. That looks exactly like mine, which is kind of strange. Rear leaf springs have been replaced, though. Those aren't the factory leafs. That's a mono leaf, which... Huh. Yeah. Yep. Monoleaf brackets. Yeah, this has been pretty modified. It's been modified to ride low. That's not the factory. That's not the factory leaf spring perch. That is the factory rear end, though. Oh, look, there's that stupid e-brake cable that I spent forever to frickin' put in. Ugh. Those bolts and those retainers last night were such a pain in the butt, dude. Hey, clamped exhaust. Nice exhaust. Look at those nuts. Yeah, 4 bolts right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. See, I wasn't kidding. Yeah, it's an aftermarket kit. That's a nice truck, though. Very cool. It's got a Chevy motor in it, though, so. A 78 Magnum. Interesting. New Bronco. Packard Super 8. Nice car. Oh, 49 Tudor. I like those. Those are cool cars. Ford didn't know what to call this thing. Seriously. They didn't know what to call it. Ford was trying to make something new after World War II to get all the troops coming, to make a new car for all the troops coming home to buy new cars, right? For the suburban lifestyle, right? And they made this, and they were like, what do we call it? Well, it's a 2-door car. Call it a Tudor. You know what the 4-door version is called? 4-door. F-O-D-O-R. True story. Nice. Oh, that's dope, dude. 6 volt. Nice car. Still running off a 6 volt. See the 6 volt battery? Not a 12 volt system. That's cool, man. It's a nice car. Hodor. Like that, but with an F-arc. Yep. Yeah, oh yeah. True story. It's happening. What's that? Visit Boca Chica is tweeting. Here we go. New Marine Safety Information Board bulletin. Notice to mariners. Not Mar. Issued for Starship testing on April 17th. Just waiting on that license, man. I guarantee you it's going to happen in a couple hours. Crash. 67 months, dude. Hey, 67 months. That's like a number or something. Flathead V8 is one forward edge, and I've wanted to build for a long time. It's a good motor, Hellfish. Ford are known for that crap. They had a car name focus group in the 90s. They came up with the KA and the folks. Yeah, I know. Ridiculous. Did you see that the NOTAMs for Brownsville in the 17? Yeah, Mossy, it was just linked. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the headlights Aqualux was just an example, but Ford did that with brakes, transmissions, anytime they could find a cheaper thing. Yeah, that's right. That's correct. The U.S. for safety mandated a sealed beam until the late 70s. Seriously, that's why all American muscle cars have these circular headlights. You had to use that. The government mandated it, that you had to use a sealed beam headlight because it's safer. Whatever that means. Yeah, Jackal, I've been told that. Electron, are you here? Pontiac had good cars. Yeah, of course. Yeah, rarest, of course. So, I got another one, guys, if you want to check this out. So this is Electron. This is your Jeep right here. Oh, yeah. That's dope, dude. I love TJs. So cool. Oh. I saw it. Did you guys see it? Yeah, there you go, Tigris, right? That'd be an LJ. Yep. Yeah, the extended wheelbase. Yeah, you guys saw it. Yeah. Actually, Electron, this part doesn't look too bad. That's okay. That's just the welds. That's not bad at all. You can clean this up and just paint it. It'll be okay. Your body mount is destroyed though. Yeah, see the cracks in the rubber? That's not good. I see what you mean. Oh. Why? It's not Electron's fault. Every TJ and LJ rots right there. The reason why? They didn't drill holes in the frame. They didn't drill holes in the back of the frame on these Jeeps. So any dirt and grime that got in there, water, just sat there. And it rotted it from the inside out. This is something that happens to these Jeeps, man. Yeah. It's not really a design flaw. All you got to do is if you buy one, just drill some holes right there so you can get all the crap out. But the coffee I just spit out wasn't cheap. Yeah. Yeah, they all do this here, Electron. That's totally normal. Yeah. Wow. Nice, dude. Other than that, though, that thing is baller, dude. The garage welder won't fix that, no. I spy at 4 liter? Yeah. Oh. This is dope, dude. This is a really cool truck. That's a shame. Electron, we gotta fix this, dude. We gotta fix this thing. Yeah, we gotta fix it, homie. I did make a drain and coated the inside of the frame 5 years ago, but it wasn't enough. Yeah, once it starts, there's not much you can do about it because you can't get in there. You can't get anything in there because back a little bit further on the frame, where they boxed it, there's a plate in the way, so you can't. You'd have to like cut a hole in it, right? Which kind of defeats the point. But yeah, it started right there, and then yeah, you can see all the water gets stuck in there. That sucks, dude. I have the same engine, it's still tapping away. Other than that though, man, this thing is mint. That should not be on the road. Electron actually took it off the road, Nick. It's not road. Yeah, no. Even if the laws allowed it, don't do that. Yeah, I got this stuff a couple years ago. The internal frame aerosol, internal frame coating. Dude, you got to be careful with this stuff. See, here's the thing. This stuff is all fine and dandy, but if you go read the can, right? This is like, oh, converts, encapsulates, and seals rust on internal frame surfaces, right? And don't get me wrong, this isn't a knock towards Eastwood, all right? Eastwood makes great welders, and they make a lot of great stuff, and I'm not sponsored by them. I know that Eastwood makes good stuff, but check this out. Yeah, hey, look, phenolic resin with zinc additive. Phenolic resin, it's literally a heat shield. That's the same stuff that they make heat shields out of on spacecraft. True story. Converts, encapsulates, and seals rust on internal frame surfaces. See, the problem with this, dude, is that if you sprayed that on a day when it was humid, if you did it in the middle of the summer, and if it was too humid, they say this on the can. It's just really fine print that nobody ever reads. And I'm not saying that you didn't read the can or anything. It converts, encapsulates, and seals rust, but it converts, encapsulates, and seals water as well. That's the thing with bed liners and stuff. Bed liners and undercoating, you cannot spray it on a rainy or a humid day. It'll trap moisture in there as well, and it'll make it worse. It was in December and it was cold. Okay, you did it right. Cool. crunch. Let me see. What do you got? Oh, that's kick butt, dude. The articulation, though, man. The articulation. It's all about that articulation, man. Actually, you know what, dude? I see, like, Electron, if we, like, okay, let's just say, right, that, you know, I didn't have any of the projects in the garage, and this is an ideal world where I finished all the crap that I need to work on, right? Which we are making pretty damn good progress towards that now that I have shop space, right? Say in some ideal world in the future, you know, we need to fix that. I don't know how to weld. What I do know how to do is take a car apart and put it back together. Let's get a frame, dude. Let's get a frame. We'll frame swap it. Find one in good condition. They're out there. They're absolutely out there. Jeeps that got into an accident or whatever. Find one in good condition. We'll do all the preventative stuff when we just have the frame, and we'll literally just frame swap everything, dude. How cool would that be for streaming content? That would be sweet. Do you use synthetic oil in your Ford truck? Which one? In the 59 with a hydraulic flat tappet, I use diesel oil. Rotella T5, dude. In the words of Vice Grip, it's got vitamins. They're not as easy as a normal TJ. Finding an LJ frame. Yeah, glutees, exactly. It's got the vitamins. Dinosaurs, yep. No, okay. So Rotella has a zinc additive. Inside, the diesel oil has zinc in it, all right? There's a zinc additive in the oil. Why is there a zinc additive in the oil? Because zinc is what prevents your lifters from getting absolutely annihilated with newer oil. Hear me out, XJ. What about it, S? Meant not as easy to find in good condition. Yeah, I know, I hear you. Why not use lead in the oil? A lead additive in the oil? I mean, you could do that too, but the zinc works with the hydraulic flat tappet. While we're on car talk, could you help me with the issue on my Jeep? I searched it and came up with a possible vacuum leak. Thoughts? Would explain the tapping and the misfire codes? A vacuum leak, S? Okay, vacuum leaks are easy to find. Here's how you do a vacuum leak. This is your motor. You have a motor pretty similar to Electron's here. Get some carburetor cleaner or brake cleaner. Anything that any flammable. You could use WD-40 if you really wanted to. I wouldn't, because then it would just cake everything. Get some carb cleaner, brake cleaner, okay? Spray the intake manifold on the outside, just like this. Just spray right there and spray where the intake manifold attaches to the engine, okay? Spray around anywhere where the fuel and air gets mixed in before it goes into the engine. Just do that. If the engine throttles, if you spray it onto the outside of the intake, so not into the intake, and the engine goes, you found your vacuum leak. Or you could use soapy water and just find the bubbles. Yeah, spraying carb cleaner is way easier. Yeah, you got to do it while it's running, obviously. 2022 Hyundai Accent. Ew. Why not use a lead additive in the fuel? Because you asked me about the oil? Briss, did I miss a step in this conversation? I'm confused. Very little vacuum lines, the brake booster and the air doors. Does SpaceX have a different transporter erector for Falcon 9 versus Falcon Heavy? No. Self-synthesis. It's a reconfigurable TE. The only one that can support, well, technically, the only one that can support Falcon Heavy operations right now is 39A. They can launch Falcon Heavy from Vandenberg if they need to. Actually, the transporter erector doesn't get changed. The metal truss structure on the side, that doesn't change when you that doesn't change when you swap from Falcon Heavy to Falcon 9. Here, I can show you. So check this out. Let me just find the right picture. All right, here you go. So take a look. This is the 39A TE, okay? So if you look at the 39A transporter erector, see that right there? That's a hold down point, and that's the cover that slips over the hold down for the hold down point. The hold down point is on a hydraulic and actually retracts this way. See right here? That is a tail service Falcon 9 TSM, tail service mast umbilical. That's a fuel line, I think. And then the oxidizer line would be over here. They're actually opposite each other because you feel fuel and oxidizer not near each other. At least that's what they did with this. And then you have your hold down point here, hold down point there, hold down point there. Here's how they do this. When the transporter erector is sitting on the pad, when it's vertical, actually there's another shot of it. This part, see how there's kind of a piece right here that's kind of trapezoidal shaped? It kind of looks like the front side of a barn, almost, if you look at it. See that? That part can actually be lifted out. And then, here's the other crazy part. See your tail service mast umbilical? Well, they want to launch Falcon Heavy. They have 2 extra sets of tail service masts and 2 more of these hold down point packages. They pull this thing off and they literally mount it right there. There's another mount for a hold down point. There's another mount for a hold down point. There's another mount for a hold down point, and there's another mount for a hold down point. And there is the plumbing access and the mounts for the tail service mast umbilicals. This part right here, this gray structure, is integral to launch. That's called the reaction frame. That's what SpaceX calls it, I'm pretty sure. This is configurable. You could take these cards out and you could take the hold down points and just mount them there, and then they have extra hold down points hanging around somewhere. They're probably in a shed near the pad. This only can be reconfigured when it's in the vertical position. They can't reconfigure it inside of the HIF. So there's a crane sitting at 39A, and it's been sitting there, and that's what they use to reconfigure the TE. I don't know if you can necessarily see it in this picture. But yeah, when the rocket's in this configuration, they roll a crane up here, and they reconfigure it when the thing is vertical. Let's see if I have other pictures of it. Yeah, see, the Slick 41 has a single stick reaction frame, so it can't be reconfigured. But yeah, that one, the Slick 39 one, can be reconfigured for this type of stuff. Oh, nice. Yep, it's modular, dude. So Vandenberg is the same way. See the card? But this is a really old picture. This is a really old picture. This is the Jason 3 mission from 2016. If you look at Vandenberg's reaction frame, SpaceX actually replaced it. You know why? This reaction frame was configured for if you type in Falcon 9 Heavy, right? That was SpaceX kind of like interim name for Falcon Heavy before it just became Falcon Heavy. And if you look at the original configuration for Falcon 9 1.0, here, let's go original Falcon 9 Heavy concept. Yeah, this one. See that? The Vandenberg transporter erector and the reaction frame, SpaceX did them up for this. For that version of Falcon. The one that doesn't have the circular engine configuration. for this original Falcon 9 Heavy thingamajigger. Whatever that thing was supposed to be, right? Yeah, it looked like that. That was with the really short cores, right? Supposed to look like that. Were all cores this upcoming flight previously flown? Yes. So, it was configured for that version. And then they said, screw that, right? And then they reconfigured it for Falcon 9 1.1. And you could see this right here is kind of like a really abstract version of the 39A1. It's because this Vandenberg was the first one to launch Falcon 9 1.1. Basically the version of Falcon 9 that we see now, or the first version of Falcon 9 that we see now. So like landing legs, grid fins, the extended barrel length for landings, etc., etc. So this thing was reconfigured. Another dead giveaway that this was reconfigured for Falcon, and Falcon ended up having an extended second stage and extended first stage for boost back landing, etc., etc., is because you can tell that the TE used to end right there. See? Transporter erector used to end. See how it stops, and then there's a strut that holds this together? So SpaceX actually has a modular system here in place for the front part of the TE. Now, the one at 40 doesn't necessarily... Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's up there. See it up there? Modular. Now, why? Why would it be modular? Why would you do that? Well, that thing is your answer right there. Because the umbilicals for Dragon are different than the umbilicals for a fairing. The front of the transporter erector, even the one at 39... Hey, Loopy Guy, thanks for the resub. Even the one at 39 is reconfigurable from the claw arms forward. And now if you go back and look at that Vandenberg picture, they were thinking the same thing, but the transporter erector stops right there because it was designed for a shorter version. SpaceX extended the TEs at Slick 40 and Slick 4 in 2013 to accommodate Falcon 9 1.1. Yes, I've studied all this. Yes, I am a loser. I get it. And 39A is the culmination of everything that they've seen. This right here was when they were prepping for the Falcon Heavy mission. If you look at the reaction frame, it has all the hold down points attached to it, and then an extra set. Another interesting thing, one more if you're interested, because we're here already. Christmas tree. Another thing to note, where are ya? Yeah. Actually, I didn't finish this. The one at Vandenberg, they completely redesigned. They copied the one at 39A. See, you can see the door cards in there a lot better in this picture. I call them door cards, but yeah. They reconfigured the entire one at Vandenberg. They took that whole thing off and took Vandenberg out of service for a little while and gave it 39A's reaction frame. They have the same reaction frame in different transporter erectors. Believe it or not. Same frame, though. There's a picture of Jim and a couple other people, but you could see the interchangeable cards here a lot better. The interesting thing here is, see the cards? The cards can get removed, but that doesn't mean that they don't put anything in there either. Falcon Heavy has these things. If you see the pad right there, they're on both sides. The Falcon Heavy center core has a piece right here that integrates in the position of those door cards. I keep calling them cards. The configurable thing. It has a piece that attaches in place there, and it meets up with the hold down points on the center core right there and right there. Those pieces are called compression bridges. The reason why is because when you fill up Falcon Heavy, if you don't have something holding up the center core, because you only have hold down points here and here, the whole stack could do this or that, or it could be, your torsion could happen, it could turn, because when you fill it, you're drastically increasing the mass and it's going to bend stuff. So they put compression bridges on there to take into account the compression load induced from fueling. I might have a picture of a compression bridge in here. It doesn't look like much. It just looks like a truss from a bridge, believe it or not. Hence the name compression bridge. I could have sworn I had pictures of one in here. Oh, there they are. Yep, see? So, like I said, if modular and completely reconfigurable. Yeah, doesn't take long to reconfigure it. You can switch to a Falcon Heavy mission in a week if you really want to. I've seen the Porsche Jackal crazy. I'm good, Lava Eagle. How are you? Any major reason why they wouldn't just leave all the hold downs and other hardware on there? I don't know a reason off the top of my head, Aqualex, so now I'm trying to think if there's another reason. Jackal's video is not just a picture. Yeah, this is from the two guys in the stands that see the Porsche crash. Yeah, I've seen this video too. Yeah, that's brutal. That is brutal, man. Jeez, I'm not showing that on street. That's terrible. My guess, dude, is that they What? Okay, where was I? Sorry, you guys insisted that I see the Porsche footage that I've seen 30 times today already. Where am I? Reconfigurability of the reaction frame. It's probably just component wear, dude. Yeah, I mean, they are just sitting next to a rocket. They probably do that just to keep the operation simpler. Also, having all that extra stuff on there when you don't need it probably warps the reaction frame. That actually, believe it or not, Aqualex, is a problem that I had when I went to make the reaction frame in Kerbal. I remember we made this. I think that's when you were here originally. We made the reaction frame, right? And dude, a problem that I had with it was the reaction frame warping. It was the whole thing could bend under torsion. So that thing actually, the frame actually gets a lot of wear in it, from what I can tell. I mean, that's based off of me trying to recreate it in KSP. So who knows? KSP probably didn't get it right, but the whole thing probably wears a little bit. I bet you this whole thing bends, and I'll bet you they just take components off to reduce wear. That maybe, I don't know. That's just a guess. I just watched a bird get murdered by SLS. Oh yeah, there is one more thing. Self-synthesis. I'll show you one more thing. Actually, two more. You might like it. You might like the last one. You've probably heard me say it before. But so how do I know that they replaced the reaction frame? They replaced the reaction frame at Vandenberg. I know they did. You know how I know? If you go look at Slick 4. Oh, look, there's a Falcon on it. If we go look at historical images of Slick 4, there it is with Titan parts, which is pretty cool. That would be over here. That's when SpaceX redid it. When they went and redid it in 2004, it's sitting out there. See it right there? That's the original Falcon 9 1.0 Heavy reaction frame. And the TE is in there. And they wouldn't move the TE into the hangar without the frame on it. It can detach from the frame if you need to. But yeah, see what I'm talking about? They're building a new one right there. They built a new one directly onto the pad. And they took the old one off and they left it outside. Yeah, they may have scrapped it. I don't know. I don't know where it wound up. It's somewhere around here. But see, there's the new frame. Knowing SpaceX, they probably took it apart and used it for other stuff. SpaceX does that all the time, dude. They scrap their own things and use it for other things. If that makes any sense. Yeah, another fun fact, the landing zone at Slick 4 West. This is Slick 4 East. Slick 4 West is right there. The landing zone at Slick 4 is also a launch pad. It's an old launch pad, though. This used to be a twin pad complex. Now it's a launch and landing complex. You know, some people might find that interesting. Last bit here about the Vandenberg transporter erector. SpaceX in the very beginning. So Vandenberg is the oldest TE serving in SpaceX's fleet right now. Vandenberg is by far the oldest, actually. I have a lot of really nice pictures in here. Interesting thing. So SpaceX, back in the day, didn't have a lot of money. And they like to use they used a lot of off-the-shelf components, right? Use what works. For instance, I'll give you an example here. Now, 39A is one of the newer transporter erectors. Slick 40 is the newest because it went kaput in 2016. Check it out. Airport tugs. Look at the wheels. Wonder where those wheels came from. Look. Train bogies. Just regular old railroad bogies. No problem. Pulling a cart with a freaking with helium or nitrogen tanks, which is pretty funny. Let's go and find a picture of Vandenberg. Here, let's see. Where's my Vandenberg TE picture? It's got to be in here somewhere. That one adjacent 3 that I wanted to show you. There it is. Airport tug. Look at the wheels. I like that scribbled out no. Yeah, turns out when the Air Force violates ITAR on their own Instagram account, I think that's hilarious, but I won't show the picture. That was Kelly Johnson's mantra, use off-the-shelf parts. So, check this out, self-synthesis. You want to hear something really cool? And now, keep in mind this is a little bit anecdotal, but it is still cool. So the Vandenberg T doesn't use train tracks, doesn't use train wheels. They use regular wheels. But those wheels, if you're looking at them, if you've seen that wheel before. I know, I guarantee you everyone that's watched this stream has seen that wheel before. You've seen it, it looks very familiar, but you can't exactly put your finger on it. Some of you probably already have. Here, how about we take a look at, let's see. Man, here we go. Let's take a look at this fine picture of a 747-8. Look at the wheels. Look at the wheels. I guarantee you everyone here has seen these before. The Vandenberg Transporter Erector uses surplus 747 wheels. Used 747 wheels. Yep, true story. Front and back. And an airport tug, because use what works. SpaceX didn't have a lot of money back in the day, so use airport wheels. That, and the anecdotal part of this, is that I had the pleasure in my travels as a STEM guy, that I met the guy that designed this thing. Yeah. Really, really cool dude. I met the guy that held this, that designed this whole thing together. Yeah. He said that Elon wanted it to roll out like an airplane. So he said, find a solution to make it roll out like an airplane. And he said 747 wheels. And then Elon said, that's dope. That's a good idea. Let's do that. Let's roll it out on 747 wheels. True story. Pretty nuts, right? That's part of the reason why SpaceX just uses airport tugs, because they're everywhere and they're easy to buy. They're all over the place. And 747 wheels, because you ain't running out of those anytime soon. Oh, of course, Captain Crash, yeah. Why engineer a new solution from scratch when you can pull parts off the shelf? You're damn right, man. Very, very smart. Actually, you want to hear something funny? A conversation that I had with that guy one time, and we're far enough out that, you know, people probably, it wasn't funny at the time, but it is pretty funny nowadays. So Slick 40 in 2016, that transporter erector blew up. That's the reason why Slick 40 has this new, well, it's not new at this point. It's the reason why Slick 40 has this new, really, really nice, really simple looking transporter erector. Still modular though, look, still a modular design. Interesting. Slick 40 has this brand new TE. The reason why is because, so Vandenberg is the oldest one, self-synthesis. The only one that's older than the Vandenberg one is the Falcon 9 1.0 launcher from Slick 40, which blew up in the Slick 40 explosion when Almost 6 exploded, right? Crazy thing about that is that I had a conversation with this guy. I'm like, the guy that designed the original Slick 40, transporter erector. He's the same guy that designed the Vandenberg one. And the Slick 41 is a Falcon 9 1.0 erector that's been modified for Falcon 9 1.1 and then was modified for Falcon 9 full thrust on top of that. So it was like an amalgamation of stuff, right? They just kept adding adapters on it like the ISS, right? Because SpaceX was iterating on the rocket so much. The interesting thing is that when I talked to him about this, it was right after Amos 6. And this is why I really didn't tell this story for a long time, because I figured it'd probably be a story to tell after, like, not when Amos 6 is still fresh in everybody's mind. I was telling him, I'm like, dude, the transporter erector survived the explosion. That's pretty freaking cool. Like, it didn't fall over, despite having a thermobaric blast happen right next to it with the second stage. You know, it didn't pop. I'm like, that thing was built like a freaking tank. And he's like, oh, thank you. You know, like, that's cool. I'm like, dude, that thing's built like crazy. And he goes, yeah, I know. I designed it. You see, it almost held up the fairing. I'm like, and then I thought about it. I'm not showing Amos 6 on here because that's messed. I don't like doing that. If you look at that Amos 6 footage, the second stage pops, and then the fairing falls, still encapsulated. Fairing with payload falls, and it lands on these transporter arms right here. And the whole thing almost held up the fairing by itself, well on fire. He's like, you see that? Almost held the fairing up. I'm like, I guess it did. Huh. It did. It held up the fairing for a second, and I mean, the payload ended up falling over and off and blowing up next to the pad, but he's like, yeah, see it? Held the fairing up. It's because I designed it. I'm like, damn, dude. How many people can say that? Thing is designed to be very close to a lot of fire and reused. Yeah, not like that. But yeah, I understand the gist of what you're saying. Yeah, but not Amos 6. It's designed to do. It's designed to have that happen, not explosion sideways. Yeah, I mean, honestly, self-synthesis, SpaceX's mechanical engineering is one of my favorite parts about that company, dude. Whoever's doing the mechanical engineering at SpaceX is so smart. There are some, frankly, ingenious solutions to very complicated problems. Like one launch pad that can launch 2 different types of rockets. Or a or a launching apparatus that you can configure for Dragon or for a fairing. See, this whole thing can be taken off, and they'll reconfigure the TE for Dragon or for a fairing. Not to mention that the frame can be reconfigured either way, and that this thing holds up both of them no problem. It's really, really awesome engineering, dude. And yeah, if you want to see how big that TE is, look at all the trucks next to it. It's not small. That is a big piece of equipment, man. That's why I saved this picture. 7. Another 2 hours of SLS footage just dropped. Sweet. Is Falcon Heavy on the 18th? Should be. Yeah, see? Look. See the different configuration here? That's an attachable piece. It's all modular. Very smart, dude. Very smart thinking. Yeah, all this modular capability is so insanely smart. Like, we went on a rabbit hole with this in Kerbal 1 back in the day because I wanted to build this. I wanted to see if you could build this transporter erector. And I ended up sitting here staring at all these. This is why I have all these pictures. I ended up sitting there and staring at them for hours. The amount of mechanical engineering here is frankly insane. And without all these optimizations to the cards, hold down points, configurable transporter erectors, there is no way in hell SpaceX would be able to achieve the launch frequency that they do. The fact that all this stuff works so well together, and how Falcon 9s are processed and how they're put together. The fact that it all works as seamlessly as it does is a testament to the mechanical engineering here. Like, look at this thing. If you were in a junkyard and you saw this jig right here that holds Dragon up, so this jig is designed to take Dragon and rotate it horizontally so it can be attached to its payload attachment fitting right there. Oh, that one snuck in there. That's an old picture. If you saw that jig in the junkyard, you wouldn't know what that is. It's such a weird piece of equipment. All right, it's just a bunch of beams. Who knows what the heck that was for? But, you know, you see it. You see all these brackets and all these jigs that they made. And I mean, even right down to where you attach the crane and the spreader bar there for the spacecraft, like even the octo grabber, like that thing, it's all, dude, it's so seamlessly integrated. It's kind of like, damn, dude, somebody really thought about this. Like, here's another one. You want to see something cool? Dragon can be hoisted. There's a hoist point right there. All right, you can hoist it from there, or you could pick it up from the docking port, right? You can't pick it up from where it's designed to be held up, though, because you need to attach it to the stage. So you're going to need a side integration port here at some point. The crazy thing about this is that the same points that they can lift it up with the crane are the same points that the transporter erector attaches to on the bottom. See what I'm talking about? Now, why? Why do you need another hold down point right there? You need another hold down point right there because this frickin' thing is heavy. It's really fricking heavy, and you need a way to hold it up when it's in the horizontal position. And the same points that they use to pick Dragon up and turn it horizontally are the same points on the other side that are used for the transporter erector. It's all in symmetry to get nice even load. Really, really smart. Really well thought out stuff. So another thing is Falcon 9. Falcon 9, the hoist point that they use to lift up Falcon 9 off of the drone ship is literally the same mechanism that they use to attach the second stage. It's the same piece. It just has it has literally the bottom of the second stage just on a metal bracket. You can already pick Falcon 9 up from the inner stage. That's fine. You could pick it up like this. The rocket is designed to have forces stress the thing out on this longitudinal axis. So picking it up like that is no problem. Go figure. It's designed to be under tension like that. That's just the way the rocket was designed. So yeah, of course. I gotcha. Haha, stupid bug. Yeah, I mean, these hot days have freaking made the bugs come out everywhere. See that? That's designed. I mean, that's just the second stage attachment point. It's gonna design. This thing is designed to be compressed and sheared and compressed in tension and compressed in tension and compressed in tension from its flight regime. You can just pick it up from there. It's not really an issue. I mean, that's just smart engineering. Very smart. It's like, once again, the systems in place here are just so well implemented. It's kind of nuts how crazy it actually is. What's dangling off the sides? Well, this is an old design self-synthesis right here. What they tried to do is they attached this truss frame to this bracket here. And if you look all the way down, that lines up with the legs. We need some water with sugar. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So what they were trying to do is, there's a winch up here. These are just winches that you'd find on a Jeep. See them right there? It's a truck winch. There's 4 of them. And what they were trying to do is they would lower this thing down, and this would grab the end of the leg, and it would pull it up. Is it okay if it looks burned? Captalk said, this is actually not burning. Falcon 9 runs very fuel rich, and its engines are using kerosene. It's called RP1. It's a super refined version of kerosene, but it's kerosene. So when Falcon 9 flies back down and lands, it flies through its own exhaust, and all the exhaust cakes on a little bit because you have a lot of unburnt fuel. Now, why does it run so inefficiently? It runs inefficiently because they run fuel rich to keep the engines from melting. Yeah, if you have way more fuel than liquid oxygen going in, the temperature stays down, and it keeps the engines nice and healthy. So it ends up flying through its own soot. Think of it like a diesel truck, like a big semi truck. Those black puffs of smoke that come out when you see a truck start going. It's the same thing. It's carbon soot. It's actually not burning, dude. Do they wash it? Nope. They do scuff marks out here. See right there? There's these lines, and the lines go right there. Those lines they do actually clean off, and the reason why they clean those off is to inspect the welds after every flight. They're inspecting where they welded the aluminum panels together to make this thing. Yeah, see the scuff marks? They basically clean it off, and they x-ray the welds to make sure that it's fine. Yeah, that's all you need to do. SpaceX originally did clean the boosters after every flight, but they found that to be just time consuming. Getting carbon soot off of stuff takes time. It's annoying. It's charcoal, basically. It gets everywhere. So they just said, screw it, just leave it. And see the lines right there? They were inspecting the welds. That's why you see Falcon 9s with these interesting patterns on it, because they're inspecting where they butted up the aluminum together and stir welded it. So that one right there is one that really needed to be inspected, because right here is the CBH on Falcon 9, the common bulkhead. This is where the bottom of the LOX tank, the liquid oxygen tank, attaches to the top of the kerosene tank, or the RP1 tank. See, if you'll notice, the texture is a little bit different. See, there's structure built in there. And now the bulkhead, if something does fail, the bulkhead probably isn't going to fail. The bulkhead is extremely strong. See all the structure that they built in? But where the bulkhead is attached to the LOX tank is a point that you're going to want to make sure it doesn't break too much, because this stuff doesn't wear too much. Because aluminum, guys, that rocket is made out of an aluminum lithium compound, or aluminum, right? Aluminum, like in this can, if you put it through too many load cycles, it breaks, it shears. That's why they're x-raying the welds. So that doesn't happen, because you don't want that happening in the center of your rocket when you go to launch. It doesn't need to crack in half like an egg. That would be very bad. Was stir welding used like this before SpaceX? Yes. Nutball stir welding is something that came from NASA in the 80s. NASA was looking for applications to make the external tank lighter so the space shuttle's payload capacity could go up. Because the welds actually ended up being an insane amount of excess mass. A stir welder, what it does is the stir welder actually looks like just a metal head like this with like material on the end. And what it does is, like, you have two plates of aluminum and you butt them up together. And what the stir welder does is it just does this between the two sheets. The friction from spinning that metal over the aluminum heats the aluminum up, and it actually stirs it together. Friction stir welding. It uses friction to generate heat to weld the two panels together. Why would you do that? Well, it's less mass. You don't need to introduce any extra weld in there, because if you weld two pieces of steel together, you're introducing flux core in there, and you're adding to the total mass of the whatever you're working on. The second part of that is that because the metal that formed the weld was made by arcing electricity through metal flux, through like basically metal wire, the way it was made was different than how the steel panels were made, like in a steel mill, right? So the molecular structure of the steel plates and the weld are actually different. This is why people say welds are stronger. They're stronger because, I guess, at a molecular level, the structure of how the weld was actually made is actually a lot tighter. So the welds actually end up being a lot stronger than the steel that they're holding together, believe it or not. That's bad if you have something that has pressure, something that's pushing outward on a pressure vessel. Non-uniform molecular structure will stress certain points. Right? Stir welding actually does not change the molecular structure here at all. It's uniform. It's almost like it's one piece. One piece at a molecular level of aluminum that you put together. Most rockets are made like this nowadays. I mean, Starship notwithstanding. SLS is made like this. Falcon 9 is made like this. Vulcan is made like that. Atlas 5 is made like that. Delta is made like that. Ariane 5, Ariane 6 are made like this. I think that's everything. There's probably one that I'm missing somewhere. Yeah, there you go. Yep. What if they find a defect in the weld? They can repair it, Doom. Yeah, sure. They've done that before. Dude, you guys haven't noticed. I notice when they repair Falcon 9. I've noticed. I've seen it when they do it. You gotta look around. There are things on Falcon 9 that you'll see on the newer boosters if you know what to look for. Let's see if we can see anything on this one. That's the RP1 tank inspection cover. Where are they? I know I saved those pictures in here somewhere. There's a TSMU mount. Or, yeah, tail surface mass carrier umbilical plate. I know I've saved pictures of this. Long story short, there's evidence of repair all over the place, especially on flown boosters. It's hard to see them though. They're there, but they're hard to see. Nice, Nova. Fireflies probably stir welds their tanks too. I'm trying to find a picture, because that's a really, really good question. Yes, they have repaired them. Basically, they rivet a plate. They rivet a plate in to strengthen the aluminum. Now, I don't think that those are those because they're uniform. See, there's a plate there, there's a plate there, there's a plate there. That's probably there for a reason. Those probably aren't a repair, especially since the NASA logo is painted over that thing. Because we know the NASA logo was there on this booster's first flight. So that's probably not it. But here, let's go reused Falcon 9. Let me just see if we can find a close-up shot of one. Yeah, of course it's a potato picture. Dude, I swear they're around. I just guys working on the landing legs. Let me see if I can see one. I mean, they'll be on the lines. They'll be on the welding lines. It's really easy to spot. It just looks like a plate that's been riveted in. I've seen them before. They don't do it very often, though. I think it was only on the original Block 5s and Block 4s. Jimmy! Dude, I would sit there and listen to Elon talk about rockets all day. That would, yeah, I'd do that. That would be sick. I would, hey, John. That guy's cool. That guy's cool. No, it's not there. He's gonna call the Starship flight, from what I understand. It's these close-up pictures of these things in the HIF. That's a really easy way to see them. They're definitely there. They've made some field repairs to some of these things, guys. I just can't find a picture of it off the top of my head. Yeah, doing what Buck said is exactly right. Doubler plates. Yep, that's it. That's it, Oculux, right there. Yeah, they look exactly like that. Yep. Some Falcon 9s have this on it. They have some doubler. That's what it's called, a doubler plate. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, that's what it's called. That's what they do. There are some flying, and they're probably all expended now because they expended all the original Block 5s, but they have doubler plates on. I almost said doubler plates. Oh, brain. I think there might be one right there. Like, once again, if you look close, they're really easy to spot. I'm sorry, Real. What do you want? What do you want me to do? Now I want to sit here until we find one. Now I'm on a rabbit hole. There you go. That one's the inner stage though, so I'm not 100% if that's what we're talking about, but yeah, if you look around, launch photographers and stuff take pictures of these when they're being recovered, and when they bring them in, there's doubler plates on some of these things. I know they're there. I've seen them. But I can't find... Are these doubler plates in the room with you now, Mr. Strimmer? Yes, yes they are. Yeah, whatever. I can't find one off the top of my head, but anyway. I bet needing a doubler plate puts the booster on a short list for expendable missions. I agree, Bill. That's probably why certain boosters get chosen to be expended after a certain amount of flights. Yeah. Now, the flip side of that, dude, is that, there are some boosters with 15 flights on them and no doubler plates, which is... It's pretty damn impressive, dude. That speaks pretty good volumes about how well some of these boosters are actually put together and made. Think about it. Think about it for a second. SpaceX has had multiple boosters hit 15 flights. Pretty damn good manufacturing, if you ask me. And that, James, that's the exact reason why I said it's very clear that some of the original Block 5 boosters, well, that tells you a couple of different things. You can think, there's a couple of different questions to ask there. If a couple of the original Block 5 boosters were expended and had doubler plates on them, and especially Falcon 9 1.1s and 1.4s, etc., 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, so the Block 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 boosters, even the early Block 5 boosters, if they had doubler plates on them, and they were only able to be used for a certain amount of flights. That tells me that even well into Block 5 production, SpaceX was still upgrading how Falcon 9 was put together and how it was made. They were still upgrading it well into Block 5, which is pretty nuts, dude. That's a lot of iteration, man. Taro, you find some? Yep, there you go. There you go. There's one. Check that out. That ain't from the factory. There it is. Thanks, man. You found one. That's not from the factory. That one's crooked. It didn't come like that from the factory. Good thing on page 169. I think I got it here. This is good, Aqualux, but yeah. Thanks, Taro. Yeah, see? That's a field modification. It's most likely from the metal on the inner stage not being able to take the torque that the grid fin, that it's induced from the grid fin, being under crazy hypersonic loads. Yeah, it definitely... So basically this whole freaking panel started moving around because the grid fin was under so much aerodynamic pressure trying to steer Falcon 9 that it actually started warping the top here and they had to reinforce it. Yeah, see? That's probably why they retired these some boosters like that, or expended them. That's the FAA acceptable repair guidance. Lots of good diagrams. Cool, cool, cool. That was JCSat 16. And Taro, if I remember correctly, they did not reuse that booster after JCSat 16, if I'm remembering right. No, Zast, we were saying how these boosters need to be repaired because of the metal fatigue sometimes. Crazy, right? Pretty cool, huh? You ain't gonna learn that on another Twitch stream, that's for sure. But it's still kind of mind-blowing how agile those fins are under load, given how large they are. Size of a coffee table, dude. They're quite big. You got kittens. Congratulations. Ooh. Hang on. Some space news from Joe. Simplex nozzle post-firing. This is from an engine test from pps.space. The throat is made of graphite, which barely erodes and holds its shape really well, while the ends of the converging and diverging sections are linen phenolic, which ablates away much like a spacecraft heat shield. That's an ablator nozzle. Sure. For cooling, it burns the nozzle. The nozzle's a one-time use. It burns the nozzle from the inside out. And there's your graphite throat. Cool. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Hey fellas, I got a question. That's obviously what's C in this particular thing, and what's A? Like, I can understand that this is measuring the external temperature on the housing here, right? But what do we? It's probably a range of temperatures. Oh, is that just? Oh, that one only goes to 160, and this one gets up to 240. Okay. Okay. I wonder how they repair the drone ships after damage. With a welder in a shipyard, dude. Interesting. Ambient. So that's ambient Pythos. Interesting. Interesting. 1026 was retired after JCSat 16. They had to patch the thing. And Taro, think about it, dude. It was retired after 16 because they had to patch it because Falcon 9 wasn't up to snuff to be reusable. And that also basically proves that SpaceX was iterating on Falcon 9's structural design and manufacturing techniques well into Block 5 production. And you know what the crazy part is? I'll bet you they're still doing it. SpaceX is, I mean, I don't think they necessarily are upgrading Falcon 9. I think they got it to where they need it, to where it's basically certed for 10 flights. But we do know for a fact that they upgrade the trajectory all the time. The SpaceX changes the trajectory around on Starlink missions. Will you cover Transporter 7? Yeah. The BPS has a dream of designing a nose cone that will cook a piece of meat, so he's gone full bore at monitoring surface temperatures. Is Starship stir welding? Nope. It's not, T-Man. Starship is not stir welded. Do you know why? Think about it. Why would you not stir weld Starship? You are stir welded. Yeah, you're probably right. 17th, Hangman. Yeah, I know, James, right? It's pretty crazy. T-Man, Starship's stainless steel. It's 30X stainless. 30X refers to like the... So stainless steel is an alloy. It's a combination of a bunch of other metals, right? 30X is SpaceX's proprietary stainless steel alloy that they are using for Starship. You can't stir... Well, I'm not going to say that you can't stir weld stainless steel. I'll bet you probably could. But the thing about it is that the reason why stir welding works really, really well with aluminum, the reason why that's a thing is because aluminum is very good at conducting the heat. Better than stainless steel. This is why the radiator in your car, for instance, if you have a car with an internal combustion engine, is made out of aluminum.
Discovery.
It's very good at conducting heat. It absorbs heat really nicely. And that makes it really good for doing a low temperature friction weld, right? If you use too much heat with aluminum, you'll just melt it. Because the aluminum conducts the heat so well that it hits critical mass very, very quickly, and it melts at a very low temperature. Interestingly enough. Stainless doesn't have the same material properties as aluminum. Now, I'm not going to say you can't stir weld stainless. You probably could, but you'd probably warp it if I had to guess. However, I'm sure somebody has thought about this in some industrial application somewhere, right? And probably tried it. Ya boy! With the Prime sub. Thanks, man. Have you seen this Starship limited print? Metal print art, $500. That's cool, man. Mechanically possible, but not practical. Yep. Hey, Harp, what's going on? Left-handed frog, 28 months. So, stainless is TIG welded, tungsten inert. Ooh, fresh news off the Kerbal press, guys. Shayna is doing a, the design director for KSP2, Shayna, is doing a AMA. The AMA will be held at 10 a.m. PDT on the 20th. Cool. We got another AMA. We'll definitely listen into that. That's neat. Time zoom lady! That was actually the first thing I said to Shayna when I met her. I go, "You're the time zoom lady." And she went, yeah, that's how that played out. That's how I introduced myself to people. You're the time zoom lady! I'm literally retweeting. Time Zoom Developer AMA! Yep. Anyway. I know, chillin'. I have a way with words. Yeah, probably's asked. I'd probably deserve it. All right. Wow, that was quick. Okay. Then there's straight up friction welding. That's crazy, dude. That's nuts. What if we need to go back? Back to the future. Time zoom. All right. Guys, I honestly did Space News today to start the stream out. Because I'm wondering if that license is going to be done here. So I think if we get to 5 o'clock, which is in about, I don't know, give or take a little bit over a half hour, we're just going to go in and start doing those challenges. We're going to start doing the challenge. They did drop a new challenge here. Will you fly down if the license comes out? Nah. I want to, dude, but I can't. I have a destination wedding shower that I'm required at, that it's just too close. I'm going to be gone. I'm going to be gone the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and maybe even into the 24th. And it's just too close. It's too close. How did the Eve challenge go? I landed on Eve. I got one of them. I got, well, 1 and 2 because the re-entry challenge. So I got primary and stretch goals for that challenge. But there were so many different rocket launches and stuff that, yeah, I kind of missed it. I had a feeling we were going to get a Starship challenge eventually. This week we're inspired by Starship's orbital test flight. Be sure to post your awesome creations on social and tag SpaceX. Primary, build a Starship replica and fly it to orbit. Stretch, build a Starship replica and land it on the moon. Jeb level, fly a Starship replica to orbit and land it propulsively at one of KSC's 4 landing pads. Val level. Refuel a Starship replica at a fuel depot in low Kerbin orbit and land it on Duna and then return. How? How are we going to do that? Yeah, James, that's what I'm thinking. Like, how are we going to... You can't, I mean, we can't land super heavy. We can't boost... Well, we can, but... the response pisses you off. Which one? Maybe you could add control surfaces to wings then. In KSP1, you could do it with cow controllers in robotics. Yeah. I know, but as your weak link is numbers. So that see that right? See that part right there?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Mr. Fuel Save. Thanks to ARJ for your gifted sub. Right on. How are we gonna do this? Are they? Yeah, Pop. Like, how are we gonna? How are we gonna do that? I don't see any requirements for super heavy. Yeah, they never said anything about getting super heavy back. I mean, fellas, okay. Here's the thing. We tested helicopter blades the other day in KSP2. And helicopter blades definitely don't work like how they would work in real life. Spinning a wing like that and making a whirligig doesn't really work unless, like, the wings don't really understand having aerodynamics flow over them sideways as opposed to this way. So, like, if you build the wings on a plane, right, then at least that's what I think. I think we'd have to test it more, right? But there's, if the wings don't like having air coming perpendicular to them, I'm not 100% sure how we're going to make the flappy wings. Like, even if I do find a way to, like, Kraken Tech or what to make the wings do that, how are we? I don't think we'll get it to fly. The community manager isn't an aerodynamicist, Aqualux. I mean, I know Michael. I know the people that operate the accounts, Michael and Dakota. I know that they're not aerospace engineers, man. They're community managers. I think you misunderstood. What's up, Etal? How you doing? The challenge isn't to complete those challenges in KSP2. They are asking for help designing KSP2 to be able to complete those challenges. That's the real challenge. You know, that's not a bad hypothesis, man. Maybe they're putting these challenges in so... That's good. That's actually pretty... Dude, that's not a bad way to look at that. Oh, yeah, we gotta test how air flows over the wings this way. Maybe we'll do a Starship challenge, you know? Maybe they're making us do all these challenges to test certain features of the game. Those suck... Oh, we're getting used, man. Those suckers. Actually, we're the suckers, but yeah. Genius. Look at me. I am the tester now. That's actually, dude, you might be right. Like, you're probably not wrong. That's pretty funny, man. Oh, boy. Dude, thanks for the raid last night, that's all. I appreciate it, man. I was, like, neck deep in working on that thing, but I did get all the work done, which is good, dude. It's like playing a much harder version of Car Mechanic Simulator. Yeah, that reads. yeah, that reads. What's up, you chicken? I don't know. How would we get that to work like that, dude? It's like, we did want to be involved with the design. Yeah, you're not wrong, James. Yeah, it's MSC. No, it's more difficult than MSC. And permadeath is enabled on this game, this truck game that I play. It's really difficult. I don't know. We're going to have to mess around, guys. But like I said, I wanted to wait until 5 o'clock here because I wanted to see if Starship's license gets bestowed on SpaceX. You think they'll catch super heavy on the first attempt that they try? Yes. When you discover issues, do you let them know? Usually I compile a bug report, Alleviate. I write down everything. I didn't do it for the Eve challenge, and that kind of sucks, but yeah, I have all kinds of bug reports here that I write out. And stuff that's scribbled out and stuff is stuff that's scribbled out is stuff that I couldn't isolate well enough, or it's stuff that's X'd out that I reported already, or stuff that needs more testing. Isolating bugs is difficult but rewarding work. Truck was looking awesome. You still acquiring parts for it? Is it everything around? You just need time to install. It's more the second one, dude. The thing about it is it's twofold there. One, it's 64 years old. Finding parts for it is a little difficult, especially if there are parts that are rare, but they're not rare because they're sought after. They're rare because it's a truck that's 64 freaking years old. What other thing can you find parts for that's that old? You know, parts are pretty readily available for that truck, which is still ridiculous to me. But the second part about it is that, you know, so that truck does not have the engine that came in it from the factory. It's been modified, right? It has a much newer engine in it. So now I have a 64-year-old truck with a 40-year-old engine in it. So there is no parts that you can buy that'll just bolt in. So now we're playing with Legos, you know what I mean? That's the tough part. That's what hot rodding is. Figuring out a way for it to work. That's what's fun about messing with cars, dude. It's like when you're playing Hearts or RimWorld or something. I tell you need to come up with a good solution for it, right? You know, you have to figure out a way to do it. That doesn't, you know, I mean, it's engineering. It's just engineering challenges. That's why I like messing with them. So, like the exhaust kit now, because I have an engine from it from the 70s and the truck's from the 50s, right? Somebody might make a kit somewhere, dude, but it's easier to just buy a bunch of pipes, buy a bunch of exhaust pipes, and try to make your own. And that's pretty much what I'm going to do. So, I think I have all the parts, but I'm going to have to modify stuff. But, yeah, it's not like, cars aren't like computers, dude. It's not like you just buy a new graphics card, and as long as you have a PCIe slot, you just put it in, it's no problem, right? Like, it doesn't work like that. You're going to have to come up with some ingenious solutions for things, and that's the challenge of it. That's why I like doing it. It's like playing a good sandbox game, man. If hot rodding is like RimWorld, then you have more things to worry about than the parts. Human leather interior? Human leather seats, maybe? I don't want any. You know what? You're right. That was probably a bad analogy. We should probably not make that one again. Fine Corinthian leather. Is there a date for the orbital flight test? Zim, it's tentatively right now on the 17th. I'm just sitting here in the science and tech category kind of waiting, because if the launch license gets enabled, what is it, a video game? Kind of. If the launch license gets, goes through here, it needs to go through in the next 30 minutes. I'd be surprised if it doesn't. But when it does, the license, basically the permission from the FAA to launch, that means the 17th is on, and that means that you guys are going to want to talk about Starship for the next 4 hours. I know my chat. Too bad you are so far south. I'm a mechanical madman when it comes to making things with metal and welding. So far south, Tigris. But I live in the northeast. I know what you mean, man. Yeah, it is what it is. Chrysler Cordoba, fine Corinthian leather. Yeah, rarest. Didn't think many would get that one, but all right, cool. They're like computers. If you had a 65-year-old PC trying to find parts for that, yeah, QBon, it'd be nigh impossible unless you feel like sewing up some memory. Yes, sewing some memory, because that's how they made memory for computers 60 years ago. Yeah, it's a great car, Rarest, absolutely. Launch license yet? I am gonna wait. Hey, thanks, Dimit. I'm gonna wait for the next 30 minutes, dude. It's gotta be coming. It has to be. So, what do we have thus far to say that it's the 17th with Starship? We don't have the launch license, which first and foremost, if you don't have the launch license, you're not launching. That's the important one. That's what we're waiting on. The FAA has issued temporary flight restrictions. Okay? The FAA, or not the FAA, Marine Traffic has, so we have temporary flight restrictions, which means we have NOTAMs, notice to all air missions, and then we have NOTMARs, notice to marine traffics. And we have that from the U.S. and from the Mexico side, because Starbase is on the border of the U.S. and Mexico, right? So we have all of this. And we have FAA, the FAA Systems Command has said that the flight is tentatively scheduled for the 17th. The only thing that we do not have is the launch license. We have pretty much everything else that corroborates a launch. Now, here's something to think about, dudes. The FAA would not award a temporary flight restriction, or TFR, or a notice to air missions for said TFR, and then the same FAA not issuing the launch license. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't even bother trying to figure this stuff out if this one wasn't a thing. So, once again, fellas, my gut is telling me that SpaceX is going to shoot for the 17th. And that the launch license should be happening very soon here. Remember your theory yesterday. It makes sense, Hellfish. I still think it's a good idea. Yeah, Ark, yes. Mm-hmm. That's what I've been hearing as well. Yep. Hellfish, your theory is not bad. It's not bad. I think that's not as far-fetched as you might think. It's past 4:30 p.m. on a Friday. There's no one at the office anymore. Well, we'll see, dude. We'll see. Yeah, caveman, right? Meanwhile, down in Starbase, they're getting ready for a restack. Let's check Starbase Live. Let's see what's going on over there. Noticed air emissions, Rob. Yep. Do we know what the interior Starship looks like? I think it's just an empty shell inside of it, Dimit, right now. I've seen that sort of thing happen. Send the warnings out in case the approval comes in, with no guarantee of it happening. You put way too much faith in government coordinating internally. Yeah, but Aglex, it depends on the alphabet agency, dude. The FAA tends to not mess around with that stuff. I've had pilots come in here and basically tell me that the FAA is not your enemy, but they're not your friend either. Meaning they do their due diligence because they don't want people to die when flying in an airplane. So they're pretty good about that stuff. They run a pretty tight ship on purpose. True, but that favors sending the warnings out just in case. Okay, I have to ask, even though you commented about the green flash, is the Starship footage above your head real? I asked, even though you commented about the green flash. This? Yeah, that's SN10, dude. Yeah, here, would you like to see it? I'll show you. Dude, I know it looks ridiculous. One, because I've never seen anything that big do that before. Yeah, here. Here, I'll show you, bud. Take a look.
3, 2, 1, ignition. We got liftoff.
Yeah, Tigress, I saw that, dude. Want to go looking? It's about a 6-hour drive for me, dude, to get up there. Yeah, Fritz, I am. That's so badass, dude. Next spaceflight, Gujar. Frick you, man. We actually saw that happen. We watched this live on stream. Unfrickin' believable. Right here for a quick. Bro, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, I forgot how cool this footage is, man. It went right to its thighs after this shot, and then it blew up. The thing came down really hard, and it ruptured the tanks. It blew up right after this shot. Dude, so freaking crazy, man. 15 is the one that landed. It's still ridiculous, dude. It still looks so bananas to me. I couldn't believe it when we actually saw this thing do it. I wonder if there's a 15 recap video. Yeah, here we go. That's nuts, man. Click. What the balls? You know how big that thing is? Can you link the video? Sure, Tony. Yeah, I got you, man. Sure, Tony. Okay, then. You call me tomorrow, okay? That's just... But yeah, the reason why... So, SN10 actually blew up. The reason why I kept SN10's footage is because it's such nice footage, dude. How many times has it successfully landed? SN15 is the only successful Starship landing. Yeah. 10 landed, but it blew up right after that. 8 blew up. 9 very much blew up. Here, watch. This one is 8. This is pretty awesome. I would say this is the first try. This is the first time they ever attempted this. I didn't, Dingo. Oh, that's so cool, man. Hell yeah, brother. That is an absolute unit, to speak in Gleater speak right there. That's an absolute unit. Look at South Park. Or that's not South Park, that's Port Isabella. Look at this footage. Oh! Ooh, I feel dirty. And that's where the engine broke right there and went boom! How does autogenous pressurization work? There's a gas tap off inside of the pre-burners, or actually right before the pre-burners on Raptor, that shoot gaseous methane and gaseous oxygen back up into the tanks. Nova. They're on the engines. It's a pneumatic recirculation system. Excitement guaranteed. Can you believe they did that on the first try? You need to watch 9? Alright. 9 did not end well. 9 had a big problem. Oh, look. The last time we were watching this video was right there. Here, let's... Helicopter on Mars 50 times. 11 was so disappointing after 10. Yep. Yeah. Watch SN11. Yeah. I still remember watching it in minus 15 degrees cold in the street. Yeah. Dude.
T plus 5.5 minutes. Starship continuing the subsonic descent.
That's so kick-ass, man.
6 minutes,
So
10 seconds into flight. We're down beneath 1.5 kilometers. We're
That's
preparing
nuts,
to
man.
restart.
Come on
2
now.
engines, flip the vehicle vertical, then transition to 1 engine for the landing burn.
Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. Click.
Oh, see, let's get cameras up.
That one didn't end well. Revert to VAB. Pivot! Pivot! Crazy, dude. Does that mean he's not coming on then? I still don't know why they just had other ships sitting there in the debris field. Well, yeah, that was something that they really wanted to rapidly prototype. Yeah. I mean, I think after, so what happened was, all right, let me explain this. What happened was they did all these rapid test flights at the beginning of the Starship program, 2019 into 2020. And they ended up violating the previously issued FAA launch license. The reason why they violated it is because the FAA launch license was designed for Falcon 9s. Boca Chica was originally supposed to be a Falcon 9 launch site, and it was supposed to not fly stuff very often because Highway 4 is a public road. So it was originally supposed to have a HIF, and it was supposed to have a Falcon 9 in it. SpaceX had that there because they were worried that they would be bottlenecked on other pads by other launch providers and not be able to launch. Like, for instance, at the Cape, it's a multi-user spaceport. SpaceX wanted their own spaceport to themselves. So when they started going there and doing high-altitude testing for Starship, eventually what they were doing ended up being so far away from their launch license that they had to renew it, and they had to go through an environmental impact report. And that's when that basically happened, when they cracked down on it, and they had to do an environmental impact report and basically assess to what degree all this testing was doing to the surrounding area. Yeah, that's when SpaceX basically said, all right, no more rapid testing. And that's when, after SN15 landed, that's basically when they decided, screw it, let's go for a full stack test. Launch license approved. This tweet is from an account that no longer exists. Now look back over the SN10 landing. It makes sense that they were validating rapid restarts. I think so, Aqualex. Yeah, especially after 10. Yeah, relighting one of those. Yeah, like freewheeling the damn turbo pumps, which is still bananas to me. The crazy, yeah, freewheeling the turbo pumps. So in case of that, they needed to start it up again. Which still is insane that you don't spin a bearing when you freewheel a turbo pump like that, but yeah, still crazy. Yeah, Ark, I've heard that before, dude. Yeah, rapidly restarting that probably would have been better for it. But still, though, it freaking landed, man. Right, Sean? It's freaking gnarly, dude. Like, what in the absolute frick? You know how big that damn thing is? The scale here is mind-boggling. It still makes my head hurt, dude. Literally. Yeah, it's an Adama maneuver in real life, though, right? Yeah, you belly flopped it. Right, Ogie? Yeah. Unbelievable. Just... What in the absolute frick? That thing is precisely maneuvering with one engine offset to the center of mass, meaning it has to land kind of crooked. And it's still just doing it just fine. Oh yeah, see it bounced into the ground? Yeah, didn't get the descent rate right. See this footage? This tweet is 14 minutes old. Thank you for telling me how old it is, Pop Bear, to be 100% honest with you. Is this Artemis footage? They've been releasing Artemis footage all day, dude. And yeah, we were looking at it before, but I don't think I've seen this. Okay. Did you see the relativity tweet? Which one, Core? Space Y. Cool. Dude, look at that picture. Oh, there's the pitch over. Look, dude, you can see the engines moving. Look at the engine. You can see, it's not, I mean, excuse me, not the pitch over. That's the roll program. Look, the engine's gimbaled. Look, watch. Roll program. What the frick, man? Roll program complete. Roger, roll. And then all the engines should pitch a little bit. Frick, that's cool. Is that fire behind the ship engines? Yeah, Mac, this is stuff burning off. The SRBs are very, very hot. And the thing is that there's a lot of drag right here between the engine nozzles and the bottom of the rocket. There's drag right there. And some of the flames get caught in this low pressure area. And because it's low pressure, because it's drag, there's a lot of heat. It's really easy to heat up that air. So the back end of rockets usually burn like this. This happens to Falcon all the time. This is why they ended up installing a big thermal protection system on the bottom of the newer Falcon 9s. You ever notice how the whole bottom of the Falcon 9 nowadays is painted black? It's because of that. It's just hard to see with the Carolox engines on Falcon 9. It's hard to see it. But yeah, you can see it happening with SLS right there because the hydrogen motors have very clear flames, so you can really see it. Yeah, Zay, did you see it? You see the engine's gimbal? Look. Watch that motor. So the vehicle is basically perpendicular to us right now. Watch that motor. It's gonna turn a little bit, and when it turns, the whole vehicle rolls. Dude, that is very, very cool. That's really neat, man. That's really neat. I'm getting a little hot, getting a little fired up from that. Oh. Wow, it looks dangerous. It's actually supposed to be like that, Mac. Yeah, that's really kind of unavoidable. That's like saying, "Oh, I want to go swimming and not get wet." Yeah. That's just aerodynamics doing their thing, man. Every rocket does that. In fact, Saturn V left such a crazy low pressure area, the flames actually went up the side of the rocket. True story. Here, check this out. Watch this. If we see any pictures of Saturn V when it's doing its ascent, here, how about we try this? Saturn V ascent. Look at the flames. See? They travel up the side of the rocket. The reason why the flames went so high up Saturn V is because the air is getting pushed out of the way from the S2 to S4B interstage adapter. See that conic interstage adapter? The air is coming over this thing and it's getting shot out to the side. And that leaves a lot of low pressure on the side of the rocket, and the flames actually end up traveling up the side. Falcon 9 actually has this. Falcon 9 does that as well. But the reason why Falcon 9 does that as well is because the landing legs are pushing the air out of the way and the fire travels up the side of it. Pretty cool, huh? I thought it was the SRBs that did the gimbaling. The SRBs gimbal on SLS. They absolutely do. On the shuttle. SLS is not the shuttle, Hinks. I've always said that about the shuttle. The SRBs are doing the steering on the shuttle. That's clearly not the case with SLS. But SLS's motors are in line now, aren't they? So clearly they do help because you can literally see it happening right there. How it isn't dangerous. Maybe 95, I don't know. What do you mean it isn't? Like, guys, see, I don't know where people pull out these... I don't know where people pull out these abstract ideas about what is and isn't dangerous. So you're saying that flames traveling up the side of the rocket is dangerous, but not launching into space isn't dangerous, implying there's a safer way to do it? If you know of a safer way to do it, to basically have that not happen, I would really like to hear it, because we could make a lot of money. You know, I don't understand where you guys get these abstract ideas about safety risk and mitigation about rockets. You're launching into space. It's dangerous to begin with. Flames traveling up the side of the rocket is not that big of a deal comparatively to what you're doing. You're being accelerated on a rocket to 28,000 kilometers an hour. That's a little dangerous.
I don't want to do either of those.
Why not?
It's scary.
Rockets? No, rockets are dope.
I don't want the other. That box says names and addresses on it, so just be careful.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Are you doing any car stuff tonight?
Yeah.
Alright. Let me know when.
Probably like 7, 8 o'clock, something like that. Maybe 9.
Alright, I gotta run to the grocery store and get things.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, we got a bunch of stuff tomorrow. I don't know if you're aware of it or not.
I'm aware. Is it going to take up the whole day?
It depends on if you want to go down with me to get my hair done. Which it might be smart for you to do that.
Why would I want to do this?
Because the dinner, I don't know how long my hair is going to take. And dinner's at 6. So I don't know how much of a gap there is. Plus, we have to drive into Boston for dinner.
Chad, I'll be right back. Okay. All right. I'm back. Sorry about that. I needed to make sure that we were on the same page with our weekend planning. NSF is on. I should have just popped that on there while we were talking. NSF is always on. Yep. I just burnt my tongue. I also use that opportunity. See, multitasking, chat, okay? Is Remo finished beating you? No, we were just planning our weekend. We were just planning the logistics of our weekend. It basically centers around me wanting to work on the truck and Brimo getting her hair done. We just needed to plan that out, but we have a plan. We have a solution. It's called the Plan A. Yeah, very aptly named. No license yet. Did you try not drinking boiling coffee? No. But I also multitasked and got myself a pot of coffee and I filled up my water. So, you know, something I needed to do. Figured out the weekend plans and Brimo's happy now. So we're, see? Just living the dream over here. I'm good at that, Pop. I talk for a living, remember? Are you going for the hair? That remains to be seen. Boston's going to be crowded tonight. Keep in mind if you're going in there for dinner. Dan, we're probably going to go into the city tomorrow night. Are the socks at home? If the socks are at home, yeah, that's going to drastically change those plans. Living the dreamo. Yep. What's left to do on the 59? Do you think this may be reputable? I'll open up the link, Aqualux, but remind me to say that one more time here. Remind me to talk about it one more time. Sox game tonight, not sure about tomorrow. Gotcha, Dan. Thank you. So what's left to do on the 59? Dink, you see all that stuff that I did to the back? I basically got to do that to the front of it. Yeah. There's a lot. I got to go over the front suspension, make sure the front suspension is good. We got to do the exhaust. I got to put the bed back on, obviously. It's the exhaust, and then a lot of the frame up front, I didn't really paint before I slapped it back together. And it's, don't get me wrong, it's not like just ratty and needs to be painted. There's a lot of bare metal around, and I don't want to drive around with the frame with bare metal on the frame. So I do need to kind of just go through and paint the front just like I did the rear, and then I need to do the bushings on the front suspension as well, so that's going to be fun. I really hope that doesn't turn into I have to replace the front leaf springs because I find rust on them. That would really suck. But if that's how it happens, man. Tomorrow at 4 is Sox versus the Angels. Oh, frick. I have seen the Kerbal Beanie. Guys, I actually have one of those. Yeah, I have the Kerbal Beanie. They gave it to me in Amsterdam. I forgot I had that. Anyway, rub it in. Okay. By the time the truck's finished, gas engines will be banned. Ugh. Yeah, tech guy kind of sucks. Would you say you're achieving the American dream? Yeah, I'm getting there, man. I'm getting there. Sox game alone wouldn't cause much trouble. There's a lot of people in for marathon weekend. That's... It's going to be impossible to find parking, dude. Well, wish me luck. That Twitter links reputability. So this is Felix Schlang with this tweet. Come on, mouse. What do we got here? Let me take a look. Reliable sources told me that the reason for the still missing SpaceX Starship FAA license is a missing environmental letter from the Department of Wildlife and Fisheries. The letter needs to be in before all requirements have been met. Meanwhile, we now have a notice to air missions. NSF is live. Jonathan, why would you tell me that NSF is live when I literally have NSF up on the screen? It's notice to airmen. Yeah, if I call it notice to airmen, I get people like you saying it's notice to air missions. And if I call it notice to air missions, I get people saying it's notice to airmen. So yeah, you can call it whatever you want. We could call it notice to banana peels, all right? For all I care. You know what I'm talking about. I know you know that I'm talking about. And you know that I know that you know that I know what that is. All right, so. Shh. And you know what? I'm calling it notice to banana peels from now on.
Discovery.
Notice to hand banana men. Okay. If Jonathan, are you saying that they have like they spooled up a separate stream?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you meant. Okay. I got you.
Very quick and concise answer there. Crumb is asking, Ian, I'll throw this one to you. Given the optimal conditions, what does SpaceX's timeline look like for making it to Mars? Still before 2030? Now, in the original time.
Hey, Dre, what's going on, brother? How you doing? It's notice to airmen, but since they've been neutralizing terminology, it was changed to air missions. S-Master, that's not very inclusive of you. Stop. Shame. SMH my head. Thanks, Nora. No, that's just silly. Oh, come on, man. Oh boy. So, Aqualex, this. So what is Felix saying? Reliable sources told me that the reason for the still missing SpaceX Starship FAA license is a missing environmental letter from the Department of Wildlife and Fisheries. The letter needs to be in before all requirements can be met. Do we know why they destacked? They destacked to arm the flight termination system. Pretty much says what we already know. Mac, you don't like it? Hey, try to keep it clean in here, my dude. If you could. I realize it's easy to let loose the hounds of war. Nah, it's all good, man. Don't worry about it. Just notice to chat missions. Notice to hand banana men. Okay. One agency hold up. So we could look into this, I suppose, but we have the NOTAM here, so that's important to understand. Did they get the license? I haven't seen anything yet, and it's 5:20. Notice to banana men. Yep. Okay, Salute. Nice. There you go. I got you. Over and out. Excellent. And dude, I ain't above this either. I tried, Mac, like, I'm not trying to sit here and turn my nose up at people for cursing. I curse sometimes too, man. Like, on stream. Probably when I shouldn't. Oops. You know, I'm not above my own chat's rules. Reliable sources told me that the reason for the still missing SpaceX Starship FAA license is a missing environmental letter from the Department of Wildlife and Fisheries. The letter needs to be in before all requirements have been met. some more insights. The letter seems to be about a rare shark species that has not been spotted in the area for 40 years. Guys, take that one with a grain of salt, okay? Take that one with a grain of salt, bros, okay? Yeah, sources say. Take that one with a grain of salt, dude. Think about it, right? Think about this for a second, you know? And I'm not saying Felix is wrong. He could be right. I'm saying we don't know. But also, you know, you're just going to throw that last part in there? Oh, nice. We got a dev update from Mikey. All right, we'll go see what's good there. You know, you're just going to throw that last bit in there? Oh, well, it's about a 40 species of shark that hasn't been spotted in the Rio Grande Valley or in the Gulf for 40 years. I mean, okay, so fellas, if it's one thing that I've noticed, and once again, I ain't saying Felix is wrong, I'm not saying he's right, I don't know. But if it's one thing that I've noticed, is that you gotta be careful with things that you want to hear, alright? I see you guys doing this. Dude, you want to hear that. That's what you want to hear. Oh my god, they're delayed for a stupid shark species that hasn't been seen in 40 years. This is so stupid, blah, 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 blah. That's what you want to hear. Right? You want to hear that. That's something that, you know, it's like, oh my god, really? Yeah, nothing changes, right? Yeah, be careful with stuff like that, you know? Guys, I'll say this once, I'll say it again. You could say whatever you want about environmental impact reports. Oh, it's stupid, that's dumb, that's blah, 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 blah. Environmental impact reports and stuff like this is to make sure you don't, for instance, build a launch pad and have it fall into the swamp. They said you couldn't build a launch pad in a swamp, but I did it anyway. It fell into the swamp. So I built a second one. That fell into the swamp. So I built a third one, lad. That burned down, fell over, then fell into the swamp. But the fourth one, that stayed up. That stayed up. But father, I don't want to launch rockets. I'd just rather... You'd what? I'd just rather say... No. You're not breaking into song in here. That's why environmental impact reports exist. Check Discord DMs. So Yannick, is this the part where you've linked something that I've seen 4 or 5 times today already? Let's see. Cosmic Perspective. Yeah, dude, I don't want to show it because I don't have permission from Cosmic Perspective to show it. You know? I really want to make sure that I get permission. So I have it linked up, but I'll watch it in my spare time. I have, like, kind of looked at it off stream, dude. Have you seen this, though, yet? I have seen that, S. God dang, am I good, dude? I called that, dude. No sources needed, brother. Anyway, what about this? The relativity one, Corey, yeah. Let's see, what else do we got? Hey, what do we got here? Or dumping jet fuel on occupied school playgrounds. There's enough of that. Dude, you remember that? That guy fuel dumped over his school. What are you doing? You freaking moron. Can you believe? I forgot about that, Uncle X. Dude, did you remember that? You remember that? The plane fuel dumped over a school and drenched the playground in jet fuel. Oh my god, dude. Dude, I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see that damn video. The spicy rain, dude. Frick them kids. The pilot, probably. Here, Cora, I'll check that relativity thing out in a second. All right, so check this out, bros. So keep in mind, it's an Ars article, so just take it for what it's worth. Rocket report: SpaceX may lease High Bay 1 in the VAB. I don't care about the second part. These two events are not correlated. Okay. I don't care. I don't care. Late August, NASA issued an agency announcement asking for industry proposals to lease High Bay 1 at KSC. This is the same iconic building in Florida where NASA stacks the Space Launch System. In November, NASA selected a proposal. However, the agency spokeswoman, Patty Beeling, declined to name the winner, telling ours that the terms are still being negotiated and the process does not conclude until parties execute the lease, at which time NASA will announce the selection. I remember in November when this happened. I said that SpaceX is going to use one of the high bays to either A, store starships, or B, use for starship integration. Now, the crazy theory about that I had was that SpaceX would use the second crawler transporter. Because NASA has two of them. They use CT2 to move SLS's mobile launcher around. The crazy part of that theory is that I thought that SpaceX would use the crawler transporter and use that to move starships to the pad. Or build a catch tower on it and use a mobile launcher as a mobile catch tower so they can have a dedicated receiving area for starships and a dedicated launching area for starships, at least while they get catches figured out. Now, I know what people are going to say. EJ, why would you do that? Why would you use the crawler transporter to move a starship at the same time? Like, wouldn't they just put it on the SPMTs like what they do at Boca Chica? Well, yeah, you could do that. You got to remember, the crawler transporter could move Super Heavy and Starship at the same time on a dedicated transport launcher platform. Yeah, it could move both of them at the same time. And the crawlerway literally goes right to SpaceX's pad. So, it's funny that this is coming out now because, yeah, I think I may have been more on the money than previously anticipated. Well, the HIF is in the way, but still. No. So actually, here, check this out. I'll tell you the theory that I had in November. I'll tell you the theory. You're absolutely right. It definitely is in the way. So let's go to Titusville. Maybe Aqualux. So let's go over here. Pad 39. So core, you're absolutely right. So High Bay 1 is that bay right there. High Bay 3 is next to it. So it's 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then there's the transfer aisle right here. High Bay 2 is used to store SLS cores, I think. High Bay 4 is used for storing SRB segments. And High Bay 3 is being used to build SLS on the mobile launcher. Now, what was this originally configured for? This was originally made to be able to build 4 Saturn V's all at once. Yeah, because, Apollo. So High Bay 1 is right there. If SpaceX uses that and they use NASA's spare crawler transporter, because there's 2 of them, they could lease it out. I don't see why not. It wouldn't be the first time they've leased ex-NASA hardware. You're right. The HIF is exactly in the way. But an interesting thing that I kind of deduced here is that either A, well, okay, Core, check this out. Now, I don't think that they do this, but something is very curious here. SpaceX, when they put the 39A HIF there, and they put it in the way of the crawler transporter, right? See it? It's definitely in the way. You know, so you can't get a crawler up to 39A like you could have back in the day. Now, two things here. All right, the first thing that I noticed is that when they built this, they graded the terrain over here. This terrain is all graded. Why would you do that? Why would you grade that? Maybe some drainage or something, but you could definitely tell. You could see where they graded it. It's all graded comparatively to older pictures, right? You know, the irrigation, that's a drainage ditch. That's a drainage culvert from 39, because 39 is built, the whole complex 39A and B are built, they're crowned. So the whole thing is built like a pyramid so they can drain water, right? Now, it's very interesting that when they went to build the HIF, right? They graded everything out to there. Very, very interesting. Why would you do that? See what I'm talking about? That's very much intentional. So something interesting to note there. Like, that's all been graded and packed for another building. So why would you do that? I don't know. Maybe they just used it as a construction staging area. Maybe they'll build another one right there. The angle makes sense. You build another one right here and you just have it turn and go into place. You have it turn onto the crawlerway. The transporter erector can turn just fine. The one at Vandenberg does. It actually is a turn to get to the pad. It's not a straight shot. So that definitely can be done. That can be negotiated, no problem. That way, you re-allow access for a mobile launcher to get up onto 39A, or the crawler transporter, and the HIF is now out of the way. Second part here. Say they don't move the HIF. Say they don't do that. Well, something interesting that I noted, and I did measure this. We did do measurements here. Granted, they were on Google Earth, right? If you look at the path of the crawlerway, and you have the crawlerway diverge right here, there is enough of a gap here to get a mobile launcher and a crawler transporter through. If you graded the terrain, it pretty much points directly at where, well, the pad's over here now, but you get the idea. It points directly at a staging area next to where the chopsticks would be. The chopsticks at 39 are right here. So the staging area would be right there. See what I'm talking about? It could just be a coincidence. Probably is just a coincidence. But it could be done. They could pack that soil right there, move the drainage culvert from the side, and build a specialized gate here for an entrance into the BDA. It's totally doable. And then just make the road, instead of going here, going like that, just do that. Make the road go straight. And have a new crawlerway. You could extend the crawlerway in here. This is 39A. Another theory that I had, fellas, lies over here. Anybody know what this is? See that right there? Anybody know what that is? I wonder if the road next to the crawlerway is heavy enough for SPMTs. Maybe. 39C. Oh, hey, Kyron. I haven't heard from you in a little while. Is everything good? So, 39C. We know that NASA has a tentative plan to expand KSC up here into this area. When they did the Apollo program, they built into Complex 39 the ability to extend the crawlerway this way, if they needed to build more pads. The VAB can hold up to 4 Saturn V's in there, so it'd be reasonable to think that you might need more pads for doing more complicated missions, right? Not really, got major surgeries coming up Saturday. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Well, hey, I kept you in my thoughts, dude, for what it's worth. So, NASA tentatively has an idea to expand KSC up here, right? SpaceX is leasing the VAB. Now, it's no secret that this is called Notional Complex 49. They just call it Launch Complex 49. It's very interesting because Complex 49 is right here. And this is just some armchair stuff, right? Now, if they were going to build a pad up here, right? And it was going to be a pad that had like a Starship launch tower on it or something, right? If you're going to do something like that, the best way to gain industrial access to a pad that's built anywhere in this area is literally the crawler way. It's right there. Now, what do I mean? Well, the crawler way has industrial power for what it's worth because, you know, you need industrial power to launch rockets. So basically there's an electrical wire here on the crawler way. All right? This is the wire harness for the pad for the most part, right? There's no power lines that go out to it. It just runs with the crawler way. If you look and you kind of do some quick observations here, right? That's the closest area to where the notional complex 49 would be. That's the closest area where you have industrial power and a right of way. The only other place where you'd get access to a complex like this is over here on Kennedy Parkway, right? So let's do some measuring. Notional complex 49 is right here. Kennedy Parkway is 5 kilometers away. That's the closest place where you'd get any sort of infrastructure. And now you have to build a road that goes out there. You have to build a road that'll get out to this area. There's no infrastructure there. There's just a train track where they deliver the SRBs from. And that train track's basically abandoned from where it's the N in Wilson is forward. So there's no infrastructure out there to build a road. But there definitely is infrastructure and power that's a little bit closer if they extended the crawler way. My other theory here is that because if SpaceX does want to lease High Bay 1, and this is just my crazy theory based off of what I see here on Google Earth, right? That they would extend the crawler way out there and build a 39C for what it's worth and move stuff out there with a mobile launcher. That's my thought. What about reinforcing the road between the SLF and the VAB? Is that already done? It's already been done, yeah. The road's heavy enough to move a space shuttle, Synerd. Yeah, of course it's reinforced. What high bay does SLS use? 3. Mm-hmm. Plans of 39C and 39, yeah. Yeah, Complex 39 in an alternative timeline, dude. It was supposed to... Why is it called Complex 39? It was the 39th launch complex to be built at Cape Canaveral. Yeah, the other part about that is that the ITL Causeway Creeper was supposed to have 3 pads. It was supposed to have Slick 40, 41, and 42. And there was supposed to be 3 freaking pads, dude. And then a notional 4th right there. But see where that pad is? That is exactly where the notional complex 49 is supposed to be, which is interesting. And the closest thing to it is literally the crawler way. Oh, I wish they had done that, man. I've seen that render before, T-Man. Wasn't the crawler way technically built for Nova? Yep. Imagine the 4 pads with a shuttle on each. We could, dude. Could have been there. Could have been a thing, dude. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. I'd prefer 4 Saturn V's on it, Geeson, and that's coming from me, to be honest with you. It's been updated. What has been updated about this? Oh. The mobile launcher is facing the wrong direction, by the way. Yeah, the ML... How did they integrate this SLS? The launcher's in the way. Now, I don't think SpaceX would do this in particularly, I think they would use it to move Starship and Super Heavy out there, like, next to each other on the crawler transporter. And use it to move the whole thing to the pad. And basically use High Bay 1 as a gigantic Starship hangar for payload integration and whatnot. But then again, High Bay, the VAB is not a clean room environment. It's just literally a big hangar. No climate control. You can't really use it for payload integration. But what you could do is build a clean room inside of this and move Starship in on a mobile launcher, use a crane to put Starship on the ML, and then have a clean room surround it like the rotating service structure for the shuttle. What about 1 Saturn V, 1 Starship, 1 SLS, and 1 shuttle? I don't know what you're going to do with all that architecture, but I'm not going to not want it. Anyway, guys, we didn't see a launch license, interestingly enough. It's 542. Alright, Core, what's this relativity video? Let's see. The pic is cool, though, right? Oh, absolutely. German flag or welding shield? I'll let you be the judge. What are they doing with that telehandler? Yeah, in case it breaks, yeah, I guess. So what is this for? You asked to make it spin, and spin it did. Our Stargate 4th Gen metal 3D printer spins up an 18-foot demonstration dome for Terran R. Word. Interesting. Demodome. Imagine if the Saturn V guys could see that weird robot summon a tank dome out of thin air. Yeah. 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 Also agree, yeah. That's that looks like a robotic arm that's used on a car assembly line and stuff. So it's a demo. It's interesting that they're printing horizontally now, which is weird. News from the FAA. Oh, here it comes. What do we got? Stand by for the news from the FAA at 5:50. Bristol, what's up, man? 60 months. What's your opinion on relativity ditching reusability for Stage 2 of Terran R? It's kind of sad. Yeah, that does suck, dude. And like I said, fellas, this is why I've been just doing space news. I'm waiting for this. Because I could tell you right now, if it didn't happen today, they're not launching on the 17th. My entire schedule next week plans on what we hear in the next couple of minutes. What exactly is the reason for it being horizontal? I'm not sure. Oh, Dread Swirl. Yeah, I said it right. Thanks for the 10 subs, dude. All right. Nothing says that they can't make a reusable 2-stage later. What do we say about interim stuff, Aqualex? Hey, Dread, thanks for those subs, dude. I appreciate it, man. You guys are being really good to me today. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy it. I'm just trying to fill your head with as much space stuff as humanly possible. What do you say about interim stuff? Nothing is more permanent than a temporary solution. No problem. Entertaining content needs rewarding. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. That's, yeah, very satisfying to hear. I'm just happy I'm not boring people to death, man. What is a review? It's a funny way of saying review. It's where we review what's going on in the spaceflight industry and talk about trucks. I think the reason why they were horizontal is the same reason why you don't see vertical lathes. Maybe. More than entertaining, educational too. Who knew that learning could be fun? Fill our empty heads with space. Yeah, that's what it... Man, when you say it like that... My temporary solution, Ethernet cable that went to my room, lasted 2 years longer than I had intended it to. That's right. You feel sad that you never saw a shuttle launch and probably won't get to the USA in time to watch Artemis 2. I mean, if you think you're not going to do it, Erudite, you're definitely not going to do it. Just putting it out there. What if you could make the second stages dual use and cluster all of them up to make a space station out of them? That would be interesting. Stallfire, that's called a wet workshop. Oh yeah, that's a very good idea. That's turbo. How about a 1965 Mustang with rocket engines? I mean, Patton, what you're proposing there is quite literally as absurd as a jet-powered dishwasher, but I mean, I don't not want a jet-powered dishwasher, you know? Like, so, yeah. What do you think of Dawn Aerospace's test flight?
Discovery, go at throttle.
I have to go remember what Dawn is about, Tigris. There's too many small sat companies. Not a bad problem to have, though. 2025, I'm 18, so that's why. Yep. Did I see the video of the T-90 in Louisiana? Yeah. Yes, I did, Zymus. Yeah. Yeah. Guys, you want to hear a strange one? A T-90A that was captured during the, what's going on in Ukraine was spotted at a Louisiana truck stop. The truck broke down that was pulling it, and they left it there, and they had to go get another truck. Yeah, that's right. It's a turbo, Scout. It's a turbo. It's just a Ford. Chrysler's turbine car. That's my all-time favorite automobile, dude. Somebody gifted 12 months of Tier 1 to Kyron, and Malls had a 51-monther. Can't have crap in Louisiana. Who would win in a fight? 100 Starship-sized Starlinks or 100 Starlink-sized starships? The first one. So... yeah, a T-90A just showed up at a truck stop in Louisiana. No one has any idea how it got there, and the OSINT community, open source intelligence community, asked the Pentagon what that was, and the Pentagon said, we have nothing to say. I don't know. They said, we don't know what it is, which is weird. That's a little strange. I'm going to go ahead and put my money on something called FME, guys. So FME is Foreign Material Evaluation. That's what it's called. Foreign Material Evaluation. Basically, you got a war prize. Bring it here, figure out how it works. It wouldn't be the first time that's happened. No, it's real, Stillfire. It's real. And it's still... So, that's how I know it was FME, and it wasn't, like, something that a civilian somehow bought. It's Foreign Material Evaluation. So, yeah, the Pentagon said, well, we have nothing. We don't know what that is. Yeah, of course you don't know what that is. Sure you don't. the gun was still, the gun hadn't been deactivated according with U.S. arm import regulations. You can buy tanks in the U.S. Oh, you can buy them, sure, why not? You have to weld the gun shut, or else you ain't allowed to have a tank. This one was literally like fresh off the battlefield, which is weird, and the gun breech was still open. So there is not a chance in hell that that thing would have been brought into this country if the government didn't do that. There's no way they would have let it pass customs with a working cannon. There's a pretty good reason why. That's not always the case. There's an M4 in Vegas that has a working cannon. So, an M4 is a T90 that was off of the modern battlefield. Signer, yeah. Sure. Thanks. Okay, here we go. Should be waiting on the FAA. So yeah, it's a foreign tank though, so you get arms import regulations are. So, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say that I don't want my own T90. I always thought the Tunguska was a cooler Russian tracked vehicle. If we're really gonna go there, I think the Tunguska was cooler. It's not a tank though. It's self-propelled anti-aircraft, but it's just me. It's very strange, man. All right. It's happening. All right, here we go. FAA news. Let's see. Okay, Washington Post. Hey guys, I got a question. Did somebody link up? We linked up a tweet from Eric Berger from about an hour ago that said launch license permitted, and he quickly deleted it. Did Eric Berger forget what time zone he was in? Because it's 5:54, so it's 6 p.m. on the East Coast. But you got to remember, Boca Chica.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Boca Chica is Central Time. So guess what time it is in Texas? It's 5. Eric forgot what time zone he was in. It was a fake account? Oh, damn. That sucks. That ruins it. That's not as cool. Alright, guys. Everyone's saying that the license has been, that it's happening here. RT, 65 months. When hop? Leg Lewis, 42 months. Thought he lives in Houston. Strange. Yeah, Blue. Curious. Do we have permits here from the FAA themselves? Like, here, let's go to FAA.gov. Statement, space policy online. Okay. Statement from the FAA. I mean, this is what Stephen Clark was reporting too. Everybody's reporting the same thing, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and say that this is pretty damn reputable. On April 14th, the FAA issued a SpaceX vehicle operator license to launch the Starship Super Heavy vehicle from Boca Chica, Texas. After a comprehensive license evaluation process, the FAA determined that SpaceX met all safety, environmental, policy, payload, aerospace integration, and financial responsibility requirements. The license is valid for 5 years. The FAA is responsible for protecting the public during commercial space transportation, launch, and re-entry operations. We carefully analyze the public safety risks during every stage of the mission and required SpaceX to mitigate those risks. In addition, the FAA will implement various aerospace integration measures designed to reduce the impact of the launch on commercial airline flights and other airspace users. The FAA will use key mission triggers such as the loading of rocket fuel and the final disposition of the booster rocket to pinpoint when to close and reopen the airspace. For the first time, the FAA will implement time-based procedures for a launch from Boca Chica. This will identify and reroute only the aircraft directly affected by the closed airspace, allowing more aircraft to stay on their most optimal and efficient routes. It has previously only been used for launches from the Florida Space Coast. Both the Starship vehicle and the Super Heavy booster rocket will transmit telemetry data to the FAA via the Space Data Integrator tool. Data such as position, altitude, speed, and any deviation from its expected flight path will provide the FAA situational awareness and, in combination with other information, help to reopen the airspace quicker. There is it. I can't even type. I'm so excited, guys. I don't know if you saw. There is it. The plans don't make plans on Monday. I can't even type straight. I'm trying to hold it back. I'm trying to be cool about this, but holy crap, that's nuts. Dino. Dude, now I just gotta proofread it. There it is. Don't make plans on Monday. All right, we're good. We're good. Oh my god, dude, I was getting so hyped real quick I couldn't type correctly. Should we really take the day off? The real question is, do you really want to afford missing this? You forgot the yay! That's right. Oh man, and just like that, plane tickets to Texas just skyrocketed in price, man. Oh my goodness. I mean, I could watch it at work. UJ's very old booster indiscretion movement. Booster ignition. Boosters and salami. What is the launch window? Gotta to protect your floop. All right, we can get rid of that. The 150-minute test window will open at 7 a.m. Central Time. Guys, I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be here for a long time. Gotta go drive to Newark Airport. Talk to you later. Must be nice, bruh. It's on the SpaceX site. All right, let me check. The 150-minute test window will open at 7 a.m. Central. That's gonna freaking launch, dude. That freaking thing is going to launch. You gonna go in person? I can't, guys. I have plans. I mean, you can cannonball down. I have plans over the weekend. We have some wedding stuff that we have to do. Dude, we have plans on Saturday, man. I can't make Texas in one day. Can't do it. No, that's next week on this. Aaron knows she knew what she was signing up for. Rip. Have you heard from Starship? You could say that. The launch license was issued, guys.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
When they say that the license is good for 5 years, does that not mean there is not a limit to the number of launches? They can only launch so many times out of Boca Chica per year, Kev. Torlab, 69 months. Nice. Time and date. Thank you. Cosmo, when is it going to happen? Launch window opens up at 7 p.m. Or 7 a.m. Central Time, excuse me. The SpaceX Starship stream on YouTube is counting down. That's transporter. That's tonight. That's only a transporter mission. Whatever. Dude. Oh, I was there for Falcon Heavy's first flight, Deep. Yeah. Wait, what did I have in there? Nice. Not bad, not bad. Good. Yes. Why is that in there? I did it all for the nookie. Come on, the nookie. Come on, so you could take that cookie and stick it up. Yeah. Dude, it's happening. Cancel all plans. No Rush. I listened to Rush today. I went to grab some parts from the O'Reillys that I needed, just little bits and pieces for the truck, and I blasted Countdown driving home. Would you say that this is the biggest launch of the year? Yep. Yeah, Knight. I know. I just rushed to the stream when you saw the announcement. Can you believe that? So guys, once again, the FAA has issued their launch license. SpaceX has permission to launch Monday, 7 p.m. or 7 a.m. Central Time from Boca Chica. They have permission to launch. On Monday, if everything goes right, Starship will light 33 engines, and if it makes it off of the pad, it will be the biggest highest thrust rocket ever flown, ever. Period. Full stop. I don't know, Jungle. Can you believe that? In the span of 6 months, we've had... Think about this for a second, dudes. In the span of 6 months, we've had the highest thrust rocket record if it launches tomorrow, it'll be broken 2 times in 6 months. Saturn V reigns supreme since the Apollo program as one of the highest... Actually, I think the N1 had more liftoff thrust, and Buran Energia may have been up there too. Either way, the rockets of yesteryear had that record for the longest time. The space shuttle never made as much thrust as the Saturn V or the N1. And I don't think Buran Energia did either, but still. The single highest, basically the highest thrust output from any rocket, that record has been broken, will have been broken 2 times in the last 6 months, by SLS and then by Starship. How do you feel about the odds of it going all smooth? I think if it makes it off the pad, it'll make it into space. Yeah. Mm-hmm. How much, Hotbox? Did you catch that last bullet point? The first ever use of the system. Yeah, the space data integrator. Yeah, really. Yeah, basically space is going to be just like space flight is going to be like standard air traffic. Really crazy, dude. Unrestricted climb, Aqualex. It brings new meaning to that word. If it makes it off the pad, I don't think it will make it far past max Q, to be honest. EJ, it has video about the SDI. What does, Mutter? I don't know what to do with my hands. That FAA link. All right. The Space Data Integrator. Banana. Hang on. Here. I'll do it in cool, informative video voice. Space Data Integrator. SDI. Tracks... No, that's not right. No. We have to do, like, informative... infomercial type stuff. Right, hold on. Take 2. We gotta get it right. The Space Data Integrator, or SDI, tracks space launch and re-entry vehicles in real time. The SDI capability enhances the continued safe integration of space operations into the national airspace stream. Flights have to be rerouted around the closed area to air traffic. SDI, in combination with other tools, allows us to safely reopen the airspace quicker and reduce the number of aircraft affected by launch or re-entry. Morgan, you want Morgan Freeman? All right. The Space Data Integrator, or SDI for short, tracks space launch re-entry vehicles in near real time. The SDI capability enhances the continued safe integration of spacecraft operations into the national airspace system. Flights have to be rerouted around the area closed to air traffic. SDI, in combination with other tools, allows us to safely reopen the airspace quicker and reduce the number of aircraft affected by launch and re-entry. Why was that more difficult than I thought it would be? Anyway, I'm going to say it once, I'll say it again. I'm going to keep saying it for a little while. The FAA granted a launch license for Starship. Starship is set to lift off with a 150-minute launch window starting at 7 a.m. Central Time on Monday, April 17th. That was 9 out of 10. Thank you very much, Omega. I appreciate you being here. And a Dufresne, who crawled through a river of crap and came out clean on the other side. You better have good bowel movements the night before this launch. I don't want nothing to mess you up from being here. Radical, did you ever see the that episode of South Park where they're playing World of Warcraft the entire time and they have the intercom system? Mom, bathroom, bathroom, bathroom.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, I don't know. I just felt like why do I bring that up? I don't know. Bathroom. Oh, look at the big boy. Oh my gosh. I'm going to be here starting at midnight, London Prod. Yeah, I'll be here for the whole thing. Bathroom! Bathroom! Will you be doing that? No. That's totally unrelated to what we were talking about. It's totally unrelated. I don't know what you mean. Bathroom!
Discovery, go at throttle up.
XTC, thanks for the 5 subs. Torlab. That a 69-monther in there. And then Omega with that prime sub, dude. Thank you very much. You did it for the Morgan Freeman. Don't lie to me,
go at throttle
boy.
up.
That's exactly what you did. And you know what? That's completely okay. Why would you start at midnight?
Discovery,
Because hype? I'm 1 hour off of Central Time, guys.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thank you very much for all the subs. I do quite literally appreciate every single one of you. I would shake all your hands if
Discovery,
I could.
go at throttle up.
A nice firm handshake. Anyway. Midnight at which time zone? Yes. It was your appreciation that did it, but I can't lie. Alright, yeah, that works. You're really gonna start streaming midnight on my... Now I can't stop doing this. Damn it. I have to shake that...
Shake it off. Oh, yes. So shake it off by doing a couple of Zoidberg impressions. Oh. Oh, Professor, I'm so into you.
Anyway. The window's at 6 a.m. Eastern time, or is it earlier? So 7 Central would be 8 Eastern time, fellas. Why do I feel I've waited so long for the Starship orbital test flight, and now it's 2 days and I feel like I'm not ready for it? Dude, Phoenix, I was looking forward to Artemis 1 for years. I'm a big SLS fanboy, but I'm a big Starship fanboy too. I still can't believe Artemis 1 happened. It's still like, oh, SLS is operational? Wait, what? When did this happen? Right? Like, I feel like you could pull off a convincing Kevin Spacey in House of Cards. Dude, I'd have, like, I have to go listen to it. I can't do impressions of people that have a regular voice. Does that make any sense? I don't know, Kevin Spacey kind of does it, you know? Like, I probably could, if I listened to it enough, I could probably do it, no problem. But yeah, doing impressions of people with normal voices really doesn't work for me. You have to have a crazy voice like this one for me to be able to emulate it correctly with my Dimondium voice modulator. See? Ask Elon to hold it up. You need more time to get ready. Yeah. I got my ticket, flying to Austin tomorrow at 6 a.m. Yes, you know that Austin is not near Boca Chica, right? What are you saying about Morgan Freeman? I'm saying nothing about him, that he has a very deep and very influential voice. Or like Mark Wahlberg. That's right. Yeah, Mark Wahlberg. I can do an impression of him. Or at least I can do an impression of a guy that's doing an impression of him. That'd be great. Texas isn't very big. Yeah. Say hello to your mother for me, okay? I'm sorry, dudes. I'm just looking at this picture here. Just. Oh my God. This is the thing. That's because you and Mark Wahlberg grew up down the street from each other. Yeah, that's right. What about Sean Connery? All systems, you have to be very careful. Not everything here reacts well to bullets. How do you feel, Captain? Cold. Vasily, verify distance to target. 1 ping only. Night Viper, Sean Connery didn't die. He just went home, okay? How accurate are we able to build Starship and KSP-2 without robotics? Well, Jack, that remains to be seen. That's probably what we're going to try and tackle for the rest of the night. That was a great Russian accent. Nu pa-Ruski. It is. Welcome to the Rock. I timed the furnace, Robert. I hope no one has changed the timing. I legit forgot he died. He didn't die, Hokey. Hey, dude, look, it's 2022. Or it's 2023. I can think whatever the hell I want. Sean Connery isn't dead. Neither is Neil Peart. Neither is Eddie Van Halen. All right, they're not dead. They are still alive in my mind. I can think whatever I want to. It's fine. You guys remember the time when it was like February of 2022, and I'm like, look, it's 2020. I can think what I want. I said that without making a joke because I legitimately lost track of time. The pandemic, man. That screwed up my internal clock pretty bad, actually. He is going to commentate every day. Yeah, he said he was at least. Don't remind me of those accents. Jeez, they were bad. Captain, we are out of the lane. You're relieved. He wasn't Russian, he was Lithuanian. Yeah, Marco Ramius is Lithuanian in Tom Clancy's book, yes. Look at this guy thinking what he wants to. Just to get the time right, if launch window would have been today, how many hours ago would it have been open? 10. Right full rudder, bearing 315. What just happened? Combat tactics, Mr. Ryan. By turning into the torpedo, he was able to close the distance before it armed. Yes, but right now, Captain Tupolev is removing the safeties on all of his torpedoes. He will not make the same mistake twice. Yeah, welcome to March 1352nd of 2020. Seriously though, the pandemic did screw with my internal clock. I still have to double check what year it is. Just a second ago. You arrogant guy, you've killed us! Way to go, Dallas! Guys, remember, Paganini was the composer. Pavarotti was the opera singer. Okay. It's the year of Starship, dude. I can't believe that. Elvis was alive. I saw him on TV last night. Also, Starship really exists to go to the dark side of the moon and bring Elvis back, right? Math checks out to me, man. That checks out to me, bro. Is there any correlation on time when other starships flew? Cross-referencing. No, I don't think so. Seems like a long process. Hey, the hardware's from 1988, all right? It's slow, okay? Sir, the radar, sir. It appears to be jammed. I'm having trouble with the radar, sir. I've lost the bleeps, the sweeps, and the creeps. I don't think we've had a stream in probably about 2 to 3 years where I don't reference Spaceballs at least once. Spaceballs? Oh shoot, there goes the planet. Found anything yet? Not a thing, sir. What are you preparing? You're always preparing. Just go. Just go. Oh, I'm getting hyped up, man. I'm getting hyped up. I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting hyped. When will then be now? Soon. Oh, yeah, that's right, Aranor. Pavarotti is a tenor. Paganini was a composer. That's right. That's right. What do you got for me, Jonesy? I thought I heard singing, sir. Dude. No, Fall, I haven't. When is it? Monday, 7 a.m. Central Time. That's when the 150-minute launch window opens. Guys, yeah, I want to, dude, I am.
Oh, I wonder what Zoidberg thinks about the upcoming launch. Look, they launched a beer keg into space. That's very weird. I'm not sure why you do that. Humans are definitely a weird species to be around, but I have been placed here by my home planet to study them. Oh.
That's too early. Tell Elon to move it. Waiting what, 8 years? Waiting a good while since IAC 2016. Okay, from SpacX official. This is coming from John. What is Mr. Snap saying? Yeah, don't go there. Okay, cool. That is a very big keep out zone. Yeah, that's probably for a good reason. Oh, dude. I don't believe this. Designated viewing zone for mariners. That's cool. Green, good. Red, bad. Red, bad. Napster, bad. Metallica, good. Fix that countdown link. Dude. Can I get closer if you watch from Mexico? No, I would not even try doing that. What is the small triangular green zone? It is a designated viewing zone for mariners. What about the little red button on the bottom of the gun? I tell you what I do like, though. A killer. A die-in-the-wool killer. Cold-blooded, methodical. Now, real killer, when he picked up the ZF-1, would have immediately asked about the little red button on the bottom of the gun. Sorry. Why, EJ? Why Napster? Napster bad. Metallica good. I'm sorry, I'm getting this is just super hype. I'm just super hyped that my brain doesn't know what to do, so I'm just defaulting to movie quotes. Sorry about that, fellas. For the actual news here, the FAA has granted SpaceX a launch license for Starship to launch on Monday, April 17th at 7 a.m. Central Time. The 150-minute launch window starts then. We are going to see an orbital launch attempt of the first fully reusable launch vehicle, hopefully on Monday. Napster Bad is a Flash cartoon. It is. Yep. So now that we have a stream start time, do you still plan on doing an all-nighter? I don't know. This one will be expended on the first flight, Dado, yeah. Mm-hmm. Do we know how long the flight time is? 90 minutes. Jax, 90 minutes. One orbit. I can't believe this. I can't believe we're here. I can't believe they're actually going to try to get that thing into space. It's strange, dude. Strange. Man. Did I finish my Eve mission? Yeah, Ugerman. I had the lander. We did land on Eve. I landed on there. We got it down. Turns out that flying anything on Eve is really, really a pain in the butt. You should just start at 6 a.m. Central. You need to be rested. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll start a little earlier, maybe I won't. It really depends. The reason why I kind of wanted to start at midnight, guys, is because, honestly, if I try to go to bed early and then try to wake up at 6 a.m., that's not going to work. That's not going to work. I'm going to sit there thinking about how I have to get up in the morning, and then it's going to be 6 a.m. anyway, so I'm just going to be awake. I know me. I know how that's how I work. Happening level. It's. Yep. I think it's safe to say, fellas, that also Monday's streaming operations, like the regular stream, probably not gonna happen. Probably. Content idea: sleeping stream. Eukerman, my dignity has a price as a streamer, where people, on the internet have none. It has a price, and that's not it. That's not even close. Spoiler alert, there's no price. I won't do that. I'm not streaming myself sleeping. First of all, you don't want to see that. No one wants to see that. It's not pretty. Second of all, that's very weird. I don't want to do that at all. Could you get a KSP-2 Starship and Super Heavy ready before the launch? Probably not, Papa Bear, no. SpaceX Stream is supposed to go live 45 minutes before the window. Okay. Don't underestimate the internet. Yeah, no. I'm not. So, alright, I'll be very candid on this. I'm not, nor am I ever doing that. There is no price. The price is infinity. Googleplex, infinity, yeah, I'm not, that's weird. That's very strange. Wait, so the window only ends at 9:30 a.m. They said it's a 150-minute window, Jackal. I don't know how that possibly could be misconstrued as anything else. Yeah, so what I'm saying is, yeah, that sounds right to me. Call me dumb, but why is Starship sitting on a big old tube? That's the first stage, Bobby? Why wouldn't you do it for $5 million? Because nobody would pay for that, Pop. Yeah, that's why. That's the reason. Yeah, the tube. Tube. No problem, Bobby. That's not part of this hypothetical. I have to tell you what you can do with an aluminum tube? You could send one into space on Monday? That's stainless steel, though. The new unofficial name for Super Heavy is Pringles. Once you pop, the fun don't stop. Do I have to tell you what you can do with a stainless steel tube? It is, yeah, Bobby, it does have a certain future aesthetic to it, don't you think? Everything is chrome in the future. Well, not chrome. Everything is stainless steel in the future. Future. Finally, I can be all alone. 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 Does that mean that the future was 20 years ago? What? Yes. No? Yes. Maybe. Magic 8 Ball? If only the future was what we predicted in the 50s. Well, here's the thing about the future, suburbanite. People seem to think that the future is something that's just going to be bestowed upon us, right? That's not any more further from the truth. You want a better future? Make a better future. I can't be any more straightforward about that. You know, look, there's people out there doing future stuff right now. That is ridiculous. If you had told me in July of 2011 that in give or take a decade we would be reusing rockets the way that we are, and someone would be working on essentially what amounts to a Shuttle 2.0 that combines the best attributes of a Saturn V and a space shuttle into one vehicle, I would have called you a liar. There's no way that's happening. This is insane. This is the stuff that, dude, what is a Falcon 9 coming in and landing but Buck Rogers? Who remembers that show? No, I don't think many of you are that old. Heck, I'm not even that old, right? Buck Rogers, they landed rockets down vertically. Tintin, same thing. We're doing that. We do that for real nowadays. Just saying. If you're doing future stuff right now, then that's present stuff. But it's presently futuristic stuff. Take this thing. Remember the tricoders from Star Trek? That's basically what this is. How's that not? It's a freaking computer. It can fit in your hand. That's 50s futuristic stuff. Tablets from 2001? Sure, absolutely. I mean, I remember watching Star Trek Next Generation in the 90s with my parents when I was younger and being like, how did they make those flat screens? Wow, flat screens. Wouldn't that be cool? Like, oh, wow, that screen is mounted on the wall. Oh, that's so cool. I wish we could do stuff like... Well, just wait a second. The future is what you make. But yeah, I know. I want Jetson-style flying cars. I know like, I get what you mean. I understand the gist. But you got to make that future, man. That's the thing. You got to make that future. Yeah, touchscreens, right? Yep. Giraffes are futuristic mobile surveillance platforms placed around inaccessible areas too. Birds don't exist. Could they have made Super Heavy carbon fiber, save weight in Delta V? Mass, not weight. Delta V? Yeah, maybe. It would have been more complicated to manufacture at Erudite, and it would have been not nearly as reusable as stainless steel. Part of the reason why Starship is made out of stainless steel isn't because it's the best material for the job. Part of the reason why it's made out of stainless steel is to keep the costs down. Yes, you take a trade-off here. A carbon fiber version of Super Heavy would probably perform better than the stainless steel one. But the stainless steel one is way cheaper to make. That's way easier to make. A lot more things out there use stainless steel than carbon fiber. Something to note. Finally got the motivation to go to Duna in KSP2. Okay. Apparently, if history goes by the Jetsons, George was born in July of last year. That's weird. It wouldn't survive re-entry as well, though. It would be a lot lighter, Aquilix. Your ballistic coefficient would be a lot lower. And it probably could, but yeah. I think stainless steel is a better material choice. Not just because it's cheaper. That is a lot smarter of an idea. It can deal with the temperatures a lot better. Can you weld stainless steel in space with an electron beam? Dude, you could... Stainless steel, you don't really weld it, per se. If they're TIG welding stainless steel, it's more like soldering stainless steel together, if you really want to know. So yeah, stainless steel, you could manufacture stainless steel stuff in space if that's what you're asking. Yeah, that's what a TIG welder does. With a TIG welder, you have the tip of the TIG welder, right? And it's surrounded by gas. And what you basically do is make an arc between the plate that you're trying to weld and the tip of the TIG welder. And you move the flux with your hand into the arc, and the electrical arc melts the flux onto the surface. That's how you TIG weld things. That can be done in space. So, I mean, to be honest, so can MIG welding. Actually, you wouldn't need a MIG welder in space. There's no gas to react to. You don't need a MIG or a TIG welder. You just weld. An arc welder would work just fine. And you would not have to worry about contaminating the weld. Especially if you're welding outside. Back shielding is what makes stainless steel annoying to weld. But yeah, because if it contaminates on the backside, on the pen side of the weld, it's going to crystallize. Yep, absolutely. See, I know all this stuff about welding, and then I don't know how to weld. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. How would you ground your welding? You don't need a ground, Katra. You just need to make a circuit. It doesn't need to be a ground. You could put a big rubber block on the back of your welder if you really wanted a ground. A ground is just something that generates enough resistance to make the circuit go in the right direction. Right? It's basic electrical. Just put a big rubber isolator or a big huge resistor on the back of your welder. It'll work just fine. Or just make the circuit and make sure the welder's grounded away from you. Feeds, speeds, and heat. You know how, but you have no experience. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say is that's really stupid. I should probably learn how to do that, especially if I'm going to talk about it, right? But TIG welding in space would have to be inside a structure with some kind of atmosphere. Otherwise, you lose all the precious gas. You won't get an arc in the vacuum. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, that's right. You would need the gas in space. Yeah, because you don't want to touch the tungsten rod to whatever you're welding. That's right. Interesting. We should figure this out. I want that future that Suburbanite was talking about. Yeah, we should figure this out. How well do you think Ship 24 and Booster 7 will perform, assuming Ship 24 gets a chance to light its engines? honestly, if it gets off the pad, I think I'm going to be pretty happy. So sequencing 20 hold down points like that is no easy feat to do. With that being said, I honestly think if it gets off of the pad, that dude, there's plenty of testing for air starting Raptor engines. There's plenty of flight test data about air starting these things. So, look, if they can air start the engine when the thing's belly flopping like this, you could be damn sure they can air start the engine during a staging event. Absolutely. I honestly think if it makes it off the pad, she's going to make it into space. I think if they make it to staging, they won't have the problem will not be with Raptor engines relighting. There is so much testing data and flight test data off of Raptor's air starting. And then there's the, frankly, vigorous testing that they're doing at McGregor, you know? Stir welding is probably the best for space. Yeah, stir welding would work. Yeah. Max Q is scary, though. Yeah, but you could figure out Max Q awesome from doing computer simulations. You know, like... Yeah, visibly, yeah, exactly. Here, do you see what SpaceX has in their mission timeline here? At T-0, excitement guaranteed. Hellfish, I apparently wouldn't know. Dude, yeah. I don't know, man. I think this pad will get absolutely roasted after, like, if it takes off and leaves the pad. I think it's gonna there ain't gonna be much left down here. You're forgetting cold welding. No, obviously. I don't think I'm forgetting it. I don't think I even know how that works, Aqualex. Remember, I don't know enough about welding. That's what started this whole conversation, man. Anyway. Max U is the point of that caused concern for Ship 24. A test article that replicates Ship 24 aft section. The Ship 24 aft section failed under test. SpaceX have attempted to reinforce Ship 24's aft, but it's going to be scary for sure. SLS. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you think? Okay, so you said they did a compression test, right? So a structural test with a structural test article. It wasn't it with Ship 26's aft section or something like, or not Ship 26. There was another aft section or something, and they crunched it and it didn't work, right? So they tried to reinforce it. Do you think, especially after doing analytics on this and then testing on this test article, that they would let Starship fly on a leap of faith like that? Do you think they'd do that? Why would you fly knowing that it could possibly fail? That's not how SpaceX works. I mean, don't get me wrong, they do send it from time to time, and that might be what they're doing. And if you're suggesting that that's what they're doing, yeah, you're probably right. You might be right. But consider this, dude. They've had a lot of time to prepare for this orbital flight test. Personally think they would never launch this without being sure, but it's still going to be a scary event. That's what I'm getting at, dude. If they can replicate the compression load on a test stand and then reinforce it and then test it, I don't think they'd let that particular thing fly on a whim. That is a known unknown, right? That's something that that's something that you can test for. I don't think they'd leave that to chance. Now, don't get me wrong. There's an unknown here. There's plenty of unknown unknowns. Staging is the first one. Another unknown is, well, technically still staging. So a big unknown here would be ignition. Boosters would be the 33 engines lighting and then the 20 hold down points separating. That's an unknown. And then staging is another big unknown. That's stuff you really can't test. You know what I mean? Honestly, I feel like this test is more about the booster than anything else. If I recall correctly, Jax, this test is primarily here for Starship. Believe it or not. It's primarily here for as a hypersonic test for Starship's heat shield. Do you think there's a high chance of many tiles falling off at max Q? No. Not at max Q. They would have already fallen off. If they would, yeah, they would have probably already fallen off before that. You're an unknown. Thanks. I bet there's another unknown that you don't know about. Yeah. Gotcha. Actually, I said that staging is a unknown. It's not. It's a known unknown, to be honest with you, now that I'm really thinking about it. The unknown's unknown, yeah, we don't know what those are. But I don't think they would try to minimize the unknown unknowns as much as possible, don't you think? I still can't believe that, dude. I'm just sitting here looking at that thing. You gotta be kidding me. What's on the Starbase Live? Let's see. Are they lifting yet?
Message as well.
Ryan's hosting today.
And also the super.
I'm not super confident that it will all go without a hitch. I'm really excited for it. We've seen plenty of unusual failures from the early Starship tests. Yeah. 7 a.m. Shankwolf Central Time, so that's 8 a.m. Eastern. Booster 7 will perform perfectly after pad clear because no matter how many issues, it never gives up. See, SLS, guys, this is why I think if it makes it off the pad, you'll be good. Honestly, I don't think that Raptors are going to be any issues. Raptor probably has accumulated more test firing time than any rocket engine ever in the last 2 to 3 years. McGregor has multiple Raptor engine tests every freaking day for the last 2 years. Raptor has accumulated more firing hours than any engine in the history of spaceflight. Nothing has fired more than Raptor engines. Maybe Merlin 1D engines. But you got to remember, take that into account. SpaceX has flight data with Falcon 9 to figure out how to make Super Heavy work, right? They have re-entry data with Dragon. Keep in mind, Dragon's a little bit different, right? It's definitely not Starship, but there is re-entry. So they have entry, descent, and landing data here for first stages and capsules. And on top of that, the most complicated part of a vehicle by a long shot is the propulsion. If there is a problem on Starship, I really don't think it's going to be with the Raptors at all. I don't think that's a thing. But I could be wrong. But all this engine testing that happens, I mean, we see it on NASA spaceflight streams, dude. We see it on NSF streams. They have... The McGregor cam, there's Raptors firing multiple times, 24 hours, well, not 24 hours a day, but they're all day, every day, you know? Do you think Starship will extinguish 2 Raptors and finish the orbital burn on 1 engine for precision? Maybe, O-Force, maybe. Yeah, Merlin's fire more because they launch at least 9 a week. Yeah, that's right. If NASA could do it, if NASA could do first flight with the shuttle, SpaceX can do it with Starship. Yeah. What was the TWR Ariane 5 launch? It flew up so fast. 1.3 or 1.4 net is about where it ends up. Ariane 5's a monster. Ariane 6 will get off the pad even faster. It'll have 4 P120Cs. It technically has more kick behind it. Do you think the flaps are very likely a weak point during re-entry? Yes and no, Fun Pants. Honestly, I don't think the flaps will be too big of a problem during re-entry. If they're folded in the upright position, not going to be that big of a deal. I honestly think they're going to have control problems during re-entry. If you really want my honest armchair rocket scientist opinion, I think they're going to have problems here. Now, why? Why? Well, here you go. This is what I'm about to show you is called Schlieren imaging, okay? Schlieren imaging is basically wind tunnel tests, but you use Schlieren imaging for supersonic and hypersonic speeds. Here, check this out. Take a look. So, what can you tell me about this picture? Well, right here, you have what's called a boundary layer. The boundary layer is basically a gigantic flaming trail of plasma, okay? Keep in mind, the closer the boundary layer is to said spacecraft or said thing flying through the air, the closer it is, the hotter it's going to get. Now, down here, you have a capsule, the Mercury capsule. Basically, more or less your pretty straightforward garden variety capsule shape. A cone with a hemisphere, a very shallow hemisphere on one side. Heat shield, pod, etc., etc. Most capsules are something, or a derivative of this type of shape, right? So take a look. Look where the boundary layer is closest. Where the boundary layer is closest is right where the heat shield is. See what I'm talking about? Now, capsules use an offset center of gravity and roll control with the RCS to modulate the angle of attack on the heat shield. That's how they steer, right? They're pretty straightforward stuff, right? You go over here to the missile, or a warhead rods from the gods style shape here. See that? It gets extremely hot at the nose cone, like infinitely hot where the boundary layer is very close to the craft, and then it dissipates really, really quickly until you get to the back. So, let's go over here. Let's take a look at this one. Blunt body concept from 1953. Take a look at this. There's a reason why I think they're going to have control problems here. Now, anything that's inside of this boundary layer is going to be relatively low pressure compared to in front of it or compared to absolutely like what it is, right? That's going to be really, 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 really hot right here. And it's going to be really high pressure. Behind it is going to be very low pressure. See all the turbulence that's being caused from this? See all that? And then what these lines are what the heck are they called? Pratt-Meyer singularities? I forget what those are called. They're basically shock waves, like little mini shock waves that from breaking the speed of sound, right? But take a look at this. So first of all, Starship, people say like, oh, Starship's gonna have tiles. What about this? The tiles are actually the layer is not really close to those tiles. But what I'm noticing here is that you're going to need a lot of RCS to compensate here, because your control surface is going to be flipped up right here. And even if you bring the control surface down, there's not a lot for that control surface to grab at when you're going through supersonic and hypersonic. See what I'm talking about? Oblique shocks, that's what it's called. EPF, thank you. I think that Starship will have control problems in the hypersonic regime from like Mach 20 to Mach 10 deceleration. Because think about this for a second. Well, I mean, it does have RCS on it, and it's going to be using that. But I think really you're going to have a lot of, like the wings, even if the wings fold down to try and control this, they're not going to do much. But then again, the same argument could be made with the space shuttle. Space shuttle's control surfaces didn't do anything at those high speeds. But here's the thing. The space shuttle was designed in a way to have that hypersonic boundary layer go over the control surfaces at certain speeds. And this is why one of the reasons why the shuttle is frankly genius. I have a similar Schlieren image. It's not really a Schlieren image. It's a hypersonic wind tunnel picture of the shuttle's reentry profile. Now take a look. Look right here. See how close it is to the bottom of the shuttle? And see how close it gets to where the control surfaces are on the shuttle. At certain speeds, that boundary layer goes over the control surfaces. So the shuttle control surfaces, right, will work at higher speed, but you still need the RCS and the control surfaces to keep that thing aligned. If it becomes misaligned, you got a big problem. Like, if you don't have RCS and the shuttle goes off of this kind of angle of attack, like this way or down or up, you pretty much, that's it, right? But see how it keeps the boundary layer closer to the bottom of the shuttle? Interesting, right? And that's all because the shuttle's nose cone is hemispherical. The Rockwell engineers designed this thing to purposely channel hypersonic flow over the wings. That's why you have the leading edge right here made out of reinforced carbon-carbon, because that layer, the angle of that shock wave changes with your speed, the theta angle of it. It changes as you go faster. When you go faster, it's actually in here somewhere. And then as you decelerate, it moves out over the edge of the wing. It's the plasma knife. It's purposely in this design vectored over those control surfaces. And you can see that in that image right there. See what I'm talking about? It's vectored over the wing on purpose. So the shuttle can use its control surfaces during re-entry at certain speeds. When you're going too fast, the control surfaces don't do anything. Also, when you're up in the vacuum, they also don't do anything. So the shuttle needs to use a combination of the RCS and the control surfaces, and it gradually switches over from RCS to control surface. Starship might have a problem with this. You might have a problem here because that boundary layer never gets near your hypersonic control surfaces. It only does it maybe at the very beginning when your boundary layer is at the highest speed, and then it's gradually going to move away. Horizon Nova, 36-month resub, renting the lens. Cool, that's neat. What do you suppose control surfaces made to work in plasma would look like? Literally the shuttle's elevons, Bellfish. Now, Starship, I'm not sure if the wings folding down will be able to get near that boundary layer. And if you really want to affect the attitude of the vehicle and use those control surfaces for that, that would be the way to do it. That might be able to do it at Mach 25, Mach 20. And keep in mind, guys, this is all napkin math from an armchair engineer. I'm not an engineer. I'm just thinking about Starship shape with the given information, okay? They probably have crazy good simulations, but yeah, Canadian, how SpaceX is going to handle this boundary layer is something that's I'm very curious about. Now, see right here, there's a lot of turbulence right there. They're going to have trouble. They're going to have trouble using the control surfaces at high speed. In which case, you need to rely completely on RCS. Now, don't get me wrong. SpaceX is somebody said it. There's no way they didn't think of this. I'm a moron, and I thought about this. So there's no way that any engineer at SpaceX doesn't know what this is. You know what I mean? Elon said in the 2021 Everyday Astronaut Tour that the structure of the flaps isn't a concern. It's the hot gas seal between the flap and the hinge that's going to be the thing to watch. I don't know if that's changed since then. Well, so that's another thing that's not really related to the conversation, like talking about control issues. That's Starship's shape, and I was trying to pivot into talking about this. So the control surface shape is something like this. See that armpit right there? See that? Starship has that right there. Starship has that right there and right there. At initial entry, descent, and landing, your boundary layer is going to be extremely close to that circle. Once again, remember, that hypersonic boundary layer changes with your speed. So say you have Starship here, and Starship has its control surfaces here. And that's crooked. Right? It's not pointy enough. Right? And your re-entry heat is coming at it like this. That's the direction of travel that way. So the boundary layer, hey, come back here. There we go. All right, so at higher speed, it's going to look something like this. So you might get some control authority in there, But the armpit is what I'm concerned about. Or not concerned, it's what I'm interested to see what they... I'm interested to see what they do. I don't like to think, oh, well, I'm concerned, as if I have skin in the game or something. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. But the plasma at very, very high speed will come up in here and get stuck in that armpit. So that kind of corroborates what what Elon is saying, right? Sorry, my brain's going... See what I mean? That's probably what he was talking about. Because, once again, your theta... It's not a theta. That's theta. Your theta, the angle, so relative to the vehicle. So there's an angle right here. The angle that your plasma wake is in depends on your speed, right? So at lower speed, it's going to look like this, right? Like it does in the Schlieren image. This is at low hypersonic speeds. Or maybe that might even be supersonic. See what I'm talking about? But at high speed, during initial entry, descent, and landing, the angle will change. It'll be like that. Your humbleness needs to be more common. Yeah. Cagnazzo, I'm just very straightforward about what I am. I ain't no engineer. How do I know? I'm just some guy that streams on Twitch that likes rockets, dude. And likes talking about them. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm something I'm not. That usually doesn't end well. Usually. Sometimes fake it till you make it works, but see the thing about physics is that, and more specifically like teaching about it, is that laws of physics are pretty straightforward. If you're wrong, yeah, you're just wrong. That tends to be how math works. Wouldn't it have an angle of attack on re-entry so the plasma will fall leeway? I mean, immolated, that really depends. If Starship's flight profile includes tilting the nose at 45 like the space shuttle, then I have no idea what it's going to do. If it was going to, I mean, I would, and this is based off of that stupid picture of the space shuttle, like it going at hypersonic speed. So say you have Starship like this, right? That looks ridiculous, right? You have Starship like this, and you have your forward wings, and you know there's the front, right? Just okay. There's your Starship. So what would the plasma wake look like here? It would look like this. Very similar to the shuttle, because Starship shape is not that much different. You would definitely have a hot spot right on the nose cone, and it would get insanely hot right there. Because literally pointy. Go back to the Schlieren image. See what I'm talking about? A more pointed nose keeps the boundary layer closer, resulting in more heat and higher temperatures. Over here, that shape purposefully pushes it away. Think bulbous bow on a ship, same idea, but obviously we're trading a liquid medium with a gaseous medium here, so it's not exactly the same because air is compressible, but you compress water too much, it just kind of gets pissed off. You compress air too much, it turns to fire. Yeah, plasma, technically. So right there is going to get really hot because it's super pointy. And because the shuttle has kind of like a angled nose, like the shuttle does something like this, and then it has the nose cone right there, and then it goes up like that and over. Shuttle has a nose cone that's basically pointed downwards, right? And that's to basically shoot the plasma up and over, like that. Right? And then keep it close on the bottom side, like in that picture. That's why the shuttle's nose doesn't point over here, it points down. Well, particularly it points forward when the shuttle's pitched up at 45 degrees, but that's another story. Now, Starship doesn't have that, so you're going to see something kind of similar to this, but right here, especially on the front, if Starship is re-entering at 45 degrees, it's going to get very hot. Very, very, very toasty right there. And then on the top, on the leeward side, it's probably going to go out and over like that, if I had to guess. This is just a guess. I mean, analysis without numbers is just an opinion. You know, so you're going to see really, really high points of heating on Starship right there on the nose. It's going to get really, really hot right there. Were the shuttle tiles noticeably hot? Were the shuttle tiles noticeably hot after the shuttle landed, or did they cool off during landing? The atmosphere basically cooled them down. Jax, yeah. You could touch the outside of the shuttle after it landed. It would be warm, but it wouldn't be like, I'm going to kill you hot, you know? The tiles, you got to understand, the tiles can flex heat very, very quickly. That's the important thing to understand. They can absorb and retain heat very fast. You can heat them up very quickly and they'll cool off really, really quickly. Especially if you're flying through the air, because they basically air cool themselves on the way in. Adam, what's going on? Yeah, you can touch them, sure, Darkness. Yeah, you can touch them after it's been in the kiln, which is pretty nuts, right? I'm sure everybody's seen that video. If you haven't, go look that up. Shuttle tiles. You can touch them when they're red hot. That's how ridiculous of a material science thing that is going on there. But you got to remember, they can shed the heat off almost as quickly as they can absorb it, because the shuttle is flying through the air. So when you get down into the cooler parts of the atmosphere, right, that are it's really cold, especially after you go through re-entry. When the shuttle's up at 100,000 feet, it's freaking freezing up there. They can dump the heat as fast as they can absorb them. They're really, really, really freaking cool, actually. FTS, NASA spaceflight.
Be doing it probably tomorrow to give them enough time. To give them enough time to lift Ship 24 onto Booster 7 in preparation for the launch attempt on Monday. So, yeah, very exciting if they are indeed doing that now. We have another question here. Very related to what we're seeing right now. Karun, sorry if I got that wrong. Do they have to stack the ship today, or can they do it over the weekend? Now, Ian, are there any restrictions when SpaceX can lift the ship? Are there any road closures or anything like that?
Yes, so they do not need any sort of road closures to lift the ship, and that is actually a very good point there. Over the weekend, unless there is a very special exemption, which requires a lot of paperwork, and SpaceX has only limited a certain number of weekend exemptions, along with holidays as well, they cannot do a road closure or beach closure on the weekend. But like I said, thankfully, they do not need a road closure to lift the ship, so anytime, literally anytime between now and Monday, if they wanted to, they can lift the ship. But they, like I mentioned before, they will likely want to get it around maybe a day before, maybe a little earlier than that, just to do some final pre-flight checks, make sure everything is integrated correctly and ready to go. So yeah, anytime now they could lift the ship. I would assume maybe tomorrow night or early Sunday morning, but again, we do not have concrete numbers on that. We will watch to see how the chopsticks move and secure the ship. Then we'll know that they're going ahead.
Oh, look at that. That lift, that white lift, is approaching the commandant weld line on the booster. So it might be indeed going to the flight termination system box for the booster as well. So they're going to be doing it both at the same time.
It's moving into the booster. I think that's our confirmation. They're going ahead with the flight termination system arming.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And that on itself really shows me that, of course, we have the FAA approval now. We have the road closures, the beach closures, the temporary flight restrictions. This shows me that SpaceX themselves are confident that they are currently ready for a Monday flight, because I don't think they'd be doing this if they're saying, oh, maybe a few days later, we really don't know, let's just get the permits and be safe. This shows me that SpaceX is confident as well, and that is a great sign.
It's interesting to note that they waited until they got the launch license to put the termination system on there. Literally within like the hour of getting the word on the launch license, the FAA launch license, they were they said, all right, go put the FTS on there. Yeah, like I said, Cag, you see the size of this thing? The scale here is nuts. You don't. The pictures just don't do it justice. Look at the people compared to that damn thing. It's freaking huge.
Then a lift. Could we see a lift of the ship later this evening, perhaps?
I wouldn't be surprised if they were to do that. Yeah, because the chopsticks are right now sort of in the place. They are not fully into.
How high up is that man basket? 60 meters, so 200 feet, give or take. Like maybe 180 feet up, 18-story building, where the common dome is. I was thinking booster 7 is like, I don't know, what is it, like 70 meters tall or something? No, it's not 70 meters tall. It's a little bit less than that. And then it's probably about 15, 20 meters. The OLM is like maybe 20 meters off the deck. So, yeah, I'd say it's close enough.
I'm not sure about any meetup plans. The team has been extremely busy down at Starbase, making sure everything's plugged in and ready to go for Monday. We also have an anonymous message from the store with the OFT patch t-shirt. I can't wait for the flight. Thanks for the amazing coverage. And Eric is very excited to see Starship fly. We have Plush Vader becoming a Capcom member. Thank you very much. We also have Hollywood 360 upgrading to Capcom. We have Patrick becoming a Capcom member, and we have Joshua becoming a Capcom member. If you are, and we also have Russell becoming a Capcom member. Thank you very much. If you are Capcom or above, you get access to the Discord. So if you are into that kind of thing, make sure to check out the Discord server. Once you get in, we have Tom with a store message saying thanks for all your coverage over the last couple of years. Upset that I can't be there in person, but I'll be watching the streams. Let's go Starship, and that's the whole point why we're doing this, really. We want to give you the best views possible from a bunch of space nerds to an audience of space nerds. It's the best way to experience this launch. We also have a super chat from Indonesia. Thank you very much. A store message from Harold saying, looking forward to the launch, hope to see re-entry from our home in Hawaii. That's really dependent on the time. Ian, I know yesterday we were doing some mathematics about the the time it will be in Hawaii when the Starship launches. Do you remember that off the top of your head? Because it will take about 90 minutes for Starship to get around Earth. There's also the 5-hour time difference to take account for. Do you think Starship might be the re-entry plasma will be visible from Hawaii?
Yes.
Yes, so it is a 6-hour difference if they launch exactly at, was it a 5-hour?
Oh my gosh,
I can't remember that now. It's either a 5 or 6 hour difference. So if they launch at 7 a.m. Central Time, 5-hour difference from then would make it 2 a.m. Hawaii time. Obviously, well before the sun comes up. Later in the window extends until 9:30 Central Time. So that would be -5. I'm not that good at math, even though I'm an engineering student. 4:30 in the morning. So that would be before sunrise. So you could see.
Interesting thing to think about, though, guys. Starship is going to launch in Texas, and it's going to do basically not even one orbit around, right? It's going to land in the Pacific testing range just north of Hawaii, right? That's where basically the military tests missiles, because it's ocean for nothing but thousands of kilometers in every direction. Except for Hawaii, right? And I get it. There's islands all over there. Yeah, I know. We fought over those 70 years ago. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. The manure. I remember that. So in Hawaii, it's going to be nighttime. Now, let's think about this for a second. Ideally, you want to launch. You want your test flight launch, which is why I still think it's a little strange that SLS's first launch was at night. But you want the first launch of your rocket to ideally be during the day, right? You want it to be during the day, so you could, so your cameras can record it and you can see what the damn thing is doing, right? That makes sense. What about re-entry? Do you want re-entry to be during the day? That might make it harder to see. No. When you think about it, having Starship do its first entry, descent, and landing at night is actually what you want. You'll be able to image it better. Right? I mean, once again, that might not be what SpaceX is doing. That might just be a coincidence. But honestly, if I was trying to image something during re-entry, I would want it at night. You'd be able to see it a lot easier than you would during the day. Right? Let me guess, they're not letting you talk about literally anything else right now. I set this on Space News Graph Shark when I started today, anticipating the launch license getting awarded, and it did, and we've been talking about nothing but Starship and tiles and stainless steel since. And you know what, man? I'm okay with this. This is fine. We could sit here and talk about this for another 10 hours, and I'd be totally good with it. SpaceX got any ships out there to record it? Well, Harp, I don't think that SpaceX has proper ships out there. I mean, they probably will. They probably will have proper ships out there, but here's the thing. It ain't no secret that Uncle Sam is interested in Starship and its transport capability. The United States Transportation Command, or TRANSCOM for short, is very interested in using basically Starship to supply drop anywhere in the world very quickly. Let's just say I don't think there's going to be a lot of SpaceX proper out there, but I think the right way to say it would be that SpaceX has some friends that have things that can see things. Would that be a fair assessment? When Timberboard, I got a new update for the Iron Teeth. Ooh. Maybe next week, Alex. Maybe. Aren't those NASA aircraft scheduled to record the re-entry? The WB-57s are going out there. Like I said, they have friends that can see things. The WB-57 is one of those things that we know about. The other things, don't know. Don't know what you're talking about. Where would you put the WB-57 launch or re-entry? NASA has multiple WB-57s. Why not put one in Texas and one in Hawaii? I'm just putting it out there. What are your odds for all-up success? I'm worried about re-entry, Panta. I don't think it'll make it through re-entry. I honestly think if the 20 hold-down points can separate simultaneously and the thing gets off the pad, it's going to make it into space. Spy satellites? No, hey, no, nobody said anything about spying. Just saying SpaceX has some friends that can see things. So they're going to have a little bit of help out there, okay? Friends in high places? Let's just say friends with deep pockets, and we'll call it a day. Nicely put. Thank you. Thank you. They're literally landing at a missile test range where they're going to have all the sensors for this. Yep. They have top men working on the imaging. Top men. You could say it's the Department of Defense. No, they just have friends that can see things and friends with deep pockets. Who else do you think I'm talking about? Top men with top guns? Yeah. Is that like Top Ramen? Yes. 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 It's not spying, it's reconnaissance. That's right. The French, huh? It is not a jackhammer, it is a jockhammer. What do we got, Mutter? Weird, there's 2 scheduled on the 17th. Funny how that works. What about
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you for the
Sawyer.
awesome job hosting these last couple days. Been phenomenal.
Malone?
Great to have you on board
What's
the
up?
team, and great to have everybody who is here with us watching. A reminder, the latest update that we have is that the launch license has been administered by the FAA, so we are essentially
administered? The reentry will be kind of like in the movie Pacific Rim, where the gypsy danger is coming
Discovery, go at throttle up.
down. I think more a Dama maneuver from So Say We All. Battlestar Galactica. I don't know why I thought of that before the name of the show, but you get what I'm talking about. What do you think about Relativity retiring Terran 1 and ditching 3D printed tanks for Terran R? Seems super risky to go 3 years with no launches after 1 failure. And that's if Terran R stays on target. I think the industry is changing and they're trying to adapt, SLS. Wait a minute. Hold on. I missed that. Terranar is not 3D printed? Terranar is both 3D printed and traditional. The main airframe is no longer 3D printed. The domes are 3D printed? Terranar no longer uses 3D printed tanks, only domes. We literally watched some video of them horizontally printing a tank dome. Yeah, Sinard, I remember that part, but that said nothing about not printing the rest of the rocket like that. Have you read the new Terranar page? No, I haven't. Clearly not. No, I have not, man. You guys have been trying to get me to see it, but I've been just super freaking busy, that's all. Is there about to be a launch on Monday? Reproduce. I think that they aren't confident 3D printing holds up on entry forces for the first stage. Do we have a launch window? 7 a.m. Central Time, Dat Sparrow. It's a 150-minute launch window. And also, that explains why it's a 150-minute launch window, because they want to image the re-entry at night. Like I said, makes perfect sense to me. The tracking cams one is done as well. Nice, cool. It made it through max Q though. Well, compression load induced by dynamic pressure is not the same thing as re-entry heating, dude. In fact, the dynamic pressure that's usually encountered during entry, descent, and landing, if I'm remembering right, is way higher than on ascent with a rocket. So clearly they saw something from that Terran 1 flight where they went, oh, yeah, that's not going to work. I mean, I'm just putting it out there. Could Starship launch multiple small-sat launcher rockets in one go? Starship could move 100 tons of whatever you want into space, buddy. Anyone know what time in the UK that will be? TV, let me ask you this question, dude. What time does my stream start locally for you? Yeah, so let's, yeah, I think that sounds, yeah, Scott is usually really good about that stuff. So it's either 12 or 1, based off of what chat is saying. Yeah.
Yep, collision avoidance and debris avoidance as well. Hopefully they don't have to...
Are you going to jump in for racing tonight? We're doing something in Long Beach. No. Yeah, I'm good, Dink. I've been a little bit busy lately, brother. I would love to, man. I just got too much stuff on my plate right now.
Where there's nothing about.
Oh, Dink, the thing I was working on that I told you that I said I would tell you guys about, it's the NASA. It was the NASA spaceflight stuff. Yeah. that's what I was trying to figure out. Yeah, no problem, TV.
And will this count as the Methalox flight winner? We've been talking a lot about the race to orbit for Methalox rockets. That's liquid oxygen and methane.
Good question.
Alex, would this be a winner then?
Is it really going into orbit? Let's hope.
Wait, NSF stuff? Did I miss something before the license? I'm a contributor for NASA Spaceflight now, Dino. I can go on the stream and do casts for them. The reason why that's not now. Here's the thing. The reason why that's so what took so long with that? Why is that a big project to work on? It's a big project to work on because I basically do work on a contractual basis, right? Just like for Twitch, it's on a contractual basis, and I was basically navigating the legal mumbo jumbo about being able to simulcast to my Twitch stream. Every NASA spaceflight cast that I'm on, I have full permission legally, notarized legally to restream on here. And anybody that watches the Twitch stream when I'm working for NSF, right? If you sub here, I retain everything that's on the rebroadcasted Twitch stream. Negotiating that and getting all the legal mumbo jumbo figured out there, because now money is involved, right? Getting all that legal mumbo jumbo figured out and getting it on paper took a little bit of time. That makes sense? Yeah, Vickers, I'm a contributor for them now. Yes. Perigee is 50 kilometers, so I'd class it as orbital and maybe an unstable orbit. We'll say parking orbit. I gotta sneeze. Allergies, man. We had 2 really warm days. 2 days of it being like above 20 C, and now I'm freaking sneezing over it. Everything. I appreciate your careful way of putting that our partner contracts are bullcrap. Yep. So, Italics, I had to make sure, right? I had to make sure that me broadcasting on NSF and restreaming that to Twitch is not a violation of their exclusivity, right? Because, you know, we can't simulcast, right? I had to make sure that I'm not pissing in anybody's cornflakes doing it. That took a second to figure out, but we got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Yes, Cornbread. I can't talk about details. But yeah, Italics, yeah, basically that. They're not ditching 3D printing the tank. Initial versions using aluminum alloy tank straight section barrels and a hybrid manufacturing approach, which allows Relativity to meet the rapid launch and ramp timelines necessary to serve overwhelming market demand. Yeah, okay, cool. Good to know. It's just a... Oh god, it's another interim step. Do you have a role in the Bezos movie? What? Also, Relativity signed customer backlog of $1.65 billion in launch service agreement. Yo. So yeah, guys, I am a contributor for NASA Spaceflight. I can go over there and I can simulcast it right back here to Twitch, which is dope. Yeah, that was one of the things that I was working on, dudes.
But we'll see.
It lifted off, but it was 0 for 4. Yeah.
Yeah. It didn't go to orbit.
I'm really happy about that, dude. I'm really happy. Yeah, that's gonna be cool. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Yeah, so it's neat, man. We're about to see Starship launch before we even get a glimpse of New Glenn. Seriously, what are they doing over there? They're finishing building the first flight booster right now. Fun Pants, if you really want to know. I have no way to be able to prove that. Sorry, man. You're just gonna have to take my word for it.
Adrian asking if they're stock or pre-order. You'll be able to pre-order them, and we'll get them out to you as soon as possible. Susan, I'm with you. Let's go. Total success, hopefully. Tyler, thank you for watching as long as you have. Oscar, we're glad you appreciate the coverage.
Yeah, I hope so, Lazarus,
as well
yeah.
With both of the items.
That's right, Badger.
A Starship launch bingo would be fun with Ad Astra
No problem,
on that message there. I think that could be a good idea at some point. Shuttle reference still has to be on it, though. Asha, thank you very much. Glad you at least got to be there for something.
Yeah, interesting.
Shane, appreciate the kind words as well. And Michael, and Colby there as well. And the support coming in from Ruben, too. And Brandon saying, let's get this bread, fam. Hopefully, in my case, gluten-free. All right. Continuing back on with your questions, which remind you can tag us at NASA Spaceflight, and we will do our best to answer as many of them as we can. Here's a question from Explosion 1000. It's a really good question for Ian here.
Keenbop, why hexagons? Hexagons are easier. It's an easier geometric shape to spread over Starship and make one type of tile. The space shuttle had triangular tiles, square tiles mostly where they could, but there's some like triangular ones, there's trapezoidal ones. The hexagonal shape is very easy to make one tile and cover the entire surface of Starship with, or at least the vast majority of it.
Area, get the flight restrictions up, the notice to mariners up, the notice to notice to airmen, or notice to air missions. You have to get all of those up and organized. You can't close off airspace for like a week straight over the Gulf of Mexico. And you can't close shipping lanes for like a week straight over the Gulf of Mexico to give SpaceX any time they want to launch. That would destroy the shipping economies. So you need to kind of have little cutouts here and there. And you need to have those in place so that you don't drop a rocket stage onto a ship, or you don't have a rocket collide with a plane midair. Things like that, you want to avoid that at all costs. So that's why they only have set launch windows that are not infinitely long and not several hours long. That's why those exist.
Exactly. And like you mentioned, there's a lot of major airports that are kind of nearby, or even some smaller.
Super. Any updates on the launch license? The launch license was awarded. Yep. They did it. They have it. It was at basically 5:50. 5:50 Eastern Time, which is 4:50 Central Time. They did it right at the end of the workday. I'm sorry. Am I the only one that finds that really funny? Like, you think it's going on the first try? Sure. You can't close airspace all week. What are they going to do with the hourly launches during the Mars transfer window? Immolated, here's the thing. We've been waiting on the FAA to grant Starship a license to launch from the spaceport at Boca Chica. The FAA giving them the launch license permit does a couple of things. First and foremost, obviously, it gives them permission to launch. Secondly, that makes Starbase a spaceport. On paper. Legally, it is a spaceport now because you can launch stuff into space from there. That's the other important part. Now, okay, spaceport, that's kind of cool. What do you mean? Well, part of a couple of years ago, there was a series of policy directives at the federal level of basically making spaceflight not necessarily deregulated, but basically making the FAA one-stop shop for flying and sending things into space. Now, what does that mean? I could go into the legal jargon about, Federal Communications Commission, antennas, imaging in space, stuff like that. Launch corridors, temporary flight restrictions, notice to air missions, or whatever. I could get into a bunch of legal jargon. Basically, what the FAA is trying to do, they basically made the FAA a one-stop shop for launching stuff into space. Just like you need to get a landing and takeoff license if you want to have an airport. You need the FAA. Like, say I wanted to start an airport. Like, let's make an airport. Let's make a new international airport right here. You would need to get a launch and landing license from the FAA, and that evaluation would take time. There's an environmental impact, et cetera, et cetera. But now you have an airport. That's what I mean when I say this is a spaceport, because the FAA is moving where that policy directive shift of making the FAA kind of your one-stop shop for building spaceports and launching stuff into space basically makes it so down the road in the future, rocket launches are basically monitored the same way that an airplane launches. Same idea. It's just more air traffic. Basically, they're setting up the FAA, and this is why this launch permit is such a big deal. It's not just cool that we get to see Starship launch, but Boca Chica Village, Starbase, is a spaceport now. It is basically, on paper, an airport for stuff that flies into space. Crazy, right? I bet they wanted to be able to stay closed for all the blow up. Stay closed for all the blow up from the approval of the launch license. Yeah, probably, Aqualex. It wasn't that wasn't no coincidence. 5 p.m. on a Friday. This isn't no coincidence. Now, I don't know what it is. Maybe the FAA doesn't want to deal with all the SpaceX fanboys, right? Like, or it's just a coincidence. But I don't know, man. Maybe. I don't think it is. I think there's a reason why. Hope it goes Monday because it's supposed to rain down there on Tuesday. Yep. Was there a risk they might not have gotten it? No, I don't think so, Rob. Look, Uncle Sam is involved with Starship development in one way or another, dude. It's going to happen. It's the same reason why Starlink just kind of popped up out of nowhere. You know? The DoD wants in. And if the DoD wants in, it usually happens. You know what I mean? It's just kind of how we do things over here. Do you think Starbase will open up for other launch providers to leave space to other rockets? That's a good question, Apollo. I don't think so. It's just SpaceX for now. So, once again, fellas, Boca Chica is now a spaceport on paper. So, and since I think it's 2020, since 2020, all rocket launches have been overseen by the Federal Aviation Administration. Basically, rockets, the FAA is working on ways right now, and this is, once again, the reason why this is such a big deal. It's working on ways right now to seamlessly integrate rocket launches with regular air traffic, which is unbelievably cool. I would say, you know, if I had to choose one other thing about why this is so ridiculous, other than Starship launching into space and potentially doing that, right? Maybe not propulsively landing. I don't think they're going to propulsively land it, but I digress. That's probably the big one. That's a huge precedent to set, because now that means you can get approval for a commercial space launch place, for a commercial space launch spaceport. Commercial launch spaceport. That's what I'm trying to say. Just like there's commercial airports. That's really cool, man. That's a heck of a precedent to set. Really, 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 really cool stuff. You're a spaceport on paper. I'm not, though. I'm a person on paper. If launches become regular, would the no-fly zones get smaller once they establish reliability? Yeah, I think the way that's a pretty good, reasonable assumption. Negative. I am a meat popsicle. Now, right now, the FAA, and this was part of the FAA, this was part of their announcement, literally today. And this is something that I did not learn until basically an hour ago. I knew they were trying to integrate this stuff together, right? Hang on. I knew they were trying to integrate, you know, space traffic and air traffic together into one thing, but they actually talked about it here in their statement. These bullet points are super important to understand. The FAA will use key mission triggers such as the loading of the rocket fuel and final disposition of the booster rocket to pinpoint when to close and reopen airspace. Okay, pretty straightforward stuff. The second and third one here are really, really important to understand. For the first time, the FAA will implement time-based procedures for a launch from Boca Chica. This will identify and reroute only the aircraft directly affected by the closed airspace, allowing more aircraft to stay on their most optimal and efficient routes. It has previously only been used for launches from the Florida Space Coast. A time-based procedure. Both the Starship vehicle and the Super Heavy booster rocket will transmit telemetry data to the FAA via the Space Data Integrator tool, such as position, altitude, speed, and any deviation from its expected flight path will provide the FAA with situational awareness and, in combination with other information, help reopen the airspace quicker. They're basically trying to figure out a way to take the NOTAM and the TFR and seamlessly integrate it into regular air traffic, which is, dude, that, you know, in like sci-fi movies when they're like, okay, we gotta go up into space now, and, you know, they fly their spaceship up into space and just like flying an airplane around, literally that is what we are doing right now. That's what this means. That is super freaking cool. Like, I don't know about you guys, I don't know, that hypes me up. That is awesome. That's so cool. Like spaceports, man. This is the freaking future. This is dope. This is excellent. That's a nice shirt. Thank you. That's why this launch license is so cool. I mean, other than Starship launching, that's the best part by a long shot. But this commercial spaceports, man. This is commercial. This is a commercial spaceport. You know, it's not a NASA spaceport. It's not a Department of Defense spaceport like Vandenberg is. It's not an Air Force base. It's not a Space Force base. It is a commercial spaceport. Just like how there's Air Force bases and, you know, naval air stations, right? And then there's regular airports for regular general aviation and commercial traffic. That's what we're talking about here. This is a commercial spaceport. Maybe someday in the future we'll have commercial spaceports that are designed for commercial, general space flight. Want to take the private jet to Shanghai today, man? Yeah, sure, dude. How long is it going to take? Well, on a suborbital trajectory, it would probably take about an hour. Okay, cool. Let's drive down to LAXS, Los Angeles Spaceport, right? And off to Shanghai. There we go. Take an hour. That's what we're talking about here. This is what this means. That's so much more than just Starship launching. I mean, don't get me wrong. Starship launching is the best part by a long shot. But also, this is really freaking cool, man. Please no point-to-point rocket flights. I'm not talking about Starship point-to-point, dad joke. This also means stuff like Skylon. Dedicated spaceports for Skylon, hypersonic passenger planes, stuff that's going to fly on high suborbital trajectories in space, or low suborbital trajectories, I should say. Point to point with other things, think like an SR-71 with a passenger bay in it, stuff like that, dude. That's what this opens the door for. This opens the door at a legal level to do crazy cool stuff like that. This is a big deal, man. It's really cool. Yeah, yeah, that's what this policy is trying to change. Yeah, exactly. Let me just make sure about all that. Yep, yeah, there you go. That's huge. I don't see that person's link. Don Starr's idea that... Oh, yeah, okay, Smarks. Yeah, I got you. One Space Piper Cub. Yeah, right? Do you think that with other reusable upcoming rockets that by 2025 the U.S. will have daily rocket launches from the USA? We have weekly already, Erudite. I don't think that's an unreasonable thing. Flat Earthers are going to freak. No, Thumpar, they're not going to freak. They're going to just conveniently ignore the fact that they were wrong and then go be wrong about something else. Too real? Alright, I'll get back to being hype about Starship. I always say I will consider my stream job complete here when this stream there's so many launches that this just literally turns into an ATC monitoring channel. Only space traffic control monitoring. You know those streaming channels like on YouTube and on Twitch that are just planes landing all day? And it's just dudes watching planes land? My job will be complete when this stream ends up devolving into that. It's true. You'll be a VATSIM streamer, but for space. Exactly. I will consider mission complete for this stream, you know. I don't know who's doing that right now. I have seen those streams before, but it's not on any particular... It's sporadic as far as I can tell. They'll do the same thing the Germans did in the 40s. Learn how to say Hollywood, huh? Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, jeez. EJ Force Proud 95. Yep, there you go. I don't know about you guys, dudes, but I have ADSB exchange up pretty much all the time on the back of the back end of the like just on my other monitor here. Take a look. Pretty cool, huh? I want this, but with spacecrafts. Ooh, what's that big boy? Oh, cool. A380. What's this big boy? Oh, Dash 8. My favorite. Anything else? Actually, you know what's cool? Check this out. You can see the patterns, and you can see the highways. There are highways for planes at different altitudes. Seriously, like roads, but they're obviously not a road because there's no road at 30,000 feet. They're corridors. This is the kind of stuff that the FAA maintains, the highways, dude. There's a highway that flies actually right over Cape Cod, and it's the highway for planes that are coming from Europe that are landing in New York. I don't see anything particularly on that trajectory right now. There's one right there. Where's this guy coming from? That is an A350-900 Turkish Airways that's coming from... Damn, dude. It came from Istanbul. Is that nuts or what? God, I love ADSB Exchange. That's so freaking cool. Kennedy Steve, if you're familiar. I'm not, but yeah. Like that. Yeah. Should have gone straight, much shorter. Sure. Pretty cool though, ADSB. I have that on in the background all the time. Can you send the link? Yeah. Don't crash that site, okay? Don't kiss of death ADSB, I swear to God. And New Glenn is nowhere to be seen. I'm telling you, Nova, New Glenn, we will not hear anything about it, and then just one day out of the blue, Origin, it'll just roll out to the HIF to be integrated. Yeah, it'll just kind of come out of nowhere. Blue doesn't, I don't know why Blue doesn't like talking about this stuff. They could easily hype up everybody by doing like a weekly update or something with what New Glenn is doing, but they don't want to do that. How did the truck come together last night? I got both drum brakes rebuilt. I had to rebuild one 2 times because it was in backwards. Not my fault, previous owner. All the drums are rebuilt. New e-brake cables are in. E-brake works. Drums are adjusted. New brake lines are in. No leaks. I walked in today. There were no leaks, which is good. No leaks on the new lines. And yeah, now it's just the exhaust. How do you think SpaceX will go about launching 1,000 starships to Mars? Will it be all in one day? I don't think SpaceX is even thinking about the logistics of that, Erudite. That's a long way off. ADSB is a more efficient app than Flight Radar. Is ADSB a more efficient app than Flight Radar? If so, I'll end my FR24 subscription right now. I do not use Flight Radar raw style. ADSB is way better. Look over Tokyo right now. You can see a train of planes on approach. Alright, let me take a look. Yeah, you could see the highways, dude. See them right there? There's highways. There's literally highways for planes, and they just fly in formation on the damn highways like traffic. Like just like traffic, just like two cars going down the lanes. Like passing lane traffic lane. No joke, that's how they work. It's really, really interesting stuff. Oh, my computer's gonna take a dump doing this predominant. Yep, there you go. Look at this, dude. You could see the active for Narita and Haneda. That's really freaking cool. Also, nice hat. Got some glasses at the Freedom 500 a few weeks ago. All right. Hell yeah, brother. Yep, there's Haneda. There's the active runway. They're using that. So, you know, for people that don't know planes, you see there's runways pointed in all different directions. And technically, one stretch of tarmac or concrete or whatever that runway is made out of is technically two runways, because you can approach from here or you can approach from there, right? They have runways pointed in all different directions because you ideally want to land with going into the winds. And sometimes the wind ain't blowing in the same direction every time. So you have runways that point in all different directions, ideally, because the wind blows in all different directions. So the active runway, so basically the wind, I can tell you the wind right now is blowing this way or somewhere in that direction, because planes always want to land with a headwind. They want to land going into the wind. Well, why do you want to land going into the wind? Why would you do that? Just on a side note, why would you want to do that? Well, okay, if you don't know anything about planes, all right, there's one thing that you have to understand, and this is the big key to understanding why you want to do this with an airplane. So with planes, you have your ground speed, which is how fast the plane is moving over the ground, right? Ground speed's pretty straightforward. Cars are measured in ground speed, right? And then you have your airspeed. Airspeed is different. Airspeed is how fast the air is moving over the plane, right? Now think about this for a second. You know, at first you'd think, well, airspeed and ground speed, what's the difference there? Well, if it's a windy day, if the wind is blowing south and you're going north, your ground speed could be 500 miles an hour, right? Or 500, not 500 knots. Let's say 100 knots. Your ground speed could be 100 knots. And if the wind, that wind that's blowing south is blowing at 20 knots, right? Your airspeed and your ground speed are not the same. Your airspeed is 120 knots. Your ground speed is 100. Right? The air going over the vehicle is well, I said that a little backwards, but you get the idea, right? So if you land in the headwind, right, you can actually land at a slower ground speed, but your airspeed will be faster. And that actually makes it easier for the plane to land, because more air is moving over the wings, and you're generating more lift. Success maybe, excitement guaranteed. Nice, T-Man. Now let's talk about indicated airspeed, true airspeed, and calibrated airspeed. Oh boy. Yeah, this gets a little more complicated than that, right, Gary? It absolutely does. As long as your pitot tube isn't clogged, then what's your IAS? Yeah, if the pitot tube's broken, you got a big problem. Grab, just type it again, please. Type it again, brother. Yeah, exactly. There's this video that was done by a YouTuber, Benjamin Jones. You guys want to see something weird? Watch this. This is trippy. Ground speed and airspeed are not the same. Got your amp in today. Cool. Look, see? Basically, the wind is blowing, and the wind is blowing over the plane and giving it enough. The air is flowing over the wings just to give it enough lift to stay off the ground. And you could just, it's basically, that plane's basically just sitting there. It's not moving relative to the ground, but it's moving through an air. It's moving through air because the wind is blowing. It's literally hovering because the wind. Isn't that cool? Wild, right? This right here is why airplanes have active runways and why they change, why the runway changes. Because the plane can land at the plane can use the wind to generate more lift to make the landing a little bit easier. Fun fact, aircraft carriers do that. When an aircraft carrier is doing takeoff and landing operations, right, the aircraft carrier will turn heading into the wind, so it's easier for the plane to land. Yep. Easier for planes to land, easier for planes to take off. Cool, huh? Physics is baller, man. I love this stuff. This stuff is great. Talk about this stuff all day. Just talk about this stuff all day, man. Do you recommend using ADS-B over flight radar? Raw style, I don't know, maybe. I like ADS-B, dude. ADS-B is really cool. Yeah, ADS-B is... Yeah, you can see military planes that have their transponders on, dude. A C-17 flew over my house basically at the start of the stream, dudes. I was watching it. It basically flew over Cape Cod, and it went somewhere over to Europe, which is nuts. I mean, that was 7 hours ago, or 8 hours ago. I don't know. I have no idea where that thing ended up. With the military's interest in Starship, I'd love to see a Starship land on a custom landing pad on top of an aircraft carrier. That might be bad for the flight deck, Erudite, but yeah, I agree. We had a C5 come in today. Cool. Sebi, type it again, please. Actually, there's another C5, or not C5, there's another C-17 flying over Nantucket right now. And it came out of Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. Hi. I'm in Delaware. And that C-17 is on the highway. The highway is going to Europe. What is this site? ADS-B Exchange. Lufthansa now has the largest diversity of long-haul planes. 747-400, oldie but a goodie. 747-8, my favorite plane. 787-9, I like that one too. A330, that's okay. It's pretty good. A340, that's a cool plane. A340, 300 and 600. A350, I like A350s. Those are nice planes. And A380. And once Boeing starts delivery of the 777X, they're the first customer for the 777X. The 777X is cool, man. That's a really cool plane. I guess an AN-124 flew into Peace a couple weeks ago. Really? That would be really bad for the people on the other side of those 4 inches of steel under the flight deck. Yeah. Argolex, yeah. Let's just land it on a barge next to the aircraft carrier. Yeah, that's a good idea. But what kinds of stuff could the military launch with Starship? So Nova, the military wants to use it not for like war. Don't get me wrong. You won't see Starship dropping in on a battlefield, right? What they want to do is use it to move around basically everything that's not weapons. Food, supplies, jeeps, stuff like that. Like, it's basically used to move it's used for logistical stuff. Like, like I said, you won't see Starships like drop into a battlefield like ODST style from Halo. No. I mean, it could, but also I wouldn't do that. I would not put a munitions cache inside of a starship that drops anywhere. I don't think that's a good idea at all. Just personally, yeah, that's... Is there a proposed cargo starship? Yep. I mean, rockets are already a gigantic explosion that's just, you know, vectored out in one direction. We don't need to add more explosions to the explosion. Adding more explosives to the explosion factory is not going to make it work better. And, like, can you imagine Starship coming in with, like, tank shells on board and landing in a battlefield and getting hit with an artillery shell? I don't want that. That is a really good way of killing everyone around you. I don't think that's a good idea. Let's just use it to move food and water for the people that fire the daka-dakas, you know what I mean? Daka-daka-daka-daka-daka-daka. That's why you landed next to the enemy. Julius, can you imagine? Why not? Imagine delivering 60 tanks. I don't... You familiar with rods from the gods? Yeah, of course. Why would you need Starship for rods from the gods? I don't think any of that is a good idea. Have it launch planes out the side? Where do I sign up to be an XCOM Marine? It's obviously the 25 kill streak. Tactical Starship incoming! I don't think that's smart at all. I actually thought they were going to land it in the middle of a battlefield. No. Jesse is freaking out on Twitter. Nice. That's how you know it's real. Starship is the holding my beer moving device. Yep. Artillery cell. Small arms could probably cause enough damage for a catastrophic failure. I mean... Yeah, let's just take a bunch of bullets and put it in this gigantic thing that flies through a hypersonic medium, and basically anything inside the payload bay is subjected to conditions that are analogous with a paint shaker. Let's just shake the bullets around. That's a really good idea. How about we don't do that? That doesn't sound smart at all. I don't think that's a good idea at all, man. Nopers. No, hard nopers. Hard nopers, Awa. Hard nopers. Nopers. Space-rated bullets? I don't want that either. What could possibly go wrong? It'll be fine. Bullets on springs. Oh. Springs don't dampen out force. They exacerbate it. You'd want it on shock absorbers. Moving troops makes more sense. To who? Could we talk about this whole building a starship thing in KSP2? We could. Maybe it could outrun anti-aircraft. When it's doing this, and coming into land, you're super susceptible to indirect fire and direct fire, and small arms fire. That's basically the worst of everything. Now, with that being said, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like a door gunner on a starship wouldn't be cool. Can you imagine a starship coming into land and the hatch door opens and there's just a guy on a 50? That would be cool. That would be cool. All right, I'll say door gunners on a starship coming into, that would be freaking sick, actually. But also, there's that whole, rocket with explosive things in the payload bay. That's generally frowned upon. Get some! Get some! Me and the boys fighting the bugs in 2028. Get some! Millennium Falcon style? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Let's put ball turrets on the leeward side of Starship, so when it comes down to land, you have you basically have an elevated position. That's actually not a bad idea. But there's that whole problem that the thing that you use to land is a gigantic balloon, and if someone shoots it, it's going to blow up. There's that whole problem, you know. Just don't lead them as much. Isn't it great? One-way starships. Oh, boy. Yeah, Aqualex, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like the Department of Defense hasn't had, like, ideas that are way dumber than that, but, you know, even NASA had its fair share of really stupid ideas. You know, I'm not going to say that that's right, but then, you know, once again, this exists. Here, let me get a picture here. You know, there's that exists. So, you know, that right there was a very dumb idea. It's very cool, just like a Starship door gunner would be really cool, but it's also, that is a really dumb idea. Rockets to bomb the landing area beforehand. Or you could just land it behind the lines, not near the things that shoot at you, human. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Not that I want it to happen. Would a starship be an advantage in a nuclear war? No. Talk about a shock and awe moment. Imagine 10 to 20 starship landing in unison on a battlefield. Door drops, it just starts handing out toilet paper to the enemy. I mean, like I said, Jeep, I think I don't think that's something that we'll see in our lifetime, but then again, I also, 10 years ago, I never thought we'd see something that could literally pluck rockets out of the air when they were landing. So, I mean, it doesn't, don't get me wrong, it doesn't work yet, but also, looks like your Eve lander. Oh my god. It does look like the Eve. Will the Department of Defense be closely watching this, just like NASA? Make a nice landing pad, flatten the area. I mean, human, I try not to go too... I try to just do armchair engineering. I try not to go too armchair general on people. Because, yeah, especially, you know, never served, stuff like that. I really, you know, I know how the military works, but I don't know how the military works. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it, but also I don't. I haven't been there. So I try to be careful about saying stuff like that. You know, like talking about, okay, so what does a Starship tactical landing look like in a battle zone? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't think we should even get that thing near the front lines. I try not to go armchair general too much, you know, because that's just... And if I do, I say, dude, don't listen to me. I have no idea. I just have ideas about things. Never go full armchair general. Dudes, whenever I'm whenever I'm giving an opinion about something, I always make sure to state it's my opinion and that I'm probably wrong. Like, I don't know, man. I just don't know enough about it. I mean, dude, I would not I would not get Starship near the front lines. I don't think that's a good idea. You know, once again, I don't weigh in too much. If I'm going to weigh in on this, Starship is much too complicated for the battlefield. Much too complicated. It's the same reason why C5s aren't on the front lines and why C17s don't go anywhere near the front lines. You want something that goes near the front lines, you're going to need something that's simpler, way simpler, like a C-130. C-130 is very simple compared to a C5. Very simple plane. See what I'm talking about? If you're going to build stuff that's designed for frontline service, it has to be simple because it is very easy to lose situational awareness, operational capability in the battlefield. It goes. Everybody has a good plan until or what did Eisenhower say? No plan survives first. No plan survives first contact with the enemy. That's not how that works. You could have the best plan. You could have the best laid plans, well laid out, and you go in, and the enemy isn't doing what you think they're doing, and now your plans are shot. And now what do? I appreciate that. I served, and the Monday armchair generals do crack you up. Yeah, Brim, like I said, I don't... Aviation, you could have the best plane, you could have the best fighter plane and go to hell when you push a starter. Exactly. I mean, Brim, and this is just from what I've been able to surmise from people that have served that watch the stream. It has to be simple. It has to be simple. I can't say that enough. It has to be simple. Fighting is no joke. And it should not be taken lightly. Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm a civilian, and I don't like it when people say, oh, why don't we just send tanks in there? What? All they had to do was this. Yep, oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, just send tanks in there. Never mind, like, we're sending Abrams in... Like, let's take, for instance, like, go 2004 in Fallujah, the Marines that retook Fallujah, all right? So let's take that. Let's put tanks in close quarters combat where the logistical supply can get bottled up really quick because of an ambush. That's a real smart idea. Oh, wait. No, it's not. Like, oh, dude, that makes my skin crawl, and I've never even served. I'm like, dude, you people are nuts. You people are crazy. Like, roads don't support those heavy boys. Bingo, right? Tanks are a logistical nightmare, especially something like the Abrams. You use it where it makes sense. Tanks were there, yeah, Lloyd, and you know what? The Marines lost. If I'm remembering correctly, the Marines lost Abrams in that fight, not because of the enemy, but because they literally sank into the ground, and one of them fell into a ditch. If I'm remembering right. I don't know. I could be wrong. The Abrams held major intersections. Well, yeah, keep them because the Marines are pretty damn smart. Don't move them around. You definitely wouldn't patrol with one. That's an idiotic idea. If it gets taken out, you're boned, right? Like, this is what I mean about it has to be simple. It has to be simple. It has to be simple. It has to be simple, right? That's right. Yeah, that's what I've learned from listening to people that have been in the suck, dude. And I don't take that lightly. You know what I mean? A starship landing into the battle zone, that's cool for a Hollywood movie, but I would not. No. Much too complicated. And then there's that whole thing about, dude, what if it gets captured? Now you just gave the enemy a staged combustion cycle rocket engine, something that easily could be reverse engineered and well, I don't think Raptor could be reverse engineered very easily, but if there were competent enough personnel, dude, yeah, sure, why not? Now you just gave them staged combustion cycle. That's not a good idea. Yeah, I don't want that. Even when it's simple, it always doesn't work out. Yep. Developers. Who said sit down? Suddenly Palmer. Did you see Wendover Productions' video on U.S. defense logistics? Starship fits in really well. Cool. I haven't seen it, Oculus, but I'll leave that link teed up for later. Do you think a space elevator would actually ever exist if they would have a practical use? Rojo, A space elevator, don't get me wrong, material science, with material science, like, you know, everybody throws around, oh, we could build one once we figure out carbon fiber nanotubes, right? But I think that is a little bit kind of overstated. Oh, yeah, we could build a space elevator. Oh, yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, we could do that. We'd be carbon fiber nanotubes. All we got to do is that. But that is overlooking several fundamental engineering challenges. Yes, great. We have the material science. We have the material science to do that. Right? But I don't think it's noted when people just spout that off how difficult of a logistical challenge it is to build something that's 25,000 or 23,500 meters, 500 miles, not meters, 23,500 miles tall. We can barely build something 2/3 of a mile tall, or about 1 kilometer tall. The Burj Khalifa, the Burj Dubai, or whatever, Burj Khalifa. That's the tallest building in the world. It's barely a kilometer high. We would need to build something 38,000 kilometers high if we wanted to build a space elevator correctly. And that's why those carbon nanotubes that people keep talking about, that's why you need that. Because in order for a space elevator to work and stay taut and not just kind of weeble wobble around in space, you need to put a counterweight out in geostationary orbit. Think about if you had a yo-yo, right, and you started swinging it around. You need a counterweight to keep the line taut, or else your elevator is just going to fall out of the sky. Literally. Do people have any idea how difficult that would be? And what are you going to use to make this? Are you going to build a rocket that can fly into space every hour to send up the supplies needed to build this in space? If you're going to do that, why build the space elevator in the first place? So, if that doesn't make a lot of sense, think about it like this. Could we build a bridge from Nova Scotia to Greenland to Iceland to the UK? Could we build a bridge? Could we build a road that bridges Europe and in North America, right? Not the United States. Nova Scotia's in Canada, I know that, all right? Could we do it? Sure. Why don't we? Well, we have a container ship that does the same thing, and it does it a lot better. A lot easier to maintain. Think about it, right? Could we build a ship across the Bering Strait between Alaska and Siberia in Russia? Yeah, of course we could. But why don't we? Well, that's a real pain in the butt. Why not just use a boat? Trying to maintain a bridge in the Bering Strait would be really, really difficult. But we could do it. I'm not saying we couldn't. We could absolutely do that. See what I'm talking about? Could we build a space elevator? Yeah, sure, but why? You're going to need some type of complicated rocket and logistics to build said elevator. And if you're already building the rocket, why even bother with the elevator? Why not just use the rocket to build anything and everything that you'd use the space elevator up into space and then just build it up there, right? But satisfactory. Now on other planets, Rojo Mojo, there's a little bit of a difference. Doing it on planets with lower gravity, sure, absolutely. Like the moon, that would be good. But then again, I don't think you would have to have the anchor at a Lagrangian point, and that would be one tall structure. The Lagrangian points aren't near the moon. That would be one really tall space elevator. It's the desalination issue. It's cheaper to ship bottled water everywhere. It's not like, dude, you know, once again, I don't like that everything is driven by, oh, this is the cheapest way to do it, so we should just keep doing it that way. Like, I get it. That's annoying, right? But also at the same time, I don't think that the desalination issue is even an issue of it being cheaper. That's just the way that makes the most sense. It's easier that way. Could do it with Kevlar on the moon. Yeah, exactly. On the moon, sure. I don't see why not. That would be a really good idea. That would be super useful, especially if we mine resources off the moon, you know? I'm just having fun, just enjoying posting the hypotheticals. Yeah, of course. Mm-hmm. yeah, if it was me, I wouldn't waste my resources trying to build a space elevator. That's a good point. I would waste my resources on building a transportation and distribution network on the moon, like a train. Maglevs. Yeah, maglevs, hyperloops. Actually, hell, on the moon, you don't even need hyperloops, just literally a train. There's no air resistance here. You just have rolling resistance. The train could literally... Trains could be like hyper efficient on the moon. That would be cool. I don't even see, like, Smirks, you say maglev would be cool on the moon. I don't think you even need maglev. Seriously, I don't even think you need maglev. The rolling resistance on something with even a rubber rim would be so, or rubber, or a metal on metal, or even rubber would be so ridiculously low because of 1/6 gravity. I would be more worried about it leaving the rails because it goes so fast rather than, you know, stopping. Right? Yeah, if you had a train human that was like a roller coaster that had wheels that were, you know, you have wheels on the top and wheels on the bottom and wheels on the sides like a roller coaster, right? You could have a train that moves 1,600 kilometers an hour, 1,700, 2,000, no problem. As long as the bearings were able to hold up. Dude, high-speed rail on the moon, that's like, you could actually do high-speed rail on the moon. You could literally go, if you build a railroad track that went all the way around the equator of the moon, you could be from Taurus Littrow, the ocean, to Taurus Littrow to the Sea of Tranquility in like an hour. Those are not close to each other, right? Like, the RPM on those bearings, though, yeah, but it's easier to, I mean, yeah, that's fair. Okay, Smirks, how about we use maglev bearings? Let's use a magnetically stabilized bearing. How about that? I think at that point, if we could figure something, well, that probably already exists. How about a magnetically stabilized bearing, right? Dude, I'd be more worried about the bearing overheating from literally spinning so fast that it's heating up the air around it from just straight like Magnus effect. That's the problem of moon dust and cold welding. Ah, yeah. Yeah, what air? Yeah, that's a good point. So, yeah, dude, see, that's what I mean, man. How cool would a railroad simulator on the moon be? How cool would a video game like that be? That would be dope, dude. That would be a really good game. Think like Railroads Online on the moon or something, but you have like maglevs and like monorails and roller coaster style stuff to like go up and down. Like, that would be sick. That would be a really cool game, right? Am I wrong about this? Think about a game where you start like, and you have to, it's like railroads where you have to build to a mine, but the mine is like an H3 mine for fusion reactors, right? And then, you know, obviously your landing site isn't going to be near, right? Your landing site isn't going to be near where your colony is because you don't want rockets falling down on people. It's the same reason why launch sites aren't close to, like rocket launch sites aren't close to populated areas, right? Except some people. We don't talk about that though, right? Imagine a game where you like build out the logistics like that. That would be sick. Oh, that would be really cool. That would be really cool. Oh. But you need people there inspecting the trains and the rails. The human equipment alone, I'd argue, would cost more than the project worth. How else are you going to move stuff around? Hotel? Seriously, for the energy needed, because energy is scarce on the moon. For the energy needed, trains are one of the most efficient applications of energy, and they'd be tenfold efficient on the moon because, well, sixfold efficient because 1/6 gravity, right? So the same reason why you'd make a space elevator is the same reason why you'd use the ship when you have airplanes. Tubes. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, something like that. Railguns? Magnetic accelerators on the moon could work. Did you hear that the Fort Lauderdale airport is flooding? Yeah. That's what happens when like 40 inches of rain drops in one day, dude. If you had a tube with a capsule in it held centered with magnets, think of the speed. Oh, Smirks, I'm in, dude. I'm in. No, you sold me. You sold me, dude. I'm in. Yeah, no. We should do that. That would be dope. That'd be amazing. Didn't SpaceX say Starship is designed to fly in almost any weather conditions that aren't hurricanes or whatever? I would, if I was going to build a rocket that's supposed to be used like an airplane erudite, I would definitely take that into account, yes. You think they'd make the trains longer or wider? Generic, I don't know about you. My trains would be way wider on the moon. Way wider. I'm talking like a railroad gauge of like 2 to 3 meters. Or just use a monorail. It looks bad? I mean, flooding usually is, Clayton. Yeah. You could use it as a launch device from the moon. Can you imagine a linear accelerator train that just makes it into space? Oh my goodness. How would the train come back down, Smirks? Dude, what if we made long, flat, like, I'm talking like 20-kilometer long stretches of the moon, like take the basaltic flats and literally make a concrete patch, right? That's like 20 to 30 kilometers long, right? And then you have a spacecraft, right? That's coming in like at orbital velocity, right? At orbital velocity around the moon, and then it lands, uses RCS to kind of land like an airplane, and then just uses its brakes. Use the brakes to just stop. No rocket descent needed. You just need RCS to fly in on approach just like an airplane. That would be freaking cool, dude. Yeah, you're thinking too close to the anime Astro train. Yeah. Train can stay on the tracks, just release the payload. Yeah, that's right. Where does that brake heating go? Dynamic braking, Dragon. Like a Tesla. Charge the batteries. Think about all that energy that you could get. Dynamic braking, man. You could literally scavenge all the energy from orbital velocity. Now, don't get me wrong. It's always a diminishing return. But also, energy is going to be scarce on the moon, man. That would be cool. That would be pretty cool. You just have a track circumnavigate the equator, somewhat elevated, accelerate it to orbital speed, and dock ships to it. Can you imagine, Admiral? Can you imagine? I don't think that's something that we'll see in our lifetime, but I don't see why that couldn't work either. I mean, that's a hell of a logistical challenge, but I think the crazy part is I think what we're proposing here, landing planes on the moon on a runway, is literally easier to do than that whole space elevator thing. A maglev is just a coil gun for humans that stops you before you run out of barrel. That's a good way of putting that. Make the track follow a parabolic arc and then delete the middle. Dynamic braking, arrestor wire, lots of possibilities to recapture the energy. Yeah, dude. The heat from charging the batteries would not be easy to manage. Why? You're slowly decelerating, Shy. You're not fluxing energy that fast. Remember, this thing is 20 to 30 kilometers long. And once again, even if that is actually a thing, Shy, I still think that's easier than building a space elevator. Imagine powering your moon habitat lamplight with the kinetic energy of a landing spacecraft. Wouldn't that be sick, dude? Dude, that would be a hell of an offset to even like solar power. You have solar power and regenerative from that. Dude, that's a good idea, dude. Dragon, we gotta look into this, man. We gotta look into this. We gotta look into this, bro. This is a great idea. Oh man. What's lunar? Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay, the runway, Shy, you're probably right. The runway would need to be a lot longer than 20 to 30 kilometers. You'd have 30 seconds before you get to the end of the runway, which means you'd have to bleed off 1 kilometer. Dude, you'd have to bleed off, let's think. If you had a 100-kilometer runway on the moon, right, provided like perfectly flat surface, right, and your orbital velocity is 1 kilometer a second, you would need to decelerate at 100 meters a second per second. And you might stop by the end. Yeah, that would kill you. Yeah, you'd be dead. you'd be dead. I'll be careful. You'll be dead. Yeah, the runway would need to be like 500 kilometers long. Look up mass drivers. Yeah, it's a railgun that shoots supplies into space. Yep. Think about the heat generation too. That's what Shai was trying to say. Yeah, okay, Shai, you're probably right. You're probably right. That would really hurt. That would hurt a lot. Shaving 100 meters per second, 100 meters a second per second is a drop of 223 miles per hour per second. That's what I mean, systems. You'd be dead. Like that. The spacecraft would stop, you know, come to a rolling stop at the end of the runway. They'd open it up and there'd just be a bunch of paste inside. What's all this red stuff? There are easier ways to have a euthanasia landing like that. Yeah, seriously, right? That's how mystery goo is. Mystery goo is Kerbals, isn't it? They just have the special foam like in Demolition Man. Oh my god. That got dark real quick. Yeah, it did. Launch a hook from the ground. I think an arrestor cable might be better, but seriously, there's no arrestor cable that's going to pull you to a stop when you're going 1 kilometer a second. Like when the speeder hit the circle in the Expanse and violated the speed limit. Yep. Paste. Skyhook? Maybe. Like, let's think about it. Your average orbital speed is about 1 kilometer a second, right? Like, what do you do? Is there another way besides a rocket engine to land on the moon? Like, is there anything there that could bleed off that speed to a point where you wouldn't be paced inside of the spacecraft except for a rocket? Litho break. I think that would hurt. If the magnets are in the landing strip in the bottom of the cables. So, jersey time. I'm not wearing that jersey, Jordan, until the Stanley Cup playoffs are over. Coupe de Stanley. That jersey can stay in the closet where it's been. They're doing so good. I'm not wearing it. I don't believe. They're doing good and the Bruins jersey's in the closet. We keep it in the closet. If I take it out of the closet, then they'll start playing bad, all right? I'm just keeping it where it is. That's good luck. A really big bouncy house. Yeah, lunar mass driver. That would be a good idea, dude. Don't mess it up. That's right. That's right, Shad. The Bruins jersey stays in the closet. It stays in the closet. Concept idea. Jordan, hey, 5 subs, man. Thank you. Concept idea I came up with. At a very low altitude, lunar space station being sped around the moon via a train pulling it around the moon at high speeds. Then you could stop the space station and have it fire ion thrusters to maintain altitude temporarily to let people move in and out of the space station. Why don't you just dock the space station with the train erudite and then then the train stops. That somebody already said that. Erudite, you need to go study. You need to go take a physics class, man. Start learning physics, particularly the laws of thermodynamics, because yeah, that's yeah. Human person said that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, instead of having this the train stop with the space station, you just have the space station dock to the train when they're going the same speed, and then use the train to slow down. I mean, it would take long time. The launch loop, I'm looking at that now. That's crazy, dude. If you wanted to keep, let's say, a 2G effect, could centrifugal braking work? And how big of a loop would be needed? I don't know, Shy. How about we just, instead of making a spaceship, just move the Earth? Why don't we just take the Earth and move it over there? Okay. There's been propositions to build particle colliders around the moon. Dude, there's so much potential, man. There's so much freaking potential with stuff on the moon, dude. Like, I mean, dude, how we build buildings, how we build anything could be completely different on the moon. That's a potential there. There's so much, dude. Yeah, there you go, Aquilix. Earth is in the way for your view of Venus. Wait 24 hours or 12 hours and then it won't be. Looney Tunes. Okay. Wabbit season. Yeah, there you go, Jordan. That's right. We should move Mars into Earth's orbit, then we can get to it easy. Even with the Kappa, you just made my head hurt. Please stop making my head hurt. Do you read books? Yeah, of course I do. Do you read books? Name 10 books. Oh, yeah, Nick. Yeah, of course. Harry Potter 1, Harry Potter 2, Harry Potter 3. Game of Thrones. Name 10 books. What books have you read? You happen to be here with this illiterate lady. Dude, that's so weird. What the heck? What is the context of that conversation? I highly suggest Project Hail Mary by Andy Weir. I have the book, Jordan. I haven't read it. Those aren't titles! A 12-year-old with a podcast. What books have you read? You're illiterate! I'm not illiterate! Shut up! I don't know why that whole thing made me laugh. Oh, gosh. Ah, boy. Fellowship of the Ring, Two Towers, Return of the King, and The Hobbit by Tolkien. Just Got Failure is Not an Option. Good book. Good book. See, Jordan, yeah, and guys, there's this thing going around, like, where the kid, like, this kid with a podcast asks a woman that's on his podcast about, like, you know, name 3 books that you've read, and I was like, name your 3 favorite books, and I was like, damn, dude, what are my 3 favorite books? I don't know if they're 3 favorite books. I don't know if I generally have, like, a favorite book per se, but Hunger Games 1, Hunger Games 2, and Hunger Games 3. Rocket propulsive elements, does that count? The dictionary.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Interesting, Limprod. Hey, Jack, what's going on? 90 months, 7.5 years. Where was spaceflight 90 months ago? Crazy how far we've come in that time. Dude, it's nuts, man. It's a book. Yeah, I guess you're right. Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. That's Narnia, Gregor, isn't it? Do pamphlets count? I don't know. I don't know. What... You know, for whatever reason, you know, when I think of, like, really good books, Starship Troopers by Robert Heinlein is popping into my head. I haven't read it in a little while. I should probably go back and read it. Does doom-scrolling Reddit count? No. (1984). Orwell was out there. All systems. Hitchhiker's Guide, yeah. Culture series, yeah. There you go. Psychops by Clive Cussler is your favorite. Now, what would be another good one? The Martian is probably up there for me. It's such a good book, dude. 1984 is great, yeah, absolutely. Atlas Shrugged, so... Atlas Shrugged is Ayn Rand, right? Yeah, those are, dude, those books are trippy, dude. Dune, oh yeah. Yeah, Dune, good book. The Gap series. Asimov's amazing, yeah. Contact Harvest, that's a good book, my guy. Yes, Contact Harvest, I love that book. Usually the Lord works in mysterious ways, but not today. Today the Lord has brought you 50 tons of HE spewing, divine intervention. If God is love, then you would call me Cupid. Ender's Games, yeah. Yeah, Culture series. It's good. Really good. Friday by Heinlein, yeah. Paula Reach, Eric Nyland, Unprod, great book. Space exploration for dummies. Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park was Michael Crichton, wasn't it? The Expanse series by James S.A. Corey. What's the name of the first book then? What books have you read? No, The Expanse is good, yeah. Truck Time? Yeah. I don't know, Aqualux. I'm getting tired, homie. I think it's time, yeah. That we've done enough space news for today. What did you think of Terran launch? I thought it was awesome, dude. I sparked a whole book club conversation. Hidden Figures. It was a great conversation. Yeah. I haven't sat down and read a book unless it's like a rocket manual or something in a long time. Isn't Bree expecting some truck time? I don't know. Daniel Suarez, recent books. Daniel Suarez? I don't think that's the Daniel Suarez that I'm thinking. Gonna make it 6 hours until the launch? Probably not. Nah, Nova Raptor. I'm taking a break from racing because I got a lot on my plate. On this day, Titanic happened. On this day, Helicopter happened on Mars. The Incarnations of Immorality by Piers Anthony. Wicked series if you get a minute. Interesting, okay. Have astronauts ever... No. Nope, not answering that question. I got my clearance, so I'm working on aerospace things in the future that I can't even talk about, and it drives you nuts. Yeah, welcome to my life. Jordan, why do you think I make it a thing to make sure that people that I know don't tell me what they're working on, even though I probably could get that information? It's because I don't like knowing information that I'm super hype about that I can't talk about. Just keep me out of the loop. I don't want to know. What is the green logo on the Starship patch? It's a clover leaf dragon. The four-leaf clover has been on every single one of SpaceX's patches. It goes back to the Falcon 1 days. The first 4 Falcon flights, or the first 3 Falcon 1 flights did not work very much. Or they didn't work very well. They exploded. So for the 4th flight, they put a 4-leaf clover on the patch for good luck. Every single SpaceX patch since then has had a 4-leaf clover on it. Yep. I can tell you're tired. Yep. Yeah, Jordan. Yep. All right, guys. I've been talking for 9 hours straight. I forgot that if we do space, I mean, then again, I kind of did let Space News go far today on purpose because I knew the launch. I had a feeling the launch license was going to get going through. Hey, Reagan, what's going on? Pilgrim Project by Hank Searles, one-man Gemini lander on the moon. Okay, that's nuts, dude. Please, I missed all the truck stream. I had to go sleep. You gonna cover the dev vlog? It's just Mike reiterating a lot of things that we already knew, Aqualux. I think we're good. I just looked at it a second ago. Yeah, all right. Let me see if Bree's ready. Give me 1 second. We can do the truck stream for the night, guys. Yeah, so I got to figure out the exhaust. That's what we're working on. Yeah, the exhaust. I should have enough clamps to get something done here. No, we'll truck stream. We'll truck stream, dudes. We can do that. Yeah, let's. Sounds exhausting. Yeah, I mean, we still have transporter teed up at 2:47 a.m. So, yeah, let's jump in, dudes. I've had 2 cups of coffee today, so I'm good to go. All right, let's get her done. Let's see what's going on in the garage. I don't think Bree's in there. Anyway. All right. Oh, shoot. Okay, so here's what we'll do. Yeah, sure, so sure. All right. Okay, so here's what we'll do. I'll just keep us on Starbase Live here. I need to go kind of get ready, I guess, if that's the right way to say it. I need to go get ready. So I will be right back. 1 second. I don't want to mess up my Fender shirt, to be honest with you. I gotta go put on a work shirt and some jeans. Okay, yeah. So we'll put on Starbase Live here for a second, and I will be right back. And when I get back, we'll get the truck stream going, okay? Be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, guys. Let's get to stepping on the truck, shall we? Making an exhaust for my 59 Ford truck. Let's go. And we are not burb a second. Okay, finish something. You might want to watch it. I'm getting slammed by rental cars fees because I'm 24, not 25. I don't know if I can afford it. That's just a 6-hour drive, though, S. Cool, Zay. So good for GTA tomorrow? Mm-hmm. All right. Let's get going, dudes. We got an exhaust.